Hey, welcome to the Content Engine project. In this course, I'm going to show you how to use modern Django to build out a full-on project that will help manage your content in a private and secure way. Let's take a quick look at what we're going to be building. Let's do a quick demo of what we'll end up building, and then I'll do a high-level overview of all the technology that powers this project and makes it happen. So much of it is cutting edge. Some of it is just new things done in a different way. So let's go ahead and take a look at this project itself. So when you log in, you're going to be prompted with activating a project. This is a project for the session itself. You can create a new one, or you can just activate one. I'll go ahead and activate one that already has a few things in here. And so what we see are these are items that are related to that project. Again, thinking of it in terms of content, fave icon is a type of content. A thumbnail for YouTube, also a type of content. And you can make as many projects as you want as it makes sense. So you go into, like, let's say for instance, a YouTube one, and you want to come in here and you're going to go ahead and upload it and add in a bunch of different items, and you start that upload, and it's going to upload the files to a place that is incredibly scalable. And so what's going to happen then is after these things are uploaded, you can always view them in the browser. You could download them directly. You'll be able to do whatever you need to as far as the files are concerned. Now, before we see where they're actually stored, what I also want to mention is we actually leverage a lot of HTMX to be able to do stuff like this is going to be my fave icon example for YouTube. Not that, and that's actually now the name of it. Right there, right in line, and nothing really changed other than the title and description. Of course, we could always add additional things to it, and then in the actual detail view, we are able to save it just like that. Okay, so that's actually managing the content. It's simple in terms of how it seems to function, but there's a lot going on under the scenes. And so the next part of this is to be able to share this with somebody else. So we go in the admin, and we're going to create a new user here. So click on users, go ahead and add a new user, and we're just going to call this test. And we're going to give it a whatever password. It doesn't really matter what the password is here, which I'll explain why in a little bit. But overall, this is a production-ready application, but it's not publicly accessible. It's all privately accessible through the internet still, but just not publicly. So we'll see what that means in a moment. I'm going to go ahead and create this user, and then I'm going to go ahead and open up an incognito window. And with this incognito window, I'll go ahead and go into projects to prompt a login for this user. And of course, if I try to log in right now, it's going to say that it's not a staff user. So what I need to do then is going back into this admin, go ahead and select staff status, and we'll go ahead and hit save and continue. And then I'll come back up here into the Django admin and log in once again. And now I'll be able to log in as this user if I type the correct password. And so the important part that you might jump to is like, oh, in the admin itself, this user doesn't have any permission. But what I just did is a really good way to use the Django admin when it comes to handling users of this type. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but the general idea is this is not a public-facing application at all. It's all internal. It's all meant to be shared to people who you grant access to, and this is only part of that grant. It's a very small part of the grant. But the idea then is once we have a user, we're going to go into any given project, and we're going to go ahead and add this user as a project user. So I'm going to go ahead and come in here and add test user in there. Before I hit save though, I want to go back into the local page here and notice that there are no project activations available. And if I go into the projects themselves, still no projects available. So what I want to do is I want to actually allow projects to be available by attaching this person to a project. So I'll go and save that person in there, or that user in there. Now with that user account still logged in, I'll be able to refresh. And what do you know, there is my Content Engine project. I can go ahead and activate it right here, and then I can add some new stuff, fave icon via test user. And then I can go ahead and view in here, and I can delete some of these objects in here as I see fit. And I'm going to go ahead and open up some new ones and bring them in there. Granted, they are going to be actually the same ones in reality, but in practicality, as far as the demo purposes are concerned, they are different. They are different iterations of the same one. And of course, if I go back into my other user, my main user that I had on there, and I want to take a look at the original items that I had, what do you know? Fave icon via test user. 0 minutes ago, it was updated, and we can go in there and view all of those changes. This is the project. This is the Content Engine project. Now, what I did show you also was several different URLs in here. I was actually able to access this from multiple places. Now, this is because of the sponsor of this series, Twingate. So what Twingate allows us to do is to share our projects securely and privately to whom we decide. So this is the authentication layer that I'm sort of adding. Now, it is an authentication layer in the sense that I grant permission to this particular resource. Then I also give them just some basic credentials to be able to use that application. So we can see this inside of Twingate's actual console itself. So here's my content engine network. Don't worry, we will go through all of this on actually getting it all set up. We have a few resources in here that are all related to my containerized application, everything that's deployed there. Something that will excite some of you is yes, there is a Postgres database that's coming in here, and that is actually driving the database in my local instance as well. Here it is. Now, where that database is coming from is directly from our Kubernetes cluster. I'm going to show you how to set that up. But the idea here is the database itself, I don't actually have a local connection to it whatsoever. And I'm not doing any port forwarding. I'm not using Kubernetes at all in terms of Django accessing this database, which is really nice. And so I can actually use Twingate to access this particular address in this particular database. And you can always change these things to many, many other resources as you see fit. And what's really nice about that is, on one hand, yes, we can absolutely share it with people inside of our team, but then we can also make duplicates of this database and share it with other people as well. I go into the actual technical details of how to implement that as well. Now, the other thing, of course, is we talk about Django. Django is the web application portion that drives all of this, as well as this Django admin. So Django is, of course, a Python web framework, and it's really, really effective. And it's made even more effective by using something called HTMX.org. This is another key part of this series. HTMX is the reason that I can actually do all sorts of things, like refreshing these files right here. When they actually load up here, this is done through HTMX. Back on this items here, if I were to change this here, like to something new, that is also done through HTMX. I can refresh all through HTMX. It's great. It's a really effective way to just manage all of our data without running a ton of JavaScript ourselves, right? It's really, really simple in that sense. Now, where is all of the files going? So if we go into any given item here, let's go into this items/54. That's the ID that's stored in the database. But as far as the label is concerned, this is what we've got. So we've got all of these files in here. In fact, let's go ahead and create a new item once again, just to kind of test this out. And so we'll go ahead and say S3 bucket upload. And I'll go ahead and create this item here. And I'm going to go ahead and upload some files. I'm just going to upload a single file here, 36 by 36 Android icon. Okay, so this is going to upload into our project. As we see here, I can view a sample of it right there. I can download it. I can do all of that sort of stuff. And now I actually want to see this file itself. So into my S3 bucket for this project, we've got content engine here, right? And we've got projects. These are all the projects that actually have assets to them. This is the database primary key or ID that's in here. So if I go to one of them into items, and the specific item I want to go to is 58. So I'm going to go ahead and go into 58. And what I'll see is that single icon in here. Now, the other thing that's really important about this is the ability to add files directly into S3 itself. So let's say, for instance, we're going to go ahead and add in the Apple icon 180, 180. I'm going to go ahead and upload this one directly in AWS S3. Now, if you're not familiar with S3, it's called object storage, and it allows you to store almost an infinite amount of data in there, which is great for files like this. It's not a database like what I mentioned with Postgres. It's literally files. So then when we come back into our content engine, wherever it's actually running, right? So if we come back in here and into our items, assuming we have the correct project activated, we can actually see all of the objects inside of that bucket. And we can do it again. I mean, it's really just that simple. So the other part about this means that if I have to upload massive amounts of files and I want to have access to them, all I need to do is follow this particular pattern for any given list item that's inside of my content. I'll upload those things in there, and it'll take however long it takes, but I can still refresh in the item itself, and it's going to start to fill those things out with those particular objects. So this is a key part of it, is I want to make it really easy to use S3 for people who aren't technical, but then also really easy for those of you who are technical or just know the S3 landscape, or you can just upload your buckets. That was the key to this, is to make that part a critical part of it, to make sure that you can reuse this in any other project as you see fit. So that's the Django side of it. That is also using S3. Within Django, we use a tool called Boto3. So Boto3 is the actual Python package released from AWS that you can use for all kinds of object storage, but mainly for S3. And also, I mean, they have all sorts of Amazon services that you can use with Boto, but we actually configure a way to actually use Python directly to upload our files in there. And that's exactly what's going on here with Boto3. And of course, we deploy to Kubernetes. Now, this might scare some of you in the sense that if you've never deployed Django to Kubernetes before, you might be like, oh, this is way too complicated to get in and get going. Well, on one hand, I sort of agree with you. On the other hand, I want to just show you how simple Kubernetes is by just looking at the manifests themselves. So if we look at the deployment here, this is the deployment we're doing. Now, a lot of this might seem very complicated, but the main things that, especially as a Django developer, you can see this image here. I'll show you that in a second. You can also see port values, environment variables. What do you know? You can see secret values. You can see a port value here as well, right? There's a lot of things on here that I think will look very familiar to those of you who have done Django before or deployed your Django anywhere before. The next thing is this service right here. This might get a little bit complicated, but don't worry, I go through it quite a bit. The idea is we actually deploy a service, an internal load balancer, if you will, that allows us to use this right here. So this is coming directly from Kubernetes. It's coming from that service. It's coming from all of those things. And I go through that in detail. And so the idea then is once you go through the Kubernetes of it all, you actually have your container deployed by default. So one of the things that I think prevents people from actually using Kubernetes is learning how to build containers. And so we also use a process to automatically build our container based off of our code. So we just add in our code, run this workflow right here, and our container will be built for us. We don't have to worry about how to build a container ourselves. Granted, I do recommend you do if you want to, but you don't have to. Once you build that container or Docker container, it's deployed and stored on Docker Hub. Kubernetes actually will pull it from Docker Hub. That's part of what this container image does. It's actually really, really effective, really simple to do. And I think a lot of you will get a lot from that. And so that overall is the baseline of all of this. And the way we can access all this data, the way we have extra security is through Twingate. We have a full-on network in here with all these resources, but within that network, we can invite users as we see fit and give them access to the various resources as we see fit. So if we need to add in new databases, we can totally do that. Now, the only reason I have users in Django itself is really just for the management process of this so that I can actually see which users have access to what, right? So in the case of our project, we have these 2 users in here, and these users, of course, will make changes as they see fit, and we can start tracking those changes and doing all sorts of interesting things with that. But the other part about it is as soon as we don't want them to have access anymore, sure, we could delete them as a user in our Django admin, or just keep them as a user because maybe we want future access, and then just remove them from our network or remove them from the resource itself inside of Twingate. Now, the other aspect about this that's really important is the security for my Django project doesn't have to be as great. In other words, I have this as a debug mode right now for my Django project. This is something you would not want to do in production with production users. Now, with local users on your local team, this is probably fine. In fact, it's probably encouraged so that you can figure out how to solve some of these bugs together, as in some of your more non-technical people could maybe help you diagnose errors. Or if you ever need to share this project, you can actually start building out APIs and all that stuff that are in debug mode so you can see if there's any errors with the code. Then they can actually submit pull requests or anything like that on the code directly because they have a working sample that they're working off of, versus a production one that just wouldn't have that availability to the end user. In other words, when you actually go and create errors inside of Django, the user that sees those errors is not going to see all of the things that you can get with the debug mode. That's where these pull requests can start to come in really, really handy. So the idea here is to build out something incredibly practical and something that you can reuse and share across many of your other projects. So we really start with building out the foundation before we start building the technical aspects of the content engine project. Building out that foundation does mean that we're going to be spinning up Kubernetes, a managed version on Akamai Linode. We're going to be installing Twingate into Kubernetes as a network. We're going to be building those things out. We're going to go ahead and actually create out our actual containers and deploy those to Kubernetes. We're going to do all of that stuff early on so we can really, really get all of that working seamlessly so that when you actually push it into GitHub, you can just run the workflows that will build a container and then sync Kubernetes or deploy your application. So you can do those things anytime, all the time, and regularly. So it's a really, really exciting project to me, and it's something that I want to improve on. Heck, I think it would be a pretty good business to have right now, is to help businesses manage their content, because it's only growing and it's something that we're going to see a lot more of in the very near future. So the other aspect of this that I want to definitely shout out is the reason it looks this way and the reason it's so good is because of Flowbite. Flowbite is one of my favorite ways to use TailwindCSS. So Tailwind is the technical reason, Flowbite is the reference. It's something that I really enjoy using. All right, so with all that in mind, hopefully you've got a really solid foundation as to what it is that we're going to be building through this demo. Let's take a look at the actual technical requirements before we jump in. Let's talk about the technical requirements you need to do well in this project. First and foremost, if it's something that's interesting to you, just go for it and figure out things as you go. Otherwise, go ahead and make sure you have some experience using Django. I have a lot of different Try Django series. Pretty much any version of Django will get you through this series. There are some minor changes from version to version, but Django is pretty mature. So the idea behind using Django is roughly the same for the last few years. That being said, using the LTS is recommended, which I'll talk about when we install Django. Next up, having some Python experience is highly recommended. Knowing some things about Python will be used quite a bit in this one. The other one being having Node.js installed on your local machine. Now, we're not going to use that much with Node. We're going to be mostly using it to work with TailwindCSS to give us the incredible styling that comes with that. So that's why we use Node. Next up, of course, is we're going to want to use kubectl and have that installed on your local machine. I do have a bunch of references for that in the description, so check that out. The other thing is the last one being installed is Helm. Now, you don't actually have to have experience with Helm. It's pretty straightforward. I'm going to show you all of the commands you'll need. And so that's really it for the technical requirements. I'm going to go over some basic JavaScript, and it starts to get a little bit more advanced. So even if you don't know that part of things, it's totally okay. You could always come back to it later. But overall, we're going to be stacking as much as possible and make this as continuous as possible. So I will be using GitHub and Git itself. So Git itself is one of those things that you probably already have, but it's a good idea to install it on your local machine. And then as far as the actual text editor I use, it's VS Code. So VS Code is a free text editor. I think it's great. There's a lot of really good stuff about building out applications for this. And I do mention Docker itself. So Docker is the containerization technology that Kubernetes uses. Kubernetes quite literally uses the containers from Docker. We don't spend any time discussing Docker at all in terms of Docker directly. We talk about containers a lot, but I don't show you much about building your own custom container. Instead, we do an automated version of that, as you'll see very, very soon. And that's actually the next part of this. So if you do have any questions at this point, let me know. Otherwise, check the description below. It's going to have a lot more detail as to different things to get started, and I'll add different things in there as I get feedback from you guys. So let's go ahead and take a look at how to automatically build out Django containers using a tool called Pack. We're going to automate the process of turning Django into a container. And the reason we use a container is to make it easier to run our Django application everywhere. That also means running Python everywhere, but through a container. Now let's back this up a little bit to see and understand why this happens and why you need this. First off, if I were to send anyone Django code directly, I would need to give them several steps in order for that code to actually work. The first step would be you need to download Python, and you need to download the specific version of Python that I'm going to tell you, and then you also need to download it for your operating system. Okay, so those are huge tasks for people who've never done that before, but they're also small tasks for people to have, but they're sort of annoying. The next thing is there's a bunch of Python packages like Django that my application would have. So I'd also need to make sure that they install those two things. So that's two major steps that if they go wrong, the application is just simply not going to work. So one of the ways to solve this is to put it all into something called a container. Those containers, pioneered by Docker, is really, I can send you the actual string of the container. We'll see what that looks like. Just kind of like the repo of the container, and then they'll be able to run this. Now, you have to be a little technical to be able to execute the container itself, but not that much. In fact, we're going to be removing that technical barrier quite a bit by actually running our container in production and using Twingate to allow anyone to use our application as we see fit, so they don't necessarily have to download it locally all the time. There's a lot of huge benefits for this. One of them being non-technical people can have a local host access to our application, as we'll see a lot more throughout. But also, if you want to work with people that are going to build on top of an API you might build, well, you don't have to deploy your production application in production, or V2 doesn't have to be in production yet anywhere. It could just run on Kubernetes. So that, of course, brings us to why we use Kubernetes in the first place. Containers themselves are great at bundling up the application, but then once you want to run multiple versions of that application and you want to run it securely and a way to scale it, that's where Kubernetes comes in. Kubernetes orchestrates all of the different containers, and it's part of the reason why we're going to be using Kubernetes as well. Now, I'm going to be scratching the surface on how these things work. So if it sounds super complicated to you, I'm going to make it as simple as possible. The first one is this one, is actually turning our Django project into a container using an automated process, using GitHub Actions to really just simplify that process a lot. Once you start doing this a lot, you'll probably want to learn how to build out Docker files. But the point here is to really just take our code and turn it into a container without many extra steps. That's what we're going to do right now. So let's take a look. All right, so now we're going to use the Django auto container repo to automatically build out our Django container. It's actually fairly straightforward. It just takes a few configuration items. So on GitHub, go ahead and grab this URL here and go ahead and import this repository. Now, of course, if you know Git already and you know how to clone things, by all means, go ahead and clone things. You should not fork it. You should actually just import it all together and you'll paste it in here. Now, this actual Django auto container repo was created for this series, but it's meant to be a seamless way to turn Django into containers. So of course, if you find ways to improve it, please let us know. Pick a repository name, something like Content Engine, which is what I already have. I just imported it, and then go ahead and begin the import. So in my case, I just finished that import itself. So if I look for the Content Engine import itself, I can come in here and I can see all of the same things from the Django auto container. Now, I'm still just using GitHub for this portion. I'm not using anything else just yet. So what we want to do is we want to go into our settings here, and I want to go into actions and into general. I want to add in a couple of things related to this. Now, first and foremost, my action permissions, I need to allow all actions and workflows. So we're going to save that. I think the big reason why it was disabled is because you just imported that code. It's a security measure, right? We'll look at that code in just a second as well. So make sure that you have that. Next up, we have secrets and variables. So inside of secrets and variables, we've got these actions, secrets, and variables that we can start adding into any of our GitHub actions. So these have to be unique per workflow if you want them unique per workflow. Otherwise, every workflow in this will be able to have access to these. Okay, so what is it that I need to put in here? Well, the first one I need to put in is called my Docker Hub and username. Okay, so this is going to be the variable itself. Now, of course, you might not know where this variable is coming. I know what it is from the top of my head because I wrote the code. But if you actually look in the code, into the workflows, into the build container workflow, which is that Django auto container, you can actually scroll down and see everything in this environment. And then you can see other things like logging into Docker Hub is down here. We'll explain these things in just a little bit, but there's my Docker Hub username, and I've got a Docker Hub token in here. So I need both of those things. In my case on Docker Hub, I have my user in here as jmitchell3. That's just a test account. Notice that I don't have any repositories in here. That's going to change in just a moment. And then, of course, we need to create a token as well, which you can find under security in your user account settings, and you'll create a new token. So let's do all of those things now. Back into our GitHub Actions, settings, into our secrets down here. We're going to go ahead into the action secrets, and I'm going to go ahead and create a new repository secret. Inside of here, we're going to go ahead and Docker Hub username. In this case, it's jmitchell3. You need to use your own username if that's not already obvious. So I'll go ahead and save that one. Next one, we'll go ahead and do the new secret for our token. And then the token itself, I need to get from Docker Hub itself. So back in Docker Hub, I'm going to create a new access token. All I need here is read and write permission. This token does not need to delete anything from my Docker Hub account at all. It just needs to be able to write things. Now, do keep aware that if you use the token and name the repositories the same, you might run into issues. I'll recap that when we get there and where those issues might be. But anyway, so we're going to call this Django Auto Container GitHub Action Token, something like that. And we'll go ahead and generate this, and I'll go ahead and copy this token here. And then I'll come back into my action secrets, paste this in, add this secret. Okay, so at this time, I should be able to run my GitHub action. So going into actions itself, going into the Django build pack, we're going to go ahead and run this. Now, the reason I'm running this now and not explaining it yet is because this will take a few minutes to actually fully run, assuming that everything was done correctly. Now, notice there's this build container here, .yaml. This, of course, is that workflow we just looked at. So let's take a look at what these things mean. First off, the base directory. In this case, I define this to be SRC because that's where my Django project is going to live. We'll see that in just a second. Disable collect static means that, well, you don't want python manage.py collect static to run, which is mostly relevant for this build pack, which is from Google. The Google build pack really just gives us access to Python, and then it's going to detect the requirements.txt file, and it's going to do all of the installations as well. Now, this build pack can be used in many other ways. If you're familiar with like Heroku, for example, they use build packs to deploy applications as well. Build packs have been phenomenal. And anyways, the Google one I've had a lot of success with in building out my code, which is why I use theirs, and it's open source. Next up, the actual image tag itself, right? So we'll see what the image tag looks like in a moment. The main one is the Docker Hub repo that we end up using, which is going to default to the username repository path itself. There's actually an issue with my current GitHub Actions related to that we'll see as well. Next up, what this happens, this is going to go ahead and build out this repo itself or build out the container itself. This is the magic right here. This does all of the auto container stuff right here, and it will also allow us to use that container. So again, we don't have to download pack at all. It'll just run right here. Next, we log into Docker Hub, and then if the login works, it will do these things. If it doesn't work, then it will just fail out, and that's it. Okay, so one of the things I need to change on my own account is the Docker Hub repo. Now, the reason for this is because I'm logged into Coding for Entrepreneurs. I'm not logged into jmitchell3. So if I go into actions here, I get this failure here, and I'll probably be able to see this if I scroll down. Look at it's tagged as Coding for Entrepreneurs /content engine. That's the push it's trying to do. Of course, the actual tokens that I have don't allow for that. So let's go ahead and update our secrets to account for that. We'll take a look at that action a little bit more in just a second. But for now, I need this Docker Hub repo here. So back into our settings, I'm going to go into my secrets, actions, and then I'm going to go ahead and create a new repository secret. And this is going to be jmitchell3 /content engine. Now, another cool reason why I showed you this is because we will use this particular string a lot in the future, as you'll see. So we're going to go ahead and add this secret now, and I'll rerun the action itself by doing all of that to go into actions, click on the workflow, hit run workflow, and then we'll go ahead and run it. Okay, so while that's running, let's actually take a look at what was happening with those GitHub actions. So it took 39 seconds to run this whole thing. So what it does is, first off, it actually gets all of our code from this particular repo. It literally clones all that code. Then it sets up pack, the command line tool that will automatically build out our build pack. Then it builds it up And this is actually building out the container itself and doing all of the things it needs to build the container. And in here, we will see stuff like Python 3. We'll see things like GUnicorn, Django. All of this right here is coming from our own configuration, which we'll look at in a moment as well. Next, it logs into Docker Hub. That went successful, so the check Docker login didn't do anything. Next up, it tags the containers. It tagged it based off of my GitHub stuff, right? So on GitHub, my username is Coding for Entrepreneurs, and then the actual repo name is Content Engine. Yours might have worked here if your usernames were the same, and on GitHub as well as Docker Hub. And then it tried to push that, and it failed. So it gives me this red mark. Cool. So back into actions. This time, what do you know? It succeeded. It took a little bit longer because it pushed it. It actually pushed this into Docker Hub, which we can now see on hub.docker.com. If I refresh in there, there is my content engine. And so what's going to happen here is with that auto build container, we will get automatic tags as well. We'll get the latest one that was built, as well as the actual git commit that actually is assigned to the time I ran this, basically, which is really cool. So now, how do I actually run the code? How do I verify that this container actually even works? So to do that, it's, well, fairly straightforward as well. Now, you don't have to do this part, but I'm going to. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the Docker command, open up my terminal here. Here's the Docker command. So what this is going to do is it's basically pulling down my container or my application itself. So I can run that, and that will download everything on my local machine so that then I can run this itself. And so what we'll do then is actually just emulate what Docker ends up doing. I'll let this download and then we'll come back. Okay, so it downloaded it. Great. Now I'll go ahead and do Docker run. I'm going to declare an environment variable called port, and we'll do 8080. And then I'll actually expose my local port of 8080 to the container port of 8080. And then I'll go ahead and use this right here, and we'll go ahead and hit enter. Okay, so what we've got here is a Django application running at 8080. Now in this case, I matched my local machine to the container. We can talk about that more if you want. Just let me know in the description. But now what I can do is I can actually open up that project, and what do you know? There's Django working. Now, what we did not do at all was install Python. We did not install Django. We just ran our container. And that's the point of building out these containers, is now you can actually move these things around quite a bit. Now, of course, at this point also, what I would recommend is you go into your content engine and you just grab it, bring it into your local machine. So in my case, I'm going to go ahead and do git clone the content engine itself and do period. So it actually clones into this local project here. And I just want to make some minor change. So I'm going to go ahead and create a view. So we'll do views.py, and I'll do from Django.http. We're going to import HTTP response. My computer is very used to me doing Django stuff, but I'm getting this underline here because I don't actually have Django installed right now. I'm actually not going to install it just yet because I want to just show you this. So we're going to go ahead and just do home page, and we'll turn in a request, and I'll just return an HTTP response of hello world. Okay, so a very minor change into my URLs. I need to change this as well. And I realize if you're new to Django, I'm going super fast, but you could always follow along. If you're not new to Django, this is probably very, very straightforward. Okay, so I'll do views and homepage for a homepage view. Again, I don't have it on local at all. I'll do git status, git add -- all, git commit, and we're going to go ahead and say that it's going to be homepage test, and then git push. Okay, so I pushed it into GitHub, which means that I should have triggered a GitHub action workflow running. Sure enough, I do. There's my commit message, and what this is going to do in a minute or so, maybe a little bit more, it's going to go ahead and build out that code. So then when I go to run it again, it's going to give me that new version on my local machine. So naturally, I paused it to let it finish. And if we look back into Docker Hub and just refresh in here, we should now have 3 tags at least, right? So our latest tag, which just happened a few seconds ago, the other tag, the actual git commit tag itself, and then my old one, right? So I can always go back in time as well. That's another key aspect of this, is I can go back to previous versions of my application as well, based off of the commit itself. And so I've got this latest here, so let's go ahead and try that one out. So first off, I'll go ahead and go back into my terminal here. I'm going to close this out with Control-C. I'm going to do a quick pull, which is going to pull all of the latest changes, right? It's not going to pull everything. This is going to be far faster than the previous one because it's only pulling things about the container that have major changes. In this case, it's this main one, so I'll let that finish as well. Okay, so it finished. I'm going to go ahead and run it again. There's my content engine running again, going back into Chrome. Hello world. Great. So this is exactly what we wanted. It allows for us to iterate on our Django project and containerize it without us ever learning really how to use Docker, Docker Compose, Docker files, or anything like that, but still being able to leverage the containers themselves. Granted, a few of the commands I was running to run it, right? So this command right here, yeah, if you wanted to test it locally like I did here, you would probably want to know the Docker run command and all that, but that's outside the context of what I'm trying to do here. Instead, what I'm going to do is, well, probably never really run this again, unless I really need to diagnose some error. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to turn this application into something we can work with locally, like a normal Django application would. We'll still push it, but then we'll use Kubernetes and that configuration to actually use this container in a more production-ready environment, and it's going to be really exciting. Now we're going to set up our local development environment for our Django project. Now, if you're anything like me, you're probably not going to take just some random repos Django project. You will probably want to start from scratch. And so I want to do that as well. But before I do, I need to make sure I have the right Python version installed. And so to find the Python version, it's in project.toml, and that's 3.11.7. This is the Google runtime version. The reason it's the right one is because of how the build pack ends up working. We'll take a look at that very soon as well. Next up, you might notice this GUnicorn entry point here is also something that's telling for the runtime itself when we go into production, at least for Django. So we need to have Python 3.11 installed. So to get that, you go to python.org, go under downloads, under all releases, and scroll down a bit. And then you're going to want to find a specific release. And there's 3.11.7. The important part is 3.11. If it's 0.8, 0.9, by all means, go ahead and use that. But the idea here is 3.11. And you're going to want to download and run that based off of your system that's down here. So the reason we're using that specific version of Python has to do with the build pack. Now, if you want to get more advanced with Docker itself, you totally can use any version of Python that's supported with Django, of course. But the idea here is the build pack that we're using is this one right here. And the supported languages are written in here. There's a few of them. There's not that many, but there are a few, and 3.11 is one of them. And that's why we have to use Python 3.11. So what we're going to do now is then just create a virtual environment in the root of our project. So right next to SOC and README, I'm going to go ahead and do Python 3.11 - version, just to make sure I have at least 3.11. 0.7 isn't the important part, but 3.11 is. And of course, if you're on Windows to execute Python, you might have to write out the entire path, something like this, where it's Python and then .exe -- version. By all means, do that. But either way, however you execute Python, just go ahead and use -m venv to use the built-in virtual environment manager. This, of course, is important so that this Python project is separated from all of the other ones on your system, including anything that's installed on your system's Python 3. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and activate this virtual environment. Mac and Windows users are going to be slightly different here, so we'll use the Mac version, and the Linux version is venv bin activate. Windows is just venv and then scripts activate. Someday, maybe those will be the same. But once that's activated, the Python version we'll be using is going to be the same for all of us. It's going to be whatever's in that virtual environment. And so now we can go ahead and do Python -m and then or -m pip install -r, and there's going to be source and requirements.txt, and just run that installation. So what we see here is it's installing Django 5, which might be different for you. It depends on when you're watching this. But that, of course, is because of when you go to djangoproject.com, the current version is Django 5. I want to use the LTS version, Django LTS. So if I scroll down a bit, you can see the latest LTS versions. 3.2 is still supported at the time of this recording, which is 2024. So I want to use 4.2 because that's the best LTS that we could use. If 5.2 was out, I would use that one. And I would stick with the LTS unless you have a really good reason to use the other ones and you know what you're doing. So what that means is back into requirements.txt, I need to change this a little bit to being equal to, 4.2 and then less than like 4.3 or really 5.0. But saying 4.3 just means that it's not going to go past 4.2 at all. So that's going to be very verbose, and it works for pretty much any Django or Python package, not just Django. So if you don't know Django, 4.3 works really well. If you know Django, you can just say 5.0. We'll stick it in as 4.3. Unicorn, we can just get the latest version. That should probably work just fine because it's not going to change that much from version to version. So now that we've got this, I know that this Django project that's in here was done with Django 5.0. So I don't want this Django project at all. It's really easy to get rid of it. You just delete the main configuration folder. In my case, it's called CFE home and manage.py, and now Django's gone. Okay, so now we want to reinstall those requirements because they're going to be different. It's going to uninstall 5.0 and it's going to install 4.2. Whichever version of 4.2 that's out, I'm also going to go ahead and upgrade pip on my local machine, just like that. Now you might have noticed that I used python-m pip versus just pip. Both of them work, but python-m pip is often recommended when you're using pip to install, especially with virtual environments and all that. Great. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and navigate into the SRC folder. I'm going to do Django-admin start and project CFE home period. I name all of my Django projects CFE home. It's just an easy way for me to remember exactly where that main configuration folder is. I never name it Django because I don't want it to conflict with anything. CFE home never conflicts with the real project name, like in this case, Content Engine. The actual repo is called Content Engine, so I can just leave it at that. So with this in mind, CFE home is here, and I've got settings.py. Notice that they're all modified. So the reason they're modified is because I changed them from the original Git repo to being 4.2 or whatever the LTS is out at this point. So one of the key reasons to do this method at all lies within debug being true. The cool thing about this is I can actually deploy this container, leave debug mode on so that I can actually share this through the internet without being super worried about the security warning. That's what we're working towards. This requires Twingate, so Twingate, and it's not always recommended to do it even with Twingate, but the nice thing is we can do it. So when we're developing things distributed and remotely with other developers, or we just want to share with a client, leaving debug mode on can be really useful, especially if you're still learning Django. You're not fully flushed out with being able to go into production and have this as 0 or false, which is really, really nice. But with this in mind, what I want to do is I want to do git status. I'm going to add everything. I'm going to go ahead and commit it, and we'll go ahead and say move to Django 4.2, and then we're going to go ahead and push that, and that's going to go into our Content Engine repo, which we can now open up again, and what we should see is the GitHub action workflow going through. Now, I'm going to assume that this is going to work, but even if it doesn't work, that's okay. We'll come back to diagnosing that when we need it. For now, we have our local environment set up, and we can go forward and using these local Django project to just really build out exactly what it is that we want. Before I even start building, though, I actually want to deploy this to Kubernetes, as we'll see here in just a moment. Now we're going to go ahead and provision Kubernetes to run our Content Engine container. Now remember, the container itself bundled up our application so we can just run. But to understand this, we are going to use a very simple example with our local machine that's already set up. So in my case, I'm right next to manage.py, so I can go ahead and just do Python manage.py run server. Now, many of you already know this is a very common Django command. And if I go into another terminal window and do curl http://localhost:8000, otherwise known as this URL right here, what I will see is the HTML come back to it. So this is the same HTML you would see as if you opened this URL up in a web browser, right? It's the same exact code that's coming back. All right. So what happens when your Django project just explodes in traffic? What do? Well, one of the best ways to do it is to provision another machine running Django. So like we can do python manage.py run server again and hit enter. But we already encounter a problem, and that is the port is in use. Now, this is easily solved by changing the port value to like 8881, hit enter, and now it's running, as you can see behind me. But the idea here is if I still run that curl command to port 8000, it still only goes to the one server. It doesn't go and spread it across all servers that are involved. And of course, if we had another server running, it's not going to go on that one either, including we would have to have yet another port that we would have to use. And, you know, over time, you'll start to run out of ports that you could use. It's probably not that practical that it would run out of ports. It'd probably run out of compute power before it runs out of ports. But the idea is to distribute traffic across all three of these things running, you need better technology than just Django itself. Now, many of you might be like, oh yeah, well, that's easy. That's a simple fix. You just use Nginx. And I tend to agree with you, but then how do you actually update all of those running instances across all of those things? And okay, then you go, oh, well, you can use Ansible too. And again, I still agree with you. You can definitely still do that. But we just added several layers of complexity that are just wiped away by using Kubernetes and containers, as we'll see in just a moment. But the idea here is Kubernetes itself runs containers. It runs them really, really well. It has a built-in network so they can actually communicate to each other. It has built-in ways to load balance so that the traffic is distributed to any given container that's running or any given application that's running. And if you use managed Kubernetes, you can also easily provision a load balancer that has a public static IP address that allows you to then add a domain name to it and publish it to the world. There's a lot of reasons to do this. And of course, it also helps us with just running containers in general. It also helps us to change those containers to actually make new versions of the containers without any downtime. You know, something like Ansible definitely could do this, but the downtime problem is still very much a problem. You'd have to kind of structure things quite a bit different if you're using something like Ansible or an IAC tool and not using containers. So those are some of the many reasons that we're going to be using Kubernetes. And before you feel like this is way too complex, just realize it's not a whole lot different than the commands I just wrote. You just have to be familiar with them. And that's all. And that's what I'm going to help you with. So let's take a look at how to actually provision a Kubernetes cluster on a cloud provider. Now we'll provision our Kubernetes cluster using managed Kubernetes. And then we will use kubectl, or the Kubernetes command line tool, on our local machine. So be sure to install that now to verify that we can connect to Kubernetes. And we're going to be using the Akamai Connected Cloud, formerly known as Linode. It's still on linode.com, but I would imagine this domain is going to change soon, to use their Kubernetes cluster and the Linode Kubernetes engine. Now, you can always use Azure. They have a Kubernetes service. So does AWS. So does DigitalOcean. So does GCP. So do many others. It's because Kubernetes has become such a fundamental way to deploy applications that a lot of the modern cloud hosts have a managed Kubernetes service. So go ahead and sign up for Linode right now. After you do, you'll get into the Linode console like this. And we're going to go ahead and create a brand new cluster here that I'm going to call Content Engine K8s. The region I'm going to select is near me. So Seattle, Washington is near me. I'm going to use the default Kubernetes version. We do not need high availability at this time, so you can go ahead and say no. Next up, we're going to use shared CPU, and we're going to use the Linode 2 gig. That's the minimum spec that you can use within Kubernetes on Akamai Linode. Now, the idea here is it's only $36 a month. You need to have 3 instances running because Kubernetes will actually provision across all 3. You might get away with 2. It might even not even work with 2, but the idea is have 3 because, well, it's only $36 a month anyway. So we'll go ahead and create this cluster here. And as that's creating, I can actually open up the Kubernetes tab again, and I can see that it's already in there, or at least some of the things about it are already in there. And so that's actually how quickly you can get this stuff going. So the next thing is we need this kubeconfig file. Now, before I grab that kubeconfig file, I'm going to go back into my VS Code instance here, and I'm going to go ahead and make sure that I have kubectl installed. So kubectl version, I should have at least this version installed. And hopefully at this point, you also have Helm installed as well, and at least that version of Helm. Older versions might work as well, but that's kind of the gist of what we need. Next up, in the root of my project, I'm going to go ahead and do .cube in here. And then inside of there, we're going to go ahead and do kubeconfig.yaml. And this is where we're going to go ahead and put that configuration that will come out. Right off the bat, I do not want this ever committed into Git. So I definitely want to make sure that that is in my git ignore file. Now, kubeconfig itself, there's a lot of different locations as to where you could store this. It does not have to be in your local project. In fact, a lot of times it's not in your local project. But for me, it's a lot more simple to put in my local project. So when I do that, I need to add in a new thing, especially within VS Code. But that new thing is where my kubeconfig is going to be for my terminal sessions. So what that means is I need to export kubeconfig to that location, which is going to be this right here. And of course, I could do that manually like this with .cube and /kubeconfig.yaml. That is a way to do it so that my kubectl uses that. So kubectl get pods, and it will use that configuration file. But the other thing is, since I'm using VS Code, I can actually come in here and save the workspace. And then in the workspace, I can add in to my terminal itself. So we can go ahead and say that my terminal, and then integrate it. We can scroll down all the way to env. And then we've got a bunch of different environment variables here. I can actually bring in and put in kubeconfig in here and do my workspace folder, and then /cube/kubeconfig.yaml. I can save that. Of course, you'll need to change it depending on what your system is. And then now every time you open up a new terminal window inside of VS Code, you should get that exact path for your kubeconfig, which is how we'll end up using it. So at this point, hopefully our kubeconfig is ready. So I'll go ahead and view it right here. Looks like it is. I'll go ahead and copy this and paste it in here. One of the things you're going to want to do as well is go into .cube and do chomod 600 for this. This is just a permission change. Windows users, you'll probably have to look this up. I don't remember what it is. But now that I've got those permissions on there correct, I can now do kubectl and get pods just like that. I have no pods. If I do node, I can see all of the virtual machines that I actually have running for this Kubernetes cluster. So we're ready to go. We're ready to start using Kubernetes itself. And so the point of this is to allow my local project to be able to connect to this. The reason I have .cube in here like this is because I have a lot of different projects that use a lot of different Kubernetes clusters. This, to me, is by far the easiest way to do this. Now, what I will say also is GitHub Actions could do a lot of these things as well. You would just need to put that kubeconfig into GitHub Actions and all that. So maybe we'll do that at some point. But for now, we're just going to leave it as is. We have access to our Kubernetes cluster. It's time to actually do our first deployment of our content engine project. We'll do that right now. Now we're going to run our very first container on Kubernetes called a pod. To do this, we're going to make a new folder called K8s. This is where we're going to store all of the configuration for Kubernetes. And we're going to make a new file in here called pod.yaml. So pod is the basic element of Kubernetes. Pod is what Kubernetes calls containers, more specifically running containers. So to declare this, we do API version v1 kind being a pod. Then we're going to go and add in some metadata, something like name, and we'll give it content engine pod. And then we'll go ahead and do spec, as in specification, and then containers. So this right here, this is all Kubernetes resource that you'll see all over the place. More specifically, these right here. This is a Kubernetes resource at its fundamental level. And you'll be able to add and see this same pattern repeated many, many times over when you're learning more and more about Kubernetes. So the containers, what is it that I'm trying to do? I'm going to give a name of my container, and then I want to declare the image I'm going to use, the actual container image itself, which in my case is content engine and latest. Okay, so where did this come from? Well, it comes from hub.docker.com. It's a public image, and of course, here's the path. And then, of course, if I wanted a specific tag, I would come in here and grab the latest tag is basically this right here, right? Docker poll. It's essentially that exact same thing, right? But it's not Docker poll. It's going to be Kubernetes. Next up, what I can do is I can actually pass in environment variables with env. So one of the variables this particular container needs is the port variable with some sort of value. So in my case, I'm going to use it as a string of 8080. You pretty much always put them in as strings, even if they are integers. And the reason I know it's port 8080 has to do with project.toml. It's this right here. So we've got gunicorn, our application running, and then an environment variable for port. That's exactly what that is with the $ and everything, and then port. That's what we're setting right here, which means that the actual running port itself is going to be based off of that port value as well. So in other words, Kubernetes needs to know what port this container is running on. Similar to like when we ran, Python manage.py run server. When we were running that, we had a specific port. That port is basically what we're doing right here. Kubernetes needs to know about this. And that's what we're doing. We're just declaring port 8080 as the way to run this Django project. But this is true for any sort of application. And so, of course, we can also add in other environment variables in here as well. So like welcome, message or something like that. And we say, welcome to content engine or something like that, right? And so this is an environment variable that we will be able to add in to our application using something similar to OS. Like OS, we would be able to print out os.environ.get any one of those values. So like welcome message, for example. Now we're not going to actually see this in action for a little bit, but that's the point. That's the idea behind those arguments here. And now we need to apply this configuration into Kubernetes. That's how it works with Kubernetes. You apply configuration or you delete configuration. The configuration itself is written in these YAML files, and they're very, very flexible, which means that it can get complicated. You can start to look at it and feel very overwhelmed by it. Hopefully this isn't overwhelming, but the idea here is we'll go ahead and do kubectl, and it's going to be apply-f, a file. It's going to actually read a file, so K8s pod.yaml. If you don't have that dash file, it's not going to open this file, look at the resource itself. So I go ahead and run that, and now it says that it was created. If I wanted to delete it, I would just do kubectl and then delete that same file, so K8s pod.yaml. And now it's deleted. Now it's not running, right? And so again, we apply it again. If I do kubectl and get pods, I will be able to see that, what do you know? There's my content engine pod running. And there's the name right there. So if I were to delete it and change the name to something else like pod A, and then run it again, and then get pods again, I can now see that pod running. Now, the thing is, we're going to be building on top of this more and more. The next question you should have is, how do I actually add additional environment variables that aren't necessarily right here? That's really the next question we want to ask. Then, beyond that, how do we actually access this pod, whether it's from the internet itself or right into Kubernetes, like doing a shell session of some kind, like SSH type of thing? How do we actually get into that pod? So we want to answer those questions here in the next few, so stay with us. Now we're going to take a look at how to inject environment variables using something called ConfigMaps, which is really just another YAML file, another Kubernetes resource that can abstract away these values, right? So if you're using something like pod.yaml, maybe you don't want these values to be written directly in the pod, or maybe you have to reuse these values. So let's take a look at what that's like. Now inside of pod.yaml, I'm going to go ahead and go above it. I'll use these 3 dashes, and I'll basically copy the first part of it. Now the reason I'm doing this is just to separate these two from each other. And this is going to be called a config map. Now I can use this as a completely different file altogether, but the reason I'm putting it above the pod is because I'm going to use it in the pod. That's the only reason. Otherwise I would have to order these things maybe a little bit differently, as we'll see. So what we want to call this is the content engine, and we'll call it our config map, just like that. And then all I need to do is add in some data, and the data will be key value pairs. So like in the case of our welcome message, I'll go ahead and use my welcome message, and we'll put that in here. And I'll go ahead and cut this out and paste it in. So now when I apply this file, apply this manifest, this config map will be created, and then I could use it inside of my environment variables. So in this case, what we'll do, instead of value, we could do value from. So value from, and then we can do our config map reference, or rather key reference. And this key reference comes from name and key. So the name itself is the actual config map that we're looking for. What do you know? There's the config map, and there's the name of it. So we can use that name. And then the key is what's inside of this data. So in this case, it's the welcome message. And so this might feel like it's a little bit cumbersome, but the nice thing about this is I could reuse this in other kinds of resources. I could use this same exact config map elsewhere, which is exactly why config maps exist. We can reuse it over and over and over again. So like, for example, if your Django projects, if you have all of your Django projects use this particular port, we can make yet another config map. So I'll go ahead and copy this config map and put it right above. And I'm going to call this my Django config map as my default port. So Django config map, and then I'll go ahead and copy this and bring it right on up here and just change it from name to being port, and then the value being 8080. So at this point, I might want my entire Django config map to show up inside of every container image that I end up using. And so to do that, I can say env from, and now I can actually use the config map reference. I can use the entire config map and just pass in the name, and this is going to be my Django-config map, right? And so that's how I can actually inject an entire config map. This is how I can inject one value from that config map. Now, this means that I can just reuse it over and over again. I don't actually think this is a great practical use case because the actual port itself, I reference again down here. And yes, there's a way to reference it, but to me, adding a bunch of config maps is just adding too much complexity. So I'm not actually going to do that. I'll leave the port directly in there. That was more to illustrate the purpose of config maps. We can use them over and over again. But the thing about config maps themselves is, well, they aren't generally saved, stored any different than what you see here. As in, they're not encoded in any way. So there is another resource that allows for that to happen. But before we do that, let's go ahead and just really quickly do kubectl delete -f, and then we'll delete this pod. So copy that relative path, we'll delete it. And we've got not found config maps. Of course, they're not found because we didn't actually make them. So we'll go ahead and do kubectl apply -f of that pod now. So it creates those config maps and it creates the pod itself. So if we do kubectl get config map, we can see all of the config maps that we have. Notice that we have one from Kubernetes as well, but we can grab the config map that we just created and we can do out YAML or -o YAML, and we can hit enter, and we can actually see the value of that config map. We can see the value that's written right in there, which is nice. So that's actually how it's stored as well. So config maps can be really, really powerful, and they can be used for other things than just these key value pairs. But the idea is I use them all the time for environment variables, specifically for what we just did. So I want to look at one more type of config map type thing that we can actually inject into our environment variables. It's called Kubernetes Secrets. Now we're going to take a look at the older sibling of Kubernetes config maps called Secrets. To do this, I'm going to go ahead and grab this config map here, and I'm going to jump into my K8s folder, and I'm just going to call this 1-secret.yaml. Paste it in here, and the reason I put 1 in there is to reorder how these manifests are being handled, as we'll see in a moment. So right away, I want to actually add this into my gitignore because we don't want to expose our secrets ever. And I'm just going to go ahead and use *secret so that I can actually have various secret values in here, and they won't go to Git. So the secret I want is actually from my settings. So inside of my settings here, I've got my secret key. I'll go ahead and add in this secret key here. Of course, it's not a valid secret key at all. Actually, this one is also not a valid one in production, but at the very least, we can add it for just a moment. And so to make this a secret, we just change the kind to simply secret. And then the content engine also simply to secret. And there we go. So we now have a secret value that I can use inside of my pod. And so to use it, we can just use this same env from, and we can pass this in, and then I'll go ahead and change that a little bit. And this is going to be our secret ref. And we probably have to tab this in a little bit on both of these, actually. And so now it's not our Django secret, it's now our Django config map, it's now our content engine secret. Okay, and so of course, what's that going to do is it's going to inject this secret. So let's go ahead and test these things out. Now, one of the cool things to do is kubectl apply -f. I can do an entire folder, especially now that it's organized in a different way. So I want my secret to be applied first before I do anything else. And so the pod itself, maybe I put it at the very end as like 99 pod. The actual value inside of the manifest didn't change at all, but the way it's executed sort of did. Okay, great. And that's very similar to what we did with the manifests themselves. So we could also just take these out and do, let's say, 2cm.yaml and paste that in there. And now those config maps will be applied before the pod changes. And so we save it again, we run it again, and I'm still getting an error, which we'll address, but I now still have the same ordering as to when these things are being run. Okay, so one of the problems here is this right here, right? So we've got this illegal base 64 data at byte 6. So if we look back at the secret itself, this is not valid base 64 data, which is what the secret is expecting. So we can change it to string data like that. Now I can actually use string data just like config maps, but it gets stored in Kubernetes slightly different. So if I go ahead and apply these changes, I see all these changes happening, and I can also do kubectl delete all of these changes as well. I can delete it, I can bring it back on. It really just works that quickly. And there we go. So now I've got my pod coming last, my secrets first, and then my config maps and all that, just like the ordering inside of the folder. And so if we want to look at the secret value itself, let's go ahead and look at the config map first, just as a refresher. We can use kubectl get that config map, do out YAML, and we see a config map gives us that raw data right there. We know exactly what that data is, and we can review it just like that. The secret is a little bit different. So if we were to grab the secret value, we would go ahead and do kubectl get, secret slash, or you don't need the slash, you can just have a space there, but basically that content engine secret, and then we do out YAML again, and now what we see is our secret key. This is base 64 encoded. So that earlier error would be solved by just using that value like that, which I don't need to do, and I actually personally like using string data when I use secrets so that I can know that it's actually the valid data. And for me, it usually comes down to the database URL. Is I end up using a database URL like Postgres, and I want to make sure that whatever that ends up being, it's actually correct. For now, we're not going to actually set up the database URL just yet, but every once in a while, you might need to test that data for any given secret. Cool. So the biggest caveat to using Kubernetes secrets, though, is the fact that it is available, and it's really not that secure. It's just base 64 encoded. In other words, if I have permission to this Kubernetes cluster, I can quite easily grab this secret value. So what I recommend is to use something like HashiCorp Vault or Google Secrets Manager. Either one is a good alternative to this, which you'll still have to use some keys like this. But once you get a little bit more advanced with your secrets, you're going to want to look at those other solutions. But in the meantime, this is going to be great for us. It's going to be how we're going to inform our Django project on all of the various different keys that we want. And now that our pod has this env from, I can just keep on adding secrets into my secret.yaml and just really fill it out, where my pod then would be able to adjust for those secrets in theory. We'll see what's going on with that here very soon. But overall, the general idea is we need to get comfortable with adding in these values for our environment, and also comfortable with just deleting everything that we just provisioned. So you can delete those pods, you can bring them up. That's something that Kubernetes does really, really well, which is actually why we want to convert this pod to something completely different. It's completely different in the sense of how Kubernetes manages it. Right now, we only have one version of this container running. That is an issue that we want to solve, and we'll do that very soon. Before we get there, let's actually enter into this pod itself in Kubernetes using something similar to a bash shell and being able to actually see these environment variables injected into that pod. Now we're going to go ahead and do the SSH equivalent for Kubernetes, and that's kubectl execute, or exec -it for interactive terminal, and then the name of the resource. In my case, it's going to be pod / the content engine pod A, and then we'll do --ben/bash. And that's it. That's the SSH command to get into this particular pod. And what we can do in here is we can actually verify our various environment variables. So we can echo out the port value, just like that with that $sign. We can echo out the welcome message. We can also echo out the secret value, the secret key. Notice that it is unpacked. It's no longer base 64. So Kubernetes handled that for us. And just as a reminder, to show you that it once was base 64, is we can use kubectl and get secret, this secret itself, and then out YAML. And so what we see is this is how Kubernetes stores it. This is how it's injected. And that's it. So that's a quick and easy way to be able to run various commands inside of a pod itself. Now, one thing that's a caveat and why you might want to learn about using containers and Docker files and all that is the fact that when you go into this pod and you list things out and you try to write Python manage.py migrate, for example, a very Django specific command, you get Python not found. And then if you run Python 3 manage.py migrate, you get Python 3 not found. This is how the build pack ends up using this container. There's a lot of different ways on how you might execute this, but doing something like this is outside the scope of this series, and it is a good reason to start learning how to build your own Docker files yourself. The nice thing is, once you do have a Docker file, this build container thing here, well, you just basically skip this step, and you would just end up using the Docker build command instead of just Docker tag. You would do Docker build, and that's it. There's just a really minor change as far as using that pod, so you can do more robust things like Python manage.3, Python 3 manage.py and migrate. Of course, you can also install a bunch of things on here because it is a Linux environment, and you could just install requirements.txt. So you can use, I think apt-get works on here, and you could actually install Python 3 and stuff like that in a way that you might expect. I don't recommend doing that. I recommend learning more about containers themselves if you really need to run a bunch of different commands. The point of this one was to show you how execute-it works, and it works for any kind of container, let alone the one that we used, and then also to see that our actual environment variables are for sure being injected into our pod. So the other thing is that's really cool that we have to learn about is something called a selector. So let's talk about selectors now, because what we have right here is we're using the actual name of this pod. We want to use a selector so other resources will be able to use that selector. This will make a lot more sense in just a moment. Now we're going to go ahead and create multiple pods and take a look at how we might think about managing them. So let's go ahead and grab in our pod here. I'm just going to copy it a few times. I'm just going to change the name for each one. You have to change the name in order to actually provision new pods. Okay, so we got A, B, and C, the content engine pods. So we're going to do kubectl apply -f K8s, just like that. And so what we should see is our original pod being configured correctly, and then our two new pods in there. Okay, so what we can do is now is kubectl and get pods. And what we see is 3 pods. Great. So what we have now is we've actually solved a problem that we talked about earlier that Kubernetes solves really easily, and that is the port problem. In other words, Python manage.py run server is now solved. I do not have to change the port each time I do run server. It's quite literally the same port on all 3 of these things. Now, this is not the best way to manage all 3 of these things, but the reason I did this was mostly to show you something new. So these copy to all of these files are going to be gone. We're going to delete them very soon. But what I want to show you is something called a selector. So when we do that get pods, it just gives us all of the pods. And of course I can do get pods and then a specific one. So content engine pod A, right? And that gives me that specific pod. But what if I wanted a group of pods? What if I wanted to actually start naming them so they fit with a specific group? Now to do this, we can use something called labels. So labels inside of the metadata of any given pod, we can say app or group, whatever we'd like. I'm going to go ahead and say app, and I'll just call this one web. Actually, I'll call 2 of them web. And then the third one, we'll go ahead and say that we're going to call this not web, something like that. And so now if I go ahead and apply all those changes again for the entire folder, what I can use is I can use get pods to narrow down the scope using the selector argument here. And then the selector name, which we have in our case, is going to be app equaling to, let's say, not web. We hit enter. Now it only grabs that single one. And if I do web, it's going to grab all of the other ones. Now what this does is start to set us up for what's coming next, which is specifically handling multiple pods at once using Kubernetes deployments. It's a different resource, and it's a much more powerful resource than just pods, but it's still pods, right? So this is still the basic building block of pretty much every resource, is having these pods work. And so we have our pod that runs our container and all of the environment variables that come with it. Managing pods this way is not recommended at all, especially because it's the same exact container and it's the same configuration overall. Now, every once in a while, you might need to run one of these pods just to see what's going on with the container that's outside of what we're about to do. But overall, you're probably not going to go this method. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to delete these copies here and delete them. And then we'll go ahead and delete them with kubectl get pods. I want to delete each one individually. And we could do that with kubectl delete. Notice it's not -f, but rather just the name of the resource, or rather delete pod, and then the name of the resource, just like that. And then we'll go ahead and do that same thing. So kubectl delete, resource itself, which could be a secret, it can be a config map, delete pod, just like that. And there we go. So now we've got those pods deleted, and now I should only have just one pod in here, which is our original one, which has that web label, or app web. Great. So at this point, what I want to do is I want to upgrade this to being something called a deployment. Once we have a deployment, we're going to start looking at having how we can have third-party access, that is internet-based access to any given container that's running. Now we have some of the fundamentals down for pods. We want to upgrade this to using a deployment. So let's take a look at what that means right now. So I'll go ahead and do 3-deployment.yaml, and this is going to be our API version. This is going to be apps/v1. This is a new API version, or a newer one, because deployments weren't there at the start of Kubernetes. Pods were. And so the kind is a deployment. And then once again, we'll do metadata and a name. And this is going to be simply my content engine. I do not need to write deployment out itself. It's sort of redundant because the kind is deployment, but you totally could if you like. Next up, we need to add in our specification. And so what is the specification we're adding here? Well, we're actually adding the template for our pod. So in here, it's going to be basically everything for a pod, with the exception of the API version and the kind. So I can quite literally copy this entire thing right here and paste it in to my template. Make sure I tab everything in correctly. So the spec in there, it does not need a name at all, but it does need that selector label. And that's because our specification for a deployment needs to understand that selector. So we also do selector, and we add it into being match labels. And this is going to be app web. So this has to match this. This is basically just like what we just did, which was to actually go through and use this. So Kubernetes itself, the deployment manifest, what we have here, uses the same idea to manage all of the pods that match this exact template, which we've been building out up to this point. And so what we can also add in here, in addition to the selector, we can tell Kubernetes how many replicas we want. So in my case, I'm going to go ahead and say 10. So what this is going to do is something really cool. But the point is that we have the selector on here and it matches the template itself. If for some reason you left in name, I don't think you're going to have an issue at all here, like content engine pod. Let's go ahead and see. So quite literally, this is the actual pod YAML itself. So the first thing I want to do is in pod.yaml, I'm going to go ahead and comment this whole thing out. I no longer need all of this pod. This is no longer something I will be using as a resource anymore. So we'll go ahead and do kubectl apply -f K8s. And of course, if I need to delete that pod, I might have to. And so what we've got here is v1 can't be handled as a deployment. So unknown field template name. Okay, so what we've got here is quite literally this name right here cannot be in there. So let's go ahead and try that again. I figured that would be an error, but we wanted to test it out just to see what's going to end up happening. And so we've got this content engine being created. And if I do kubectl get pods now, what I will see is literally 10 pods running. We still have that old pod that's in there. So I'll go ahead and do kubectl delete. that pod itself, or rather kubectl delete pod, that pod, and now that one's gone. Great. And so if I do git pods again, there they all are running. And if I go up to the selectors or just use a selector, right, app equaling to web, I can now see all of the selectors in there. It is fantastic. Now, it's kind of hard to like state how amazing that is. That's quite literally 10 versions of Django running on all of those things just because of this deployment resource. And of course, now, of course, how do you actually get into any given pod? Well, it's the same as what we saw before. So cube and execute-it. This is going to now be the pod name. So pod, that name, and then bin/bash, just like that. So of course, now the question is, how do I actually get into one of these pods to verify each one of them having, you know, the actual environment variables? Well, so of course, the question now is, how do we actually execute into one of these pods? So like have a shell into one of these pods. Well, what we could do is we can grab any individual pod. We can do kubectl and then execute-it, the pod name itself, and then bin/bash. And that will allow me to get in there, and then I can echo out, you know, my welcome message or whatever environment variable that I might need to test. Oops, let's go ahead and actually put it next to each other. And there we go. Another way to do it, because it's a deployment, I can use kubectl execute-it deployments / and then just the deployment name, which is content engine, and then bin-bash. And that will now bring me into one of the pods itself. So in the case of the pods that are going to be available, it's not always going to be the exact same pod, and which is fine because the pod itself is just a container. And so that container is always going to be the same. So really, as you may know about containers, or maybe not, you don't really want to modify these containers that much. This is not where you modify them, in other words. They're in their final state. They're ready to go. You can technically modify them. You can go into one of those containers and, you know, change something about it. Like you can create a file like echo abc into text.txt, and then you can do cat text.txt, and there it is. But the thing is, this is only available on this particular pod that's running this particular container. As soon as it goes away, which it will, you have a problem. So let's actually see it go away. And so to make it go away, we can change something about our deployment manifest. So in my case, I'm going to go ahead and add in a version environment variable here, and we'll do 1.0.0. And now what I'll do is the kubectl apply -f K8s, hit enter, and that's going to change my pods, which I can verify by going into the git pods selector or not. But I see that a bunch of them are being terminated and created and all this stuff. And I can watch it with -w. Again, it's going to show all of those things just like that, which is showing me what's happening with these containers. And we can see this in real time as well. So if I let's open up another terminal window here and close this down. I want to see my pods change in real time. So I'm going to go ahead and change this version here. And then I'll do kubectl apply -f K8s, hit enter, and we'll see all of these pods actually changing right then and there. So we see that it's terminating, it's doing all sorts of work in there as it needs to. And then of course I can actually change my replicas down to, let's say, 3. Maybe I only want 3 running. And once again, I can apply those changes and it's going to terminate and adjust and do all of those things for me. When I was using manual pods directly, this was not an easy process. Deployment completely changes that and makes it an easy process, in my opinion. And I think hopefully you feel the same way. But what we see now, if I close out these pods and just look at the 3 that are running, there they are. And they've been up for 30-odd seconds, which is great. So this is one of the powerful things about Kubernetes is deployments. Now, deployments happen sort of randomly. They happen in sense of like, there's no rhyme or reason on how they come up or how they come down or what's used and what's not. There's another one that does have that, which is called a stateful set, which we're not going to cover, but this stateful set is actually really good for databases or things that persist for a while that also need volumes on them. This is getting a little bit more advanced than what we need to do at this time, but deployments are the next level after using pods. This is the next level that you need to learn and the next level that's useful. So now we're at the conjunction of how do we actually let other people view this? The first route we're going to take is by using a public approach, just allowing a public open source, or not open source, but a public open IP address that anyone can access to view this content on this deployment. And then we're going to lock it down and share it specifically using Twingate. Now we're going to go ahead and serve external traffic to our pods, more specifically to our deployment of pods, but still just to our pods, which of course go to our container. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and create a new manifest. This is going to be for-service.yaml. This, of course, is going to be a Kubernetes service. So we'll do API version v1. And this is going to be a kind of service. And then we'll go ahead and give our standard metadata stuff. So we'll give a name, and I'll call this my content engine. Once again, it's still service, so you could use SRV or service. Either one works, or you could just leave it blank, which is what I typically do. Next up, we define our specification. The first specification we want is a selector. That selector matches this selector. Whatever that selector is, whatever you put here, is going to be used for this service. Now, what a service does, what it allows us to do, is use something like a load balancer. Now, this comes from a cloud provider. This will give us a static IP address for this particular service. Now, more advanced uses of Kubernetes, something we're not going to cover, would be to turn this into an HTTP ingress using something like Nginx. I have some of that stuff on my blog, so cfe.sh/blog if you are interested in it. But the idea here is the load balancer itself will give us that IP address. That's what we need. So next up, what we want is we want to give that IP address the correct ports to run on. So typically speaking, when it comes to ports, you want to have a HTTP port. So we give it a name of HTTP. The name in this case is actually optional, but having a name is nice. Next up, we can add in the protocol, which is typically going to be TCP. And then the port itself that we are going to be exposing is port 80. So what this does is if you do, mydomain.com, that defaults to mydomain.com 80. Or if it's HTTPS, it would be, 443. But the thing is, with the service itself, we are only worried about HTTP. HTTPS traffic is something a little bit more advanced that we're just not going to cover. But this is the service itself. So this is the external one. And then what we need to do is, what is the port that this service is going to attach to in terms of our app selector? Well, hopefully you remember what that port is, but that port is the container port. It's exactly the same thing as that. And of course, that container port is also mapped to an environment variable, which then allows our actual container to run on that specific port. If those port numbers were all different, you would want to make sure they're all the same. And so basically we just do our target port here at 8080. Great. So what we have here, this is an external service. That's what this load balancer is going to end up doing. There are other ones that we can use, something called a cluster IP. This is actually what we're going to move towards, and this is a private service. This only works inside of Kubernetes. There's also another one called a node port, which is valid, but it is also a public IP, but it's attached to the VM. So it's the public IP on the virtual machine, which I typically just do not do that one. So we'll go ahead and do a load balancer itself. Now, in the case of the vast majority of cloud services, using this type of load balancer will cost an additional, however much per month to pay for their services. In the case of Akamai Linode, this is actually a managed service called a node balancer. Okay, so we'll see all those things in just a moment, but I want to give you some of that context as to where this service is currently going. But once we use a cluster IP, there is no public access to this particular service itself. And the cool thing about this is you can have multiple services. You can have thousands of them if you want, with a mixture of load balancer, node port, or cluster IP. Either way, that's what's going to happen. So the cluster IP is going to be an internal one that we'll take a look at. But for now, let's take a look at the load balancer one. And what we'll do is kubectl apply -f, and then we'll go ahead and grab our K8s here, that folder. And what we'll get is kubectl get service. And what this will do is it'll show us services. Now, if you don't have an external IP on here yet, then it might take a minute for it to fully provision. But what we see is the external port being mapped to an internal port. That internal port is being set by this service. So really, when you do a load balancer or a load balancer like this, you also still have a cluster IP. So there still is an internal version of that actual project itself. So we see that cluster IP is still there. It also has an external IP address. And so if we go to this now, let's go ahead and open it up in our web browser. And what we'll see is we get this invalid host header. But the thing is, if you're familiar with Django, this is absolutely a Django error. Now, the other part about this is we have Django in debug mode. So that's what's happening, right? So we have the debug page for a Django project. But overall, this is a public accessible IP address at this point. So we can also verify this IP address by going back into the Akamai Connected Cloud, into their node balancers. And what do you know? There is that single node balancer, and it's actually distributing traffic for me across my various Kubernetes virtual machines, right? So going back in here, we can see all of the virtual machines that are running. And so the difference between the load balancer is that it gives us that additional service, that node balancer service. If we were to do something like a node port, it would give us a port on all of these that would go to that service, which of course there's a limited number. In other words, each one of these IP address would have its own port that then is attached to this selector. And so what's happening here is it's a load balancer, and it's using the balance across all of these different Kubernetes resources, which in this case is a bunch of pods with a selector of app. In other words, when somebody goes to this URL here, what's happening is they are getting forwarded to something like this. So selector app equals to web, right? So they get forwarded to one of these containers. Now, these containers may or may not be on one of these virtual machines, or they might be distributed across all of them. Kubernetes handles that for us. Now, there are more advanced use cases where we can decide where they go, but that's outside the context of what we're doing here. Instead, we just have this particular thing. So if we need to serve more traffic, we just go back into our actual deployment, we up our replicas, we make those changes, so we apply the manifest, the desired outcome, and then we can see that more are coming through. So now our service, our actual node balancer, the load balancer service, can now handle more incoming traffic. It is fantastic that all of this works, and it works really, really well. But herein lies the big problem with our current project, is it's not much of a current project. It's really just having this host header. We've got debug mode on still. There's a lot of not great practices from the Django side that's happening right here. And the thing is, depending on where you are with Django, you might not ever have a lot of great practices on there, right? The goal, of course, is to improve them over time. But some of us are busy in a hurry and wanting to just get our applications into the hands of only a handful of people to be able to use the project. So this is a good example as to why the Content Engine project, to me, was a good idea, was the fact that, oh, if I need just a single video editor to have access to all of my videos, I want to be able to send them just a URL they can go to that I don't have to worry about all of the extra security that's in place. That's really the goal here, is I don't want to worry about all of those things. And that's why we're going to be starting to move towards using the sponsor of this series, which is Twingate. So we want to use Twingate so that I can share this knowing that it's secure and I'm not actually worried about any of this data being exposed to the outside world. Of course, I could lock down Django that much more, but where we're at with Kubernetes, a lot of this stuff is very straightforward from here on out. The changes we'll need to make are minor, and hopefully you already have a foundation on how to make those changes. So let's actually go through an example of making some of those changes by going from the code all the way up to a fully deployed service change in the next part. Now, going back into our Django project, what we want to do here is we actually want to build it out a little bit more than it currently is. So let's go into the SRC folder and we'll do Python and we'll do manage.py and we'll do start app and we'll just say landing for now as our landing page. So into the landing page itself, we're going to go ahead and create a new view, and there's going to be our home page view, and it's going to return a template of some kind. So we'll return render request, landing, and home.html with no context. Okay, So the next part of this would be to create a templates directory. So we'll go ahead and do templates here. Inside of here, we'll do landing/home.html. What's cool about VS Code is it'll automatically create those directories for you whenever it is that you need them. Okay, so for now, I'm not going to actually style things out yet. I just want to say hello world here. Great. Next up, what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and go into my settings. This allowed hosts, I'll just leave it as all. We'll keep debug mode on for now, but we'll leave all hosts allowed so that we don't have that same debug error that we had for the host header itself. Next up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the landing application view. So we'll go ahead and do from landing import views as landing views. And then we'll just go ahead and bring in our homepage path, just like so. So landing views dot and homepage view. There we go. Next up, when you go into our settings, we're going to go ahead and add this into our installed apps. And this is in part because we want our templates to work off of that. So baster/templates. So this baster/templates will bring us to this folder right here, which this templates equates to that templates. And then of course the view itself, this right here is going to be relative to a templates directory of some kind. And putting it into installed apps, make sure that it's actually reviewed in there. Great. So that's how the templates backend ends up working within Django. All right, so at this point, let's go ahead and just verify that all of that's true. So Python manage.py run server. I do need to do migrations. I won't do them yet, but my hello world page is there. It's up and working. So now, of course, we need to submit this to GitHub. So let's go ahead and do that now. I'll go ahead and say added homepage to Django. We'll commit it. Yes. And we'll sync those changes. Okay. So now back into GitHub, into the content engine, we should be able to see that the added homepage workflow is running. And this, of course, will take a few minutes, maybe a minute. And this change isn't major, right? It's not drastic, but it will change everything and it will require us to do something inside of Kubernetes to make sure that we're using the correct actual container that we need. And that's something we'll address once this actually finishes going through. Okay, so the GitHub action finished. If I go into Docker Hub, I should see my latest is probably about a few seconds ago. Great, and then I've got this tag. So now to actually change our container itself, there's a couple ways we can approach this. In deployment.yaml, we have options. The first option, the most recommended option, would be to change this to using the specific tag that we want to deploy. So this tag right here, which is related to the tag that's on Docker Hub. So as soon as I make that change, what I can do is I can use the kubectl apply -f K8s, hit enter. Oh, I'm in the wrong path here, so let me go back and do kubectl apply. And now if I do kubectl get pods, what I should see is a bunch of things changing. So I've got containers being created and the old ones running. So this is the nature of Kubernetes. It's going to slowly replace all of the resources and it'll do it once they're all healthy. Now, in this case, it was actually really fast on the change itself. So let's go ahead and verify it in the service and we can refresh in there. What do you know? There's hello world. Now, part of the reason it was very fast is because our container didn't actually change that much, right? So the actual commit here is not much different than the previous one. But the thing is, something I like letting beginners do is put latest here and then just changing the value of this version. So this is another way to do it, is you can increment the value of that version, and that will also trigger what's called a rollout, which is the rollout is just, well, quite literally rolling out new versions of the pods themselves. It changes the deployment itself. In this case, it actually would have redone it because I made a change to the deployment.yaml, a rather drastic change in the sense the environment variable changed. That's enough for that to trigger an entire rollout. Now, there is another command to trigger a rollout, which is kubectl and restart rollout, or rather rollout restart, and then the actual deployment itself. So in my case, it's the content engine, so deployments/content engine. And let's spell things correctly again. And there we go. And so what that does is it will also trigger a rollout, and you can do either one of those at any time. So the thing is, like I said, the best practice is to use the actual image that you're using. Set that. That's the best practice. The next best would be to at least set a version number that's happening. Ideally, you're putting those things together, but even if you're not, be sure to at least do one of them. And then the final one is to do nothing and just to run a rollout. The rollout, what that will typically do is pull the latest image. It will actually look for that latest one with that tag, because that's going to be a rolling tag. It's always going to change. It's always going to be quite literally the latest commit or the latest image that's on there. But what we saw is sort of the end-to-end as to what's going to need to happen when it comes to automating the process of deploying this application. So I actually do want to automate it, and I'm going to automate it doing not necessarily the best practice, which would be really just running this right here. And the reason I want to automate it this way is for simplicity purposes. Like I said, I would actually automate replacing this right here in GitHub Actions. But to make things simple, we're just going to run this command right here. So let's go ahead and set up that actual configuration so that we can get in the process of just continuously deploying our Django application. So it's really well set up for constant iteration going forward. Now we're going to go ahead and implement a sync K8s rollout for our specific deployment. It's just like what we did with the actual rollout, the kubectl rollout restart. We're basically doing this exactly, as well as kubectl apply. So what that means is our actual GitHub action workflow is going to need access to this Kubernetes cluster, at least one-off access to make it happen, as well as kubectl being installed. Now this is actually pretty straightforward. So what we're going to do here is we're going to define our steps. The first one is uses actions/checkout at v4. The next one is going to be setup kubectl, and this is going to be uses Azure/setup kubectl at v3. I believe that's the current one. And if it's not, what we could do is we could go to github.com/Azure setup kubectl and take a look at that and see what version is available. And it looks like version 3 is still there, which is what we'll end up using. So this means that at this point, I now have kubectl installed on this workflow. And so what I can do then is I can actually configure it. So we'll do configure kubectl. And the way we're going to do that is by adding in our configuration for kubectl. So we're going to make the default kubectl directory, and we're going to go ahead and echo in something into that directory for the kubeconfig. So this right here is the default location, which is what we augmented with the kubeconfig inside of our local project. I don't need to do that in this because it's a one-off rollout. So I want to give one big caveat to what I'm about to do, which is using my root configuration. That is the admin configuration for Kubernetes, this kubeconfig right here. We can absolutely use this, but it's not always recommended. What would be better is using role-based access control for Kubernetes and actually building out different role-based authorization. That is outside the context of what we're trying to do here. But basically what that means is you would have permissions, specific permissions for this kubeconfig to do what we're about to do, instead of giving admin permissions. But in the sake of being simple and making things just work, we're going to go with the admin one. And so I'm going to go ahead and copy this admin one, and I'm going to go back into my GitHub repo, and I'll go into settings. I'll go into my secrets and variables, into action secrets, and we're going to go ahead and create a brand new action secret. I'm going to paste that in, and this is going to be kube and config. So that's our new secret value here. I'm just adding that in, and then we're going to come in here, and we're going to echo that in to my value with doing secrets.kubeconfig. So what this does is it gives us the same thing as what we have locally, where I can do kubectl git pods, for example. And what it also means is I can apply changes. So let's say, for instance, I want to go to the next one and say name and apply K8s manifests. And to do this, well, we want to do it on our regular folder. And that's going to be kubectl and apply -f K8s. Again, we're checking out this code. Here's that code, and it's going to go ahead and apply it. Notice that secret file is not in there. We will automate that a little bit later, but for now, we're just going to automate this portion. So basically, we can repeat this process 2 more times. And the first time is going to be trigger K8s Deployment Rollout. So what this is going to do is we're going to roll out, restart deployments / our deployment name, which in this case is Content Engine. Right, so we can leave that in there, or of course, just like what we did with our build container, we have these environment variables here that we can use. So something similar to that, but for the actual deployment name itself, which we would change this to deployment name. And this is going to be secrets.deployment name if it were to switch, or of course, there's probably a way to read it from the YAML file as well. But in our case, we'll just do it like this. So if we needed to change a different deployment to automatically roll out, this is where we would do it. And so then $, curly brackets, env.deployment name. Great. So the next thing is just to verify the status, and that will be rollout status. So it'll hang until the deployment finishes. So then we'll go ahead and do verify K8s rollout deployment. Great. So nothing different than what we've already been doing, but it's just going to be based off of everything we've done here. Now, this rollout here wouldn't matter, actually, other than maybe you do the status one. This one, the rollout restart, would not matter if you were to actually update deployment.yaml. In fact, the way it currently works is if you did update deployment.yaml, this would actually trigger 2 deployments if you changed this file here. If you don't change it, then this will not trigger 2 rollouts. So just be aware of that. This is sort of optional, but it's a really simple and easy way to make that deployment happen. So let's go ahead and try it out. So we'll do git status, git add --all, git commit, and added K8s sync rollout. We'll go ahead and push it. And so now to actually run this, we'll go into our actions and we'll go into our sync K8s rollout, and we'll go ahead and run this. And so now what we can do is run kubectl git pods, and we'll watch. So what should happen in a short amount of time, not that long because of how short it should take for all of this to work, what's going to happen is everything's going to be restarted as we see here. And just to reiterate, kubectl apply can trigger a Kubernetes rollout, but kubectl rollout restart will definitely apply it. So the reason I say it can is because there's only a few things that will for sure cause a rollout. In deployment.yaml, changing the image, that will cause a rollout. Changing environment variables, that will cause a rollout. What will not cause a rollout is changing a reference config map or changing a reference secret. So in order for those things to be updated, we would need to run a rollout. Otherwise, the current containers that are running that haven't been rolled out yet or refreshed yet will still have the old values because those would have been injected when they were first rolled out, when they've come on. So basically, every time you do a rollout, it refreshes all those environment variables based off of the values that are currently available to it, and it'll keep those values until a new rollout comes out and causes those changes. So while this might actually cause 2 rollouts itself, what it's going to do for sure is make sure that all of our config maps are being updated if the actual apply doesn't cause that rollout. Because just changing the config map will not cause that rollout. It has to be done in the deployment itself, which is also important. Cool. So one more step that I want to do inside of here, and that is actually moving our secrets to a single place of truth and also updating how our rollout workflow ends up working. So let's take a look at that now. Now we need a place to actually store our production secrets. Now, on one hand, you could probably store them locally for some time and it'll still work for some time. But on the other hand, we actually want it to be a little bit more robust for that, at least for our production secrets, the ones that we'll end up using on our deployment, for example, whether that's like a database key or an API key or whatever it might be. We want to store it somewhere other than our local machine. So how we're going to do that is by using GitHub Actions, secrets, and variables. It's not a whole lot different than what we've already been doing. So in this first one, I'm going to go ahead and create one called my Django, and we'll call it our secret key. And so once again, I'll still use this insecure key for a moment so we can see how to change it when it comes time to do so. So I'll leave in that Django secret key. And so what I actually want to do is change this to being Django secret key also. So all across the board, I'm going to be changing my secret to being Django secret key. Notice my secret engine, I don't actually need to change anything on my deployment. That was done on purpose. Okay, so now what we want to do is we actually want to create this file right inside of my rollout. So to create that file in the rollout, I'm going to do it before I apply the manifest. So I'm going to go ahead and really just copy the configure kubectl to some degree. So there's going to be configure our deployment secrets now. And it works similar to this in terms of where we're actually going to store it. And I just want to make sure that I do have my K8s directory. This right here with the slot-p will create that file, that folder if it doesn't exist. It should exist because it's on my local project, but since we're using secrets, I just want to make sure that it does. So next thing is I want to go ahead and say cat and then EOF just like this and K8s and K8s 1-secret.yaml. Again, the ordering will still matter, so I'm following along with that same ordering, and then we'll go ahead and do our EOF here. And so unlike this, we don't necessarily need to use, but what I will use is that string data again, and I'll go ahead and add in our Django secret key, and this is just going to be equal to the string of the secret of Django secret key. And that's it, right? Almost. The next thing is, of course, filling out the entire secret. And so in this case, I'm going to use the top few lines here and just bring them in and make sure that we have them all tabbed over so that this actual run block is valid YAML. And I'll open this up just to see that a little bit. And so what we've got here is this is all valid YAML. I could have copied and pasted that entire thing, but there we go. So this, in theory, will give us that Django secret key, which we'll test. And we also know it's different than the original one because the original one was just simply secret key. And that's the reason I did that, is so we can actually see the difference between the two and make sure that this automation workflow ends up actually working. And so we create the file here, the secrets file. And so when we need new ones, we can just add it right directly in this workflow. And then we'll go ahead and apply it right here. Like I said, a more robust solution would be using like HashiCorp Vault. And that would actually augment how we end up doing this. We'd probably use some stuff with HashiCorp Vault right here instead, or maybe not at all. There is a lot of different options for configuring that stuff. But anyway, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and try this out on our new rollout. One other thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to copy this push branch here so that if I do make changes to K8s, it will actually update them as well as maybe this actual file itself. So if we make changes to either one, I want to go ahead and automatically sync those rollout files at this point. So now we'll do git status and git add -- all, git commit, and updated GitHub actions workflow for K8s Secrets. Okay, git push, and there we go. And again, we've got our Django secret key in here. Let's just verify that that's the correct one. And of course, sure enough, it is. Great. So now, with that running, let's go ahead and I'm going to let this finish. It probably won't take very long, but I will let it finish in just a moment. Grand total of 13 seconds, not too bad, if I say so myself. So we've got our secret in there. Looks like everything's formatted well, and I didn't get any errors when I applied the manifest. Let's just verify. Sure enough, the secrets was configured. And now if I actually go into my local project, I can verify that again with kubectl git that secret, and we'll do out YAML. And I should see two in there. I've got Django debug. This is probably from one of my own tests that we didn't do here, but I've got my secret key in there and my other secret key in there as well. Great. So those are absolutely values that we want. And then if I do kubectl git pods, and we should see all of them running. They're not very old. kubectl and execute -it deployments / content engine, and then --bin / bash. We're going to go ahead and echo out the Django secret key itself without that colon. And there we go. So that is the correct value. And you can play around and change it as you see fit. But now going forward, whenever I need to make changes here, I'll just go ahead and say Django debug, for example, set this in as a string of 0. Now, when it comes to numbers, you put it in as a string for secrets. That's just the default on how it works. Inside of your application, you can adjust for how you want to treat these values. But we want to leave it in as a string, and just like that. And then you might have other kinds of values you'd want in here. Perhaps maybe the database URL, for example. In this case, I have none, so I'll leave it in as an empty string. We'll save that and exit out of here. Git status, git add, git commit, updated rollout, and git push. Not a very good commit name, but nevertheless, this should actually give us a much more robust way of just updating our secrets whenever we need to. And now I actually do not need the secret.yaml on my local machine. In fact, I recommend getting rid of it, because now when you run kubectl apply-f K8s, it's not going to accidentally change what secrets you have. That's the other part. So once again, the source of truth is going to be on GitHub Actions. Now, this isn't true for Django, right? So Django itself can have a .env file that could use a lot of different things. So we can have different phases for Django itself. More than likely, you would actually have these projects separated. You wouldn't have Django and your Kubernetes in the same place necessarily. But since our project is pretty narrow, we can keep it at this. And we're pretty close to having everything done as far as Kubernetes is concerned for our Django project, so we can continue to iterate there. But the big thing that I want to do is I want to move away from a load balancer and start moving to that cluster IP, so we can really leverage that private sharing of our services and our applications through using the fantastic Twingate. So it's incredibly exciting that we now have our application out in production on Kubernetes. We even have a workflow to update it from time to time. Now, if you've never done that before, I mean, good for you. You've gotten to this point. It's a little bit tricky for sure, but now it's pretty seamless. But we do still have a major problem. And that is the current iteration of this application is prone to a lot of errors. So let's say, for instance, I go to a page that does not exist, in this case, ABC. This one is fine. It just says page not found, but this is potentially vulnerable because Django is in debug mode. Now, this page doesn't show us how debug mode can be vulnerable, but, well, this one will. So if we go to error, this gives me a different kind of error on my Django project. Now, granted, you won't do this because you will be paying very close attention to your application, but look at all of the things that come back in this debug mode. This gives you all sorts of things about the Django settings, about all this. This is something we do not want to expose to the internet. Now, there is a chance that you make a mistake and you put some secret key or secret value in here that doesn't actually go away or get hidden. That also would be a huge vulnerability. So when it comes to actually developing our application, of course, we could just quickly flip it to being debug mode being false, and this is no longer an exception like this. It would just be a 500 error like any normal server error. But the thing is, all of those vulnerabilities, maybe you don't have time to address just yet, but you want to share your application with somebody else. Or you just don't want to open up your application to any vulnerabilities whatsoever. You just want it to be private altogether. So for those reasons, we're going to be using Twingate. Twingate will allow us to have zero trust network access to our private applications. All that means is I will be able to share quite literally the cluster IP address for my container for the actual service that's running, so that my users or anyone I want to share it with will be able to access that application without going through the internet, but rather using Twingate as well as using the Kubernetes cluster itself. It's fantastic. It's a really easy and straightforward way to do it once we get to this point. And that's why we've been working on this so far. So that when we start to iterate on the actual functionality of our application, it will be able to be shared privately to whomever we choose, thanks to Twingate. So yeah, that also means that I don't have to set up authentication for this Django application just yet. I mean, maybe I never will or never want to, but what I will be able to do is share with people as I see fit in my own network. So at this point, go ahead and go to twingate.com. Yes, they are the sponsors of this video, but this tool makes it really easy to do everything I just said. Of course, there is still some configuration that we need to do, but once that configuration is done, similar to like what we did with Kubernetes, the iterations for our projects is going to be easier and easier. And so now what we want to do is on Twingate, you're going to create an account. When you create an account, it's going to make a network for you. So in my case, I have this content engine network, but if I were to go and create a new one, it's going to look something similar to what I'm doing right now. right? Where I log in, I select my account, and then I go in and I can see that I can add all sorts of things in here. So I can make other networks as well. I don't need to do that because I already have one, and you will as well. And once you actually have one, you'll log in right here into your network, and it's going to look very similar to this. In my case, of course, it's just at contentengine.twingate.com. It's pretty cool that I got that one. But the idea here is this is now my network for this particular project. So what I always recommend when you're first starting out is to download the Twingate client. So the goal here, what we want to do is we want to be able to build up our access. So let's go into our local project here, do kubectl git service. What I want to do is I want to be able to access this content engine service from this cluster IP. That's what I want to be able to do on my local machine, or really any machine that has this Twingate network associated to it. I want to give that as a resource that people can access inside of this network. Downloading and installing the Twingate client will allow for my local machine to have access to that at some point. So be sure to download that client right now. And there's ones for all platforms that are out there, and there's probably more on the way as well. So the idea then, once you actually have that client installed, what it's going to look like is like this in your browser window. And in my case, I'll go ahead and open it back up. It's off the video for me, but it will actually allow you to then log into your network, and then you'll be able to connect to it, and you'll be able to see things very similar to like what they have on their homepage. In this case, I'm actually logging into the network with that Twingate client, so I'll be able to use it locally for my project. Right, so what's happening here is we are going to manage Twingate directly on twingate.com in this network. This is where we're going to manage it. We're going to add resources and all that. And then when we want to connect to it on our local machine, we will use that Twingate client. So when you're sharing with others, just make sure that they download that Twingate client and they connect to your particular network. Once you have that, all we need to do is configure the access to the various resources that we need. And the way we're going to do that is by deploying a connector, which we'll do in the next part, where we'll deploy a connector with Helm to our Kubernetes cluster. So be sure to download helm.sh right now so that you'll be able to install the Twingate connector to your Kubernetes cluster. Now it's time to integrate our Kubernetes cluster with Twingate. Now the way we're going to do this is by generating a new remote network inside of our Twingate network. The remote network itself is really just another way of saying integrating Kubernetes with Twingate, but Twingate does a lot more than just Kubernetes. So the remote network will have all of the Kubernetes resources in it. So it's going to be kind of all together. Sometimes it's referred to as like a VPC in a way, but it's not a VPC. It's just going to be a collection of resources, as we'll see. So the idea here is we add this remote network in with a name of some kind. In this case, I'll give it a Content Engine K8s, just so I know that that is the remote network I'm using here. And so what we'll see is as soon as we create this remote network, we have two connectors that are not currently connected. Now, the way we're going to connect them is by their very easy to use guide for Helm. But as you see here, there are a lot of different connectors that you can use. So the actual resources that we can provide, well, there's a lot of them. You can do all sorts of things. You can do S3 buckets. You can do databases. You can use Kubernetes resources or not. You can use all sorts of things. There's a lot of use cases for how you would end up using Twingate. But in our case, we're going to be using Helm. Now, if you're not familiar with Helm, hopefully you already have it installed on your local machine. So if you don't have it installed, right now is the time to do it. You can just download the binary release, or if you're using like Homebrew, you can download it using Homebrew. A lot of different ways on how to install Helm. Helm is just a quick and easy way to provision Kubernetes resources without writing a bunch of manifests. So up until this point, all we've been doing with our Kubernetes resources is writing a bunch of manifests. But when you use third-party packages, Helm is often the way to go because it doesn't require us to write a bunch of manifests for it, basically, which makes things a little bit easier on us. So that's how we're going to go ahead and install this particular connector. So to do this, we're going to generate our tokens, which will require us to re-authenticate. And then we'll go ahead and sign in with our account. However you signed up with Twingate is how you'll sign in here. And then what we'll do is we will actually take the exact commands it gives us to get this going. So the very first command, yes, we have these access tokens here, but the very first command is going to be from this right here. So I'll go ahead and copy this command go back into my local project, and I just want to verify something, and that is that my kubeconfig is actually set up. So if this kubeconfig environment variable is not set up, Helm is just not going to work correctly, and you'll run into some errors. So now with Helm repo add Twingate, we can actually add in Twingate into our repositories. If we wanted to remove it, we could just do Helm repo remove Twingate, and it's really just that simple. So adding it in will give us access to various Helm charts, which are essentially manifests. And so what we can do then is we can run the Helm command to actually install this particular connector on a default namespace. We'll talk about the namespace in a second. What we see here is the connector is the content engine. That, of course, was the network that we have specifically for Twingate, which is even in the URL itself. And then we have those access tokens that were just created that were automatically filled in for us. This makes it so simple. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and we're going to go ahead and paste it in and upgrade our actual connection. And it's going to go ahead and install that release. We can verify this by doing Helm ls. And what that does is it'll list out everything that's installed through Helm on our Kubernetes cluster. As we see here, this is the Twingate Debonair Chupacabra, which is kind of funny. But anyway, so what we've got here is this is now connected, which we can verify by going back into our remote networks. We have 1 out of 2 connected. Great. So let's do our next one, which we'll just add in the other connector. Once again, we're going to go ahead and authenticate with that. After you authenticate, we're going to go back into Helm. Once again, generate some more tokens and authenticate again. Great. So I did that. And now I can skip the adding the Helm chart repository because it's already on there. And I'll go ahead and add in this other connector. This is just a fail-safe method. You can add more connectors if you'd like, but the more connectors you have, the more fail-safes you have in place. The recommendation is a minimum of 2, but now we actually have both of these installed, which we can verify here. Now, what's this namespace thing? This is something we haven't talked about at all inside of our project. The general idea is every resource in Kubernetes can be grouped together under a single namespace. The default namespace is, unsurprisingly, default. But if you had a new namespace, like something like apps, you totally could have a namespace like that. You have to create that namespace and then you apply your resources there. But I'm going to stick with default because that's what we've been using. If you were to change it, you would want to adjust accordingly inside of your connectors. Great. So with this in place, now that we have these connectors, we just want to make sure that they are connected, right? So let's go back into our remote network. And what do you know? We've got 2 connectors in there, but 0 resources. So with this installed, we are now ready to actually bring in some resources with Twingate, which we'll do in just a moment. But before I do, you might be wondering, well, how do I actually uninstall those resources, right? So what if I want to get rid of these connectors? Okay, so if we do Helm ls, we see again the actual name of a resource that was installed. So we can do Helm uninstall that name, whatever that connector is in the namespace that it's in. And that's how you do it, just like that. And now if I do Helm ls, it's no longer there. And of course, if we look at that connector, which I think was this one, if I refresh in here, it might take a moment for it to fully propagate. It will not be connected any longer. So just give it a little time before it fully propagates whether or not it is fully connected. But the idea is if you need to generate a new connector, you can do that, right? So I'll just add a new one and then connect this new one instead so that I can generate everything necessary. Okay, got those tokens, and I'll go ahead and generate or install this other one. And it will take just a moment, and there we go. And then once again, Helm ls, I see what's installed. Those are connected, deployed, everything's looking good. And then of course, if I go back into my network, it says 3 out of 3, but that other one will be updated sooner or later, or I could just go ahead and delete it. I don't need it because it's not actually connected any longer. Great. So being able to roll back all of these things is something you can absolutely do. But now what we want to do is create our very first resource for our Twingate connection. Now we're going to create a resource inside of our Twingate network so we can access our Kubernetes service. Oof, that's a mouthful. But the idea here is we're going to go ahead and create this resource, and this is going to be my content engine service. So the service itself, what is the service? There's a few different ways in how we can think about the service as far as Kubernetes is concerned. The first thing is we have this load balancer. We could probably use the public IP address, but I don't want to. I want to use a cluster IP address. So we're completely getting rid of that load balancer there. So we'll do kubectl apply -f K8s, get rid of that load balancer. It's now gone. So if we do kubectl get SVC or get service, I can see the service itself. The cluster IP is this, and we've got a TCP port at 80. So those are the minimum things that we need to turn this into a resource right on Twingate. So we add that address in. I can add in ports in here, like port 80, for example, and I can get rid of these other ones. I can deny any other port that I want. So literally port 80 to that local host is what happens. So I'm gonna go ahead and create this resource and just let that propagate to everyone. Of course, you can narrow down the focus as to who gets access to this resource, but I'm just going to go ahead and give everyone access at this point because everyone is just me or my local computer. So I'm going to go ahead and grant this access. And so now I want to be able to go to this actual URL here. I should be able to access that cluster IP locally. Now, it's not happening just yet, but it will happen soon. It might be really, really quick. It might take a minute or two. Just let it propagate, but you will, or you should be able to actually access this actual URL now, whereas your actual load balancer IP address is no longer accessible. So back into our, Akamai Connected Cloud, we can actually get rid of the load balancer that's in here. We don't need to pay for this. Why would we? We don't need it anymore because we now have this private access in here. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this. And what do you know? There, it's gone. And now we have this private access to this particular resource. This is super cool. So the other thing is, if I open up my local terminal, I can actually curl HTTP oh wait, not that, but curl HTTP : to that cluster IP. All right, so I can come in here, curl to that cluster IP at that port, and I'll get that hello world back. It is not very good formed HTML, but it is HTML nonetheless, and it's coming directly from that cluster IP. Super, super cool. And so back into Twingate, if I ever want to turn that off, I can go ahead and edit this, and I could just delete access or just remove access from any given person, right? So now I removed access. The resource still exists, but nobody has access to it. So if I go to try and curl it, it has to propagate a little bit, but once it propagates, it will actually deny access, right? So in a minute or two, access is denied, and I will no longer be able to access it, where now if I want to bring it back in, I can just do that really quickly. And so when it says everyone, of course, I can invite people onto my team to have access to these things, and by all means, play around with Twingate to figure that out. But once you give that access, you can just say, hey, look, you can just go here, and that's where it's going to be. Isn't that fantastic? But wouldn't it be great if I could just say something like, it's going to be at content.engine instead? So that would be fantastic if I could do that. Or we could say something like content-engine.local-app or something like that. There's a lot of different things that we could do with this. And the cool thing is it's all done with Twingate. Let's take a look. So Kubernetes has a really cool way of mapping different services, and that is by using DNS, the domain name system. Much like what you would do with public DNS, you can do that internally with Kubernetes. So this particular content engine service actually has the DNS value of content-engine dot, this is going to be default.svc.cluster.local. That is the default value for the DNS that goes here. So in other words, the name of the service, .default, the namespace, .svc as in service, .cluster.local, so the local cluster. So in other words, what I want to do is instead of using the cluster IP, I want to go ahead and use that. So I'll do HTTP : that value. And what I want to see, of course, is hello world. So of course, the way to do this is through Twingate. So back into Twingate, we're going to create a new resource with that label, or we'll content engine K8s DNS, and then we'll go ahead and add that in there just like that. We can add our ports again, so 80, and then we can deny everything else. To me, I like denying everything that we don't need, so I'll go ahead and create that, and it will be for everyone once again. I'll grant the access. And once again, at over a short amount of time, I'll be able to actually access the content engine here like that. Pretty fantastic. Now, of course, that is using Kubernetes DNS, But this also makes it a little bit easier on me because now whenever I deploy a new service, I can quite literally just take the service name and then the namespace and just combine those things together to get this URL. It's quite a bit easier than trying to figure out what the IP address is all the time. And also if the cluster IP address changes, like what happens then? It shouldn't just change out of nowhere, but if it does change, the DNS way is the way to do it, and it will be unique. So it's always the, the name. So let's say the service name, default as in the service namespace, the service itself, .cluster.local. That's how it works. It's fantastic, really easy to use. Now we're going to highlight another great feature that we can use in Twingate with Kubernetes, and that is, of course, databases. So in this case, it's just a high-level overview of how to use a stateful set with a Postgres database. So if we go into the Content Engine repo into K8s, you'll see that there's a folder called DBs, and it has Postgres.yaml and commands. So Postgres.yaml is going to define the stateful set that we'll use, which is identical to a deployment. It's just slightly different on how Kubernetes uses it. And stateful sets have the ability for us to add in something called a volume claim template, which this one is designed specifically for Akamai, Linode, basically volumes that are in there, and 120 gigs, as we'll see here in just a moment. It also has the service built in, but what it doesn't have is the secrets reference, which we'll take a look at right now. But the reason I'm telling you about the repo instead of showing you all of the commands is because we're going to go through this fairly quickly. Then the commands to use them are going to be roughly like this, as we'll see in just a moment. Okay, so now let's go ahead and take a look at what this secrets looks like. This is it right here. We're going to give it a name of Postgres, the label and amp, the selector we probably don't need for a secret, but the idea is we're using the default namespace, and this is it. So these values are required to configure Postgres with a container image, as we'll see in just a moment. These values, change them as you see fit, but for now, just keep them as is because you can always delete it and then recreate it as you need. The next thing is the actual stateful set itself. As you'll notice, it looks exactly like a deployment. This, we only need one replica. Ideally, you only have one replica. Otherwise, you can cause some issues when it comes to connecting to Postgres. In the long run, this is definitely not the database solution you're going to want to use for production applications. It's fine for testing and stuff like that. We'll look at a more robust solution in the near future. But this is also really to highlight how quick it is to do all sorts of things with Twingate and our local development environment, as well as just sharing things as well. So the cool thing about this is we've got the stateful set in here. It has containers, a lot of the things that you might expect to see. Something that's new is this volume mount. It's fairly straightforward on how it works with Postgres, but this will mount the volume claim to the actual container once it's up and running. And then it has the Postgres official image from Docker and Postgres, the cloud provider itself. And then it also added in this poll policy of whether or not it's there, it will add the new one. So of course we can get a little bit more vote for most of that, but notice I also have my secrets, and that's that. The next thing is this init container. What this will do is actually just clear out the volume when it is mounted into the environment itself. And then we've got our service in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first off grab my secret, and I will go ahead and do kubectl applying -f of that secret. And then I'll go ahead and apply the Kubernetes of it all as well. This one, rather the Postgres Kubernetes of it all. This one we probably won't need to run very often, right? We probably don't need to automate this. Once you have a Postgres database up and going, it should work. And this should say Postgres, not Postgres. Nevertheless, we will have the ability to now see the pod. So we'll go ahead and do git pods, and we can see a bunch of them. Now, once again, with our selector, we can just select the app itself. So git pods, selector, and app equaling to Postgres. And we run that, and there we go. Great. So what this will not do is cluster by default. In other words, if I have multiple replicas and my service is going after, those selectors, it's not necessarily going to cluster this data very well. So this is highly inefficient when you start to scale. That, again, is not the point for doing this. Rather, what the point is, if we do kubectl git the services, or SVC, we can see the database is in there, and here's the cluster IP. As you might expect, we can use either one with Twingate, which we will likely do here shortly. The first thing that I want to do is notice that we can absolutely use port forwarding inside of our commands, right? So we can do port forwarding, the Postgres password, and then if you have PSQL installed locally, which I'm not going to set up, but if you had it installed locally, this is one of the ways you can actually access that database. But of course, that means that you have access to the Kubernetes command line tool in the first place, that you have kube installed. This one, on the other hand, I can share with anyone as long as I'm using Twingate, and that's exactly what I want to do now. So let's go ahead and set up Twingate. Jumping back in, we're going to go ahead and create a resource here. Let's go ahead and sign back in. Okay, and so we're going to create this resource here, and this is going to be my Postgres DB. The address is going to be the service address, just like that. The ports themselves, it's going to be the standard database port for Postgres, which is the TCP port. I can block all of the other ones, and I'll go ahead and create this resource. Great. And we'll give it to everyone, grant access, just like that. And so all I'm really checking for right now is that I can access it using the Postgres command line tool. Now, if you don't have the Postgres command line tool installed, that's okay. We will use this exact same URL and setup with Django once we get there. But for now, I just want to test this out. So I clear this out. I try to attach or go into that Postgres database based off of the local URL for my Kubernetes cluster. And sure enough, it works. This works directly on my local device, which is fantastic. So that means that I have a really quick and easy way to spin up databases now. The way I would do that is by duplicating this Postgres.yaml and just changing a few of the names as well as the service, and then I'll have another version of Postgres that I could share if need be. So at this point, I should be able to actually use this service inside of my Django project. So what that will look like is we'll put it into a .env file in SRC, and then we'll go ahead and do a database URL, and we'll go ahead and set up our Postgres database information here. And so what that looks like is in commands.yaml, it's going to look very much like this. And oftentimes it's PSQL, the username, which is username in this case, PG password, which was our password, and then our default URL there and our database name. All of those things can change from those secrets, but that is going to be our database URL that we can use both locally, thanks to Twingate, and in production, thanks to Kubernetes. So all of these things working together make it super simple to do that. And you might try now to repeat the process with something like Redis and a stateful set. It's not a whole lot different. It's actually fairly straightforward as far as how it works. Now, this is going to be a great temporary solution as we develop things, or if we need to share a database with somebody who needs access to temporary data or the schemas or anything like that. This is a great way to do that as well. So yet another reason to use Twingate with all sorts of resources, but especially within our Kubernetes environment. And of course, we can always lock it down to being accessed to different people as well, which is super cool. So now let's actually implement this on our local development and see how well it works. Let's implement a way to sustainably load in our environment variables both locally and in production so that we can use the database URL, but also use other environment variables like Django debug and the secret key. So let's do that by using a package called Python Decouple. Now, of course, to do this, we're going to go into our SRC, we're going to go into requirements, and we're going to add Python-Decouple. This is by far my new favorite way to load in environment variables from .env, but also from the environment itself. There are other ways to do it, but this is my favorite. So now what we'll do is in our main configuration folder for Django, we're going to create a file called env.py, and we're going to go ahead and do a few imports in here. Now, the reason I do this is so that I can actually change what .env file is there and also change the location. Like right now, the location is inside of the Django project, but if it was in the root of the entire project, then yeah, maybe I would want to be able to load that in as well. And that's kind of the point. So to account for that, we're going to go ahead and import the pathlib, and then we'll go ahead and do our base dir is equal to pathlib.path of this file. This, of course, gives me the absolute path to the file itself. If I do .parent, it'll give me the path to CFE home. And if I do parent one more time, it's the path to SRC, otherwise known as the base directory for Django. Now, the reason we don't actually load in the actual Django base directory, this one right here, has to do with the fact that we are going to be bringing in this configuration file in a moment. And, you know, we could even copy this base directory as well. And that's basically the same thing as the Django one. But I'm going to leave it just like this. And now, once we have that, we also want to have in our root directory. Now, this to me is kind of optional, but you'll see why I'm using it in just a second. And that, of course, is going to be the parent directory of the base directory. Next up is going to be our env file name. And in this case, I'll just use .env. And then I'll go ahead and do my env base dir. And that's going to be my base directory / this env file name. Great. So now what I want to do is I want to actually use Python decouple. So to do this, we'll go ahead and do from decouple. We're going to import the config class as well as the repository env class. And the reason for this is so that we can actually declare a path itself to the env file. Python decouple will automatically look for a path, but I like doing it this way. That way it can specify exactly which path and which env file I want to use, as we'll see in a moment. So next up, we'll go ahead and define git config. And basically what I want to do is if the env base dir exists, so if that path exists, then we're going to go ahead and return the config and then the repository env of that path. And we might actually add it in as a string just to make sure it is a string. Otherwise, what we're going to return is we're going to go ahead and do from decouple. We're going to import config and then return that. So I import it here instead of up here because at the end of the day, I'll just go ahead and say config equals to git config. And so when I actually import config, it'll be from this env file, env.py file, instead of the regular decouple file. In other words, on settings here, now what I'll do is from .import config, or .env rather, and import config. So now I can actually use the config and something like the Django secret key, and the default being none, and cast to a string. Right. So this is why I use Python decouple. First off, you can get the environment variable, whether it's inside of something like this. So in this case, I'll do Django secret key. We'll go ahead and add in something there in just a moment. So I can grab that variable. So whether it's in the .env file or it's just in the environment variables itself, so something like os.environ.git, right? So this replaces that. The other thing is I can set a default value and I can cast the data type itself, which becomes really important when we go into the debug value. So Django debug. And the default here is going to be, well, I actually want the default to be false, and I want to cast it to a Boolean value. So in other words, in my .env then, I can actually come in here and set Django equal to true. I can set it equal to false. I can set it equal to 1 or 0, or the actual number 1 or 0. And so 1 will be true, so it will allow me to run this debug. So the Django secret key, there's a lot of different ways on how you could actually create one of those. I'm going to use open SSL rand, and we'll do base 64 encoding and 32 characters. And then that will be my secret key here. Okay, great. So now we've got a number of settings going through, and I'm going to leave them as is. The next thing is eventually we'll have to bring in our database. But before we do that, I just want to make sure that Python decouple is working correctly. So going back into env.py, I want to add a couple things. The first thing that I want to add is going to be functools. So right below pathlib, we'll go ahead and do from functools. We're going to import LRU cache. What this is good for is, especially with configuration files, is it will cache it within Python. So it's basically going to load it one time. It's not going to keep loading it every time we need to use the config variable itself, which is important. Just a little bit more efficient is all, especially when we go into production. Okay, cool. So there's that. And then I also want to bring in the root directory env. So I'm going to go ahead and create another one, as in my root directory env. And this is going to be my root dir this time, and the env file name. And so my root directory Once again, I'll basically do this same thing here. And if it's in the root directory, then we'll return it. Great. The last piece of this is I'm going to go ahead and import OS. And I will put another environment variable, but this one is not going to be loaded from Python decouple, but rather os.environ get. And this will be our env file or .env. So the reason I have that is so if I want to run something like env file and set it equal to .env.prod, I can do that and then Python manage.py run server, and the actual decouple will end up working, as we'll see also in just a moment. And of course, if it's not there, then it's going to go ahead and just use the default decouple, which would load in other environment variables. Great. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and now try this out inside of our project. So let's go ahead and jump into our Django project, and we'll do pip install -r requirements.txt. And then we will go ahead and run Python manage.py run server. Okay, so now we've got our server running. Looks like everything's working okay. So the only way I can really test this is by changing the debug to 0, for example. Let's go ahead and rerun it. Once again, the reason I have to rerun it is because of how I'm loading in my configuration. It will cache it, so I actually have to restart the server. So it's caching what it already loaded in, even if the server itself sort of restarts in the development. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go refresh in here, and I'm going to go to a page not found. Now I get a non-debug version of page not found. Great. So that's Python decouple. So of course, now what I want to do is actually implement the database URL. So now that we have the environment variables set up, I can start using different database URLs, and it is quite literally decoupled from our Django project. In a moment, we're going to integrate Django with our Postgres database on Kubernetes, of course, through Twingate. Now, the first thing that I want to show you is this database URL string is incorrect. We need to update it a little bit. I was just copying and pasting. I didn't really look that closely at it, but this is the correct one, right? So we've got a username, password, our host name, and then every once in a while, you might need your port name in here as well. Now, this database is coming from Kubernetes, which the biggest downside of it is exactly this. If I copy this Postgres YAML file and do kubectl, and let's make sure that we're in the root here, and I'll do kubectl and apply -f, that, it doesn't change, it doesn't do anything, but if I do kubectl delete that, I just deleted that database. It's completely gone now, and there's no way to really access it, whether it's through Twingate or in Kubernetes or in production, anything like that. That's exactly the reason why I consider this a temporary database. Just another practical example of that. But of course, it's also really easy to bring it back up, so we can just create it like that, and we do kubectl and get pods, and just make sure that that pod is running. It's going to take a few moments before it does, which is okay because we need to configure a number of things related to this database URL string. Now, I will say you could decouple this string itself, as in we could do our database URL username or UN, and then pass in whatever username you have, which in our case is username. You can use quotes or no quotes. .env files are pretty forgiving with that. But the idea here is you could definitely decouple it, but then you end up having multiple different values where you could just use a database URL string, which to do that, we are going to be using something called DJ database URL. What this package will do is quite literally load all of this into a configuration that Django can understand. It makes connection strings so much easier to work with. So next things we want to do is we want to go into our settings, and we actually want to implement that right after our database's configuration for SQLite. Now, I usually like having the SQLite backup so that Django definitely starts. If I don't have a database configuration at all, Django might not start at all. So having the SQLite as a backup will at least allow me to see errors related to the database as 500 errors, where if this isn't there, Django might not start at all. So with this in mind, what I want to do is I want to use that database URL, and we'll go back down into our database settings here, and we'll go ahead and do config from the environment variables, default being none. And so we'll just say if the database URL is not none, then we'll go ahead and configure our default database. And of course, if you weren't aware, Django can have multiple databases we're just going to stick with the default for now. So the configuration is going to replace this dictionary right here. So we can say our DJ database URL config is equal to something, right? In this case, I'll just leave it as an empty dictionary, and that's what we're going to go ahead and configure right now. So to make that work, we're going to go ahead and import the DJ database URL package, and we're going to use it right here. So config, and then our default URL. It's kind of confusing because we got a default and a default, but this is the default URL that the DJ database package needs to use, which of course is that environment variable. Then we can add other things like connection max age, like 60 seconds or 50 seconds, however long you need, and then connection health checks. And you probably want to set that to true. And then, of course, we use it right there. Okay, so let's make sure we import or actually have this in our requirements. So going back into our src folder here, we'll do pip install-r requirements.txt, or of course python-m pip install-r requirements.txt. Cool. So with that in mind, we should now have that database URL package in there, so we can start the process of trying to migrate it. So let's go ahead and do that with python manage.py migrate, and I'll hit enter. So what we get is we get this improperly configured. It couldn't find the scicop G2 module. So what we would be tempted to do is to just go into our requirements and paste that in. And overall, I would be like, yeah, that's probably fine. But there's a big caveat to this particular package. It requires OS level installs, as in on my Mac or on your Windows. So that doesn't work for us. Instead, there's another one called binary. This is the one we'll need. So the OS level installs, the reason we don't want this is because our container is automatically built for us. And since our container is automatically built for us, it handles all of the OS level installs, all of the operating level installs, like Python, for example. Whereas scicop G2 binary doesn't need additional ones specifically for Postgres. Now, this might start to fall apart a little bit when you want to use a different database technology, which might mean that you have to use Docker directly. You have to learn how to write a Docker file with those OS level installs in order for that to work. So in our case, Postgres has this binary, makes it really easy to just get up and running. So we'll just go ahead and add that in. We'll go ahead and install it now. And of course, there it is installed. It might take a little bit longer for you because mine has a cached version, but it's not that big of a package. 2.6 megs isn't that big for what it does. It connects our Django project to Postgres without installing additional things on our operating system, which is great. Okay, so now with this in mind, we can now run our migrate command. And there we go. So we can run it and it will migrate into our database. So what's happening here is it's going to use our local system to then go through Twingate to our Kubernetes cluster where our service exists for this Postgres database, and then it's going to come back. In other words, it's going to take a little bit of time for this to actually run on our local environment. But once we push this into production, once it's in the Postgres database, once it's actually in the Kubernetes cluster and it has access to that Postgres database within that cluster, it's going to be significantly faster, which makes it pretty ideal for testing things out like what we're doing. Now, it's not ideal for production because it's so easy to bring things down, right? So like I could come back and just delete those things all over again by just running that kubectl delete command again on K8s and DBs or something like that. It's super easy to accidentally delete the wrong thing with Kubernetes. And when it comes to databases, it's a lot harder to bring that wrong thing back up. Whereas everything else in Kubernetes up until this point is super easy to bring right back up. This deployment, it comes from our container image. That thing is in a solid state. It's not going to change out of nowhere. Whereas our database that we actually store in Postgres or Redis for that matter, or MySQL, or really any database that uses a volume, as soon as we delete that, that volume goes away and all of the data goes with it, which is another reason to just, really think of Postgres on Kubernetes as a temporary database. But rather than just temporary, it's building us towards what we want with our production databases and all that. Okay, so with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and do our git status here. I'm going to add this all into our project, and then I'll go ahead and add in, Postgres to Django. and then we'll go ahead and push this. Now we're going to go ahead and verify everything we just did. But the first thing I want to do is delete this Postgres database with kubectl delete, and then of course kubectl apply -f, and then the database itself once again. So with this in mind, what I always want to do whenever I delete something like that, I want to run the migrations locally. And the only reason I'm running the migrations locally is because I don't have it set up anywhere else. So I definitely want to make sure that it migrates my database locally. So with that in mind, I also want to now update my actual rollout, my secrets, to have the correct data in here. So let's just verify also that those are the correct env variables that I've got. Django debug, yes. Database, yes. And rather the database URL. And this is not the database URL. This is the Django secret key. Okay. So for some reason that was incorrect. Let's just go up here and make sure that that's correct. Great. So in our workflow, looks like it's correct as far as the secrets go. I need my database URL to be set up now. So let's go ahead and add that in. And it's going to be our database URL just like that. Great. And luckily, it is the same database URL. So going back into our GitHub Actions, we'll go into our settings here, and then we will update our secrets. The first secret I'm going to update is going to be that database URL. And we'll go ahead and grab this value here. And what I also want to update is my actual secret key. So let's go ahead and do that as well. Once again, I'll use OpenSSL brand and base 64 and 32. Okay, there we go. Grab that, add that in there just like that. So my actual values for those secrets are updated. But now I've got this. So one of the big benefits of what we've got going here is I can actually put on the database debug. And so that's what I'll do. I'll leave it in as the 1 for now. And I'll do git status. We'll go ahead and add this. We'll go ahead and commit it. And we'll go ahead and update our deployment data. Or secrets, rather. And then we'll go ahead and push that. And they'll take a minute before it actually runs through. But this database is the same. It's the same one that we use locally as well as the one in production. That's not always what you'll want, of course, as I'll repeat many times. But the idea here is that the migrate command is something that we'll need to run when we start using an actual production database. And one of the ways we do that is by updating how our entry point works. So this right here should also have Python manage.py migrate and then -- no input and then and the run command. So this will be a one-off run. It will just run really quickly and then it'll run the rest of the application itself. The reason to do this is so that you can ensure that your migrations exist on your database prior to running the application itself. And this entry point will run when the container runs, which means that we get all of those secrets that we just set. Those should be available when we run that, which is also pretty cool. So the other thing is something to think about is we could run a workflow to do the migrations in advance. So the actual workflow creates them for us instead of what we just did. And we could do that using something like the build container, actually create the migrations around that same time, or something in the rollout itself. Those things I'm not going to cover. It's just something to think about. To me, adding in the migrations right inside of the runtime or the entry point to the application is the way I go. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go ahead and go into our actions. We should have had that rollout complete with our updated deployment secrets, and sure enough, there they are. So now going back into our local version of our container, right? So our Kubernetes deployment, this is how we grab it because of Twingate, of course. So we go into our admin here, and we should see our admin, and I'm just going to try out something in here. And if I go to log in, what's going to happen is it might lag a little bit, but then give me this username and password field not working. So that's great. So that means that I don't have a server error at all. If I were to have a server error, I would have seen that in there, which we could simulate if we wanted to. The easiest way to simulate it is to have the incorrect database URL here. You could just do that and see what happens. I'll leave that for you. But now what we could do is actually locally create our super user. So Python manage.py, create super user. And in this case, I'll go ahead and just do CFE, my CFE user, and then I'll use a whatever password in here and just go ahead and jump in to the admin again, change this, use that whatever password, and I should be able to log in now on my actual Kubernetes cluster version of my application, whereas I also have my local version running, and it was running and has been running, but we can log in as that same user, regardless of if the static files are working just yet, right? So obviously they're not as far as the production one is concerned, but the actual entire application, the entire part of what we've been working towards is definitely working. So at this point, we can start actually developing out our application quite a bit more and actually build out the content engine part of this entire application. But this sets us up really well for all the future types of development we might want to do using this method. And I think it's actually pretty stable and pretty solid. So let's actually start building out some of those features for this particular project. Now we're going to implement a way to host or serve our static files. We're going to be doing this using Whitenoise. Whitenoise is a simple way to just use our static files. This is not our media files or anything we're going to upload. We'll handle that in a little bit. Right now we want to handle just our static files. So all of the CSS and JavaScript that our application might need, this is where we're going to put it in images and stuff like that. What it's going to solve most immediately is how the Django admin looks. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we do that. Now, first and foremost, what we need to do is we need to declare where we're going to store our static files on our local project. This is very, very common. I like putting it in the folder static. Some people like putting it into static files. Either way, I like you just pick which one you want to use, because then in your configuration, what you're going to do is you're going to scroll all the way to the bottom near static URL here, and we're going to go ahead and do our static files dirs, and this is going to be equal to our base dir and static, or whatever directory you called this one, right? And then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and set up our static root as well. So the static root is where we're going to collect everything. So static and root. And in my case, we're going to go ahead and use base and static dash root. Okay. So typically speaking, when you do something like this, you're going to go ahead and run python manage.py and collect static. And then when you go into automation, you'll do something like no input. And so what happens is when you collect these static files, they build up inside of your local project. This is not great. We absolutely do not want that to happen with our project whatsoever. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this and delete that altogether. But we still want to run collect static. We still need those static files if we're going to be using Whitenoise. Now we'll want to run collect static anyways, but what we want is really just to make sure that when we run Whitenoise, it's happening. And so it's going to happen when we actually develop our container. That's where we want to run our collect static. Now, some of the builders will automatically attempt to do a collect static method for you, right? So the Heroku one, for example, the Heroku builder will automatically attempt to do collect static for you unless you change a few configuration items. So what I want to do then is I will actually want to create a folder in here called static root, and I'll go ahead and do blank.txt just to make sure this dir should be blank always. Basically, that's it. Okay, great. So with this in mind, in my workflow here, I now need to add a few items in here. One of them is going to be setup Python. So under GitHub Actions, so under github.com/actions/setup Python, we're going to go ahead and implement this one. The reason we need to do this is because in order for us to actually run collect static in a workflow, we need Python in there. So really, we're going to go ahead and copy these lines right here. And we can do it before our build pack stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and set up my Python version. In this case, I'm going to be using Python 3.11. The action itself has changed a number of times over the years. I've done V2, V3, and so on. So just make sure that you're using one of the newer ones. It will warn you if you don't, but just make sure that you are. So after we have it set up, what we can do then is say name and install requirements. And this is going to be run, and this is going to be Python 3-m pip install -r and requirements.txt. Now, there is a chance that you might want to install only some of the requirements, maybe the Postgres one that we already installed. Maybe we don't actually need that one in here for running this. But the thing is, we could also run our tests in here. So Python-m, once that's done, we would run our tests much like our test like this. And that would probably be a good thing to have prior to running and building our build packs. But I'm going to skip that for now. Okay, so running our requirements also means that we need to cd into our base directory, because that's where we can actually run the requirements itself. And of course, I can also use the base directory in front of the requirements, but I want to actually install requirements and collect static. That's what I'm doing here. So the next thing is, after that, we would run Python 3 and then manage.py collect static and then no input. Great. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and save it. And we'll go ahead and run git status, git add -- all, git commit updated for collect static, and then git push. So all I'm really doing here is configuring the foundation for Whitenoise to be able to work correctly with this container environment, with everything that we got going here. If I were to be building the containers manually, I would actually run collect static before or during the actual container build itself, most likely. I mean, in some cases, maybe not, but this one gives a number of issues, or can give a number of issues when it comes to handling our static files, which is why I don't always do it this method. I don't always use Whitenoise, but it is something useful because we can do it really, really quickly and use it really quickly without learning a ton of new things. So with this, let's go ahead and go into our GitHub action, and we just want to verify that the collect static, it seems to have worked. I don't have any errors here. And then we've got our static files copied into content engine source static root. Great. So we did set it up. The static directory did not exist because we actually don't have anything in it at this point. But at some point it will exist. That warning won't be there any longer. The important part was the static root, because that's what Whitenoise is actually going to serve for us. And so I could verify that Whitenoise has access to it, or rather our containers have access to it in production. But I'm going to leave it at this for now. And then in the next part, we'll actually install Whitenoise into our Django project now that we have the static root foundation set. Now let's go ahead and configure Whitenoise. So in requirements.txt, we're going to go ahead and add Whitenoise in here. And we'll go ahead and give it an install. So Python 3-m pip install -r requirements.txt. Okay, so Whitenoise is installed now. Next up, we want to actually add it into our settings. So the first setting that we want to do is related to our middleware. Now, the reason I know this is because it's directly from their documentation, which I think is actually really thorough. So you can always do this quick start here and use the middleware, which will go right under security. Fairly straightforward middleware. Next, it also gives you this static file storage. Now, this is probably going to change. The documentation is probably going to change because Django 4.2 has changed. But normally, when it comes to static file storage, I put it right next to all the static file configuration, so it's all in there. Now, all this is going to do is actually compress our files just so they load a little bit more efficiently than if they're not compressed. And that's all of our static files, which is nice. So what I could also do is use the Django new setting for handling these storages, which if you look in the Django settings, we see the static file storage, whether it's in Django 5 or Django 4.2, this is going to be the same. You go into storages here, you can grab this one, and now you would do something like storages equals to this default. And instead of this one, it's going to be this. And adjust that as you see fit. But I just have both settings in there just to have extra support for older versions and future versions if this goes away. Okay, great. So now that we've got that, we'll go ahead and do git status, git add -- all, git commit, and then we'll go ahead and say updated for Whitenoise. Great. Now, before I do that, I want to test this locally. So in .env, I'm going to go ahead and make sure my debug is at 0. And then we'll go ahead and run python manage.py run server. Now, traditionally speaking, you would also want to make sure that you have your actual static root set up, your collect static done. But I actually do get an error here, and it's not allowing me to have both of those settings. So let's go ahead and just pick one of them, and I'll comment out the older one in favor of the newer one. Okay, great. So there we go. And let's go ahead and run our collect static now. And we'll go ahead and say yes. I could do no input. That would be fine. And so once again, I should see my static root in there and it has everything. Notice I'm getting a 502. So at this point, what I can do then is actually add into my gitignore everything related to my static root itself. So source and static root, just like that. Now I already have blank.txt in there, so I don't have to really worry about that ever changing. But at this point, we now have this. We'll go ahead and do git add -- all and git commit and, updated for Whitenoise. Once again. Okay, and then now let's go ahead and do python manage.py, run server, and let's just verify that this is working correctly. Now, this will take a little bit longer than normal because, well, it still obviously has to connect to our database. But there it is. So our static files are loading locally with debug mode, and I can verify that it's debug mode by just going to a not found page, and it's not that, Django debug mode page. It's literally just that. So my admin is now loading. And it's also possible that I have some caches going on or something like that. But more than likely, it's actually working just fine. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and push this to the server, or rather to GitHub. So we'll do git push origin main. And there we go. So with this, we can now go back into our actions here, and we can let Whitenoise finish. Once that finishes, I'm going to go ahead and run a sync with our entire workflows, our K8s rollout, so that we can verify that this static files is now working as well. Okay, so it's updated. It's ready to roll out. Let's go ahead and do that. And we'll come back to check. All right, so it finished. So let's refresh in here and boom, Whitenoise is working. It's really just that simple. Now, of course, this isn't going to handle our media files. Any files we upload, we're going to need to do something a little bit more robust than this. And Whitenoise is just not designed for that whatsoever. But it is nice that I can now use any kind of static file that I might need inside of my project, which of course is something we have to do to make a content engine actually work well. Now we're going to go ahead and implement TailwindCSS into our Django project. Now before we jump in, I will say I already created an entire course on this, and that's something that you could go through and it'll give you a lot more of the detail than what I'm going to do here. This is more of like a rapid fire version of that, and we will be using that code as well. This also requires us to download and install Node.js on our local system, which not everyone necessarily wants to do, but it is an LTS. So of course the question is like, why do you need Node.js to use styles, to use CSS? Well, it just has to do with effectively using CSS and effectively using a framework like Tailwind. So when you use a class in Tailwind, the Node.js application will make sure that only that class is included, which you'll see as we go forward building out our applications. And the cool thing about this with Tailwind is there's a lot of packages that are built on Tailwind, like Flowbite. Flowbite's going to make it really easy to style out our application because there's already a bunch of examples that you can use and just plug in to your application, as we'll see. Now, traditionally, I've used Bootstrap quite a bit. I think Bootstrap is still a great system, but there are some downsides to it. And even Bootstrap is starting to move towards using Node.js to actually use Bootstrap as well. So a lot of the modern CSS frameworks are doing that because it can just be that much more efficient. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's go ahead and actually implement it by jumping into github.com, codingforentrepreneurs/Django-Tailwind CSS, and go ahead and just download the zip file. We're really just grabbing a few items in here to configure out our project. So once you have it downloaded, you'll have something like this. Now inside of the root of our content engine here, we're going to go ahead and add in tailwind config.js. We're also going to add in package.json, and then I'll add in some Django specific things like the template itself as base.html. So inside of src, we're going to bring that into our templates there. And then I'm also going to go ahead and in my static files here, I'm going to bring in the Tailwind folder, which was that Tailwind input. And we'll go ahead and go into our static and just bring that in just like that. And so this Tailwind input allows me to customize things. I probably won't touch it much, but it is nice that it's there. Whereas Tailwind config.js allowed me to add some additional theme items for my Tailwind project itself. And then in package.json, I have a command to actually create all of the things related to Tailwind. So let's go ahead and do that now. I'll go ahead and just run npm install. So this needs to be done in our root of our project. So I might not be in the root right now, which we'll find out here very soon. But if I list things out, it looks like I am in the root of the project. So what we notice is the node modules are coming in here as well. So there's a good chance that I have a git ignore already in this project, which I will go ahead and grab for everything related to the Tailwind and CSS of it all for, you know, I think it's probably going to be all of that. And of course, if our git ignore has duplicates, it's probably not that big of a deal either, but I'll put it at the bottom. And basically I'm ignoring everything related to JavaScript and the node modules themselves, and just really focusing on the few components that I actually do need. Okay, so with this installed, I can now run npm run dev. And that's pretty much all I'll have to run going forward because of how we set up Whitenoise and all of our static files. So inside of here, we've got our Tailwind input. This is where this Tailwind input CSS is where we can customize all sorts of things with Tailwind. Like I said, we're not going to really cover it, but the CSS itself, CFE home-ui.css, is actually going to be the output of this, right? And so the classes that are in here are only going to be based off of the classes that we end up using. There are some standard classes in here as well, but these are mostly just the basic ones that we actually add in ourselves. And that's going to be all driven from this templates directory here, which I believe is in the configuration as well, which is this right here. So this setup, this standard setup that I use is very common for this reason. So I can cut down on work and, well, basically not spend an hour explaining everything that we're doing right here, like I did in that Django Tailwind class. So whenever you make changes to any of your CSS classes, you just want to make sure that you're running npm run dev so that when you go into send this into our production, it will actually end up working for us. So let's go ahead and just do python manage.py run server here. And I'm going to go ahead and update my landing page. Oh, it looks like my server is still running. Okay, great. So in this landing page now, I'll change it to being extends, and we'll do base.html as you would with Django itself. And then we'll do our block and content here, and then in block. And right away, this should already look quite a bit different. So if we come back into our local version of our project, so localhost 8000, and take a look, we've got a server error. Ooh, that's fun. So let's take a look at what that server error might be. I'm going to put debug back on because we are in development. So let me just refresh in here and take a look. And we got template does not exist. Okay, great. So head.css was something else that I did not bring in from my other project, which we will do now. We'll just bring that into our templates. And that's where I actually load in that static file here. That's the simple error that is easily fixed. So let's go ahead and refresh our server once again. And now we have hello world in there. Now, this isn't great still, so let's go back into Flowbite, into, let's say, the blocks here, into flowbite.com for the blocks, and we'll just do a hero section in here. And this is exactly why I use Tailwind and as well as Flowbite. I'm going to show this code here. Tailwind config, it does have additional config that we might want to add into that original Tailwind config.js, which we'll look at in a second, but I can just copy this code and I can come in here to my landing page, paste it in here, save it, not do anything else, and then go back into CFE home. And what do you know? There is a lot more stuff related to my Tailwind project. And the reason it doesn't look the same has to do with that Tailwind config.js, this right here. So if we wanted it to look the same, we would come back into this Tailwind CSS and we could actually add in a number of these items in here. So the colors themselves, like primary, perhaps that's one single item we would add in. So let's go ahead and grab that. And I'll just go ahead and bring in primary. And then I'll scroll down a little bit to the font families here. So just grabbing that whole element for font families. And we will bring this in here. I think that will be inside of the theme, actually. So we want to make sure it's inside of the theme itself. So right under colors, we'll go ahead and add in that theme for those different font families, which we don't want to add that extra curly bracket in there. And we'll just add a comma. Click. So now let's go ahead and take a look at ours. And there you go. Okay, so of course it looks like Flowbite. It's not surprising that it looks like Flowbite because we're using Flowbite. But the thing is, with Tailwind, we can change things really, really quickly. So like that primary color, for example, this is how we can actually change a bunch of different colors. So all of these are simple colors to change. So for example, if we come in here and do inspect, we can actually change the color itself by just saying, let's say color be red. And we go ahead and grab the hex value, whatever that might be. So let's go ahead and grab that blue. I'm just going to lower it down a little bit and maybe over a little. And then I'll put that blue in here and we'll save it. This might not change everything in terms of the blue itself, and I'll let you go in little by little for that. But it's going to be based off of all of these colors that are in here. And again, there's a lot more to Tailwind CSS than just this. The point is really just to have Tailwind installed so we can continue to iterate on it, and just using Flowbite stuff is going to work for us at this point. So now what we'll say is something like content engine is out, ! And then we help drive your team's content, something like that. And I'll get rid of this one, save it, refresh, boom. Not a whole lot different. You can see us on YouTube, of course. Product Hunt, not quite there yet. Reddit, maybe. But anyway, so now we've got Tailwind CSS installed. We'll do git status, git add -- all, and git commit. And then message added Tailwind. And then we can do git push. Now, one of the things you could consider as well, just like our collect static call, we could consider in this build container is to add one more step in here to run that node command, right? So run node dev, even dev. It doesn't need to be a production version at all because of how collect static ends up working. You totally could have one, but that's an option that I'll leave for you to do if you're interested in it. Normally when I'm developing with Tailwind, I handle all of the things during development. So I will always have that dev on, this command on always, where my local, static CFE home-ui.css will almost always be updated to the correct classes for Tailwind itself. So cool. At this point, we can now go ahead and just see if the content engine is updated. So we'll go back into GitHub and just verify that itself. So once this actually finishes, we'll do that Kubernetes rollout just to make sure that everything's up and running. All right, there it is. So we're going to go ahead and now run this rollout and run it. Okay, and so yeah, we'll verify that in a moment. Everything rolled out and we'll refresh in here. Boom, what do you know? We now have Tailwind installed. It's running. Our site's going to look that much better, even if we're only sharing it privately. I mean, that's even more of a reason to make it look better, is because only a few people are going to have it. So you're going to be able to show everything that it is that you want to make this even better. So Flowbite is going to be one we'll be to a lot. We're going to go back and forth to Flowbite constantly to just copy and paste things, mostly so you don't have to spend a ton of time learning Tailwind. You can kind of learn piecemeal little by little. But the thing about it is that I want to emphasize is it is incredibly verbose, right? So each class really does pretty much one thing. And that's what Tailwind's all about. It's just a long list of classes, which feels like the opposite of maybe everything you have learned about CSS. Maybe not. It depends on where you're at with Tailwind. But this is actually ends up being really nice because then at a glance, you can see exactly what's going on and you can make just slight changes. Like you change the color of the text just a little bit and it's just that easy. And you don't have to do modifying and you don't have to make a bunch of custom classes and all that. Those things are still possible. You can still do that, but you just don't have to do it nearly as much with Tailwind, which is exactly why we're doing it. But like I said, going forward, we're going to be using Tailwind only a little bit in terms of just copying from Flowbite when necessary, making minor modifications, but mostly so that our user interface looks like an actual user interface, not just plain old HTML. So let's keep going. Let's talk about the features we want to implement for our content engine. The first one is going to be projects. This is kind of about like a group of assets and people and planning. That's essentially it. So the order it starts with is not necessary, but the idea here is how do we actually plan the execution? So the projects themselves, they could be one single piece of content, or they could be many, like a course, like what we're watching right now. So the idea then would be we want to have people, or well, really just users. We also want to have assets, or really files, videos, images, CSS maybe, any sort of thing that you might want to share. And then we also want to have a aspect of planning. And the planning would just be like the status, the pre-filming type thing, the pre-production related things, and then maybe something for delivery. And that also might just fall into line with just simply assets themselves. And that's it. That's what we're going to build out. So we'll start with projects because it's kind of the overlying structure of everything else. Like everything else gets bundled up into projects. And luckily for us, Django already pretty much handles users for us. We'll probably do that in the admin, maybe a few other aspects to that as well. And of course, when we think about people, we might want to add in, role or like basically access controls, like what things they can access. This is probably going to be a more advanced feature, something for the future that we're just not going to cover right now. But that's just generally the idea of where we're going to work towards. And the purpose of this is really to see how we can handle assets inside of a Django project. That's really what this is all about. Granted, we have other things in here that are going to help us do that, but all this is, since it's a content engine, we want to have a really easy way to handle all of our content that we can share to whomever we want, privately and securely. So we've already handled the privately and securely, as well as running this application on a remote server. So much of the work and the foundation has already been done, which is why we're talking about this now. We waited this long to get to the actual features of the Django project because all of those other things are necessary to make sure that these things happen, well, fairly securely and privately in the way that we want. So let's go ahead and start building this out even more with these features in mind. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with creating out our projects. So we're going to go ahead and cd into src, and we'll do python manage.py start app and projects. Great. And then inside of settings.py right away, I'm going to go ahead and add this into my installed apps here, and it's just going to be projects. Okay, so let's go ahead and build out the model first. I want to think about the data model before I think about anything else with respect to projects. So I'm going to go ahead and say class project, and this is going to be models.model. Now, the first thing I know is I'm going to have an owner. So I'll just go ahead and say pass for a moment. I just want to think through what it is that I'm trying to do with this project. Another one is going to be a handle, or like a slug field, basically. So there's going to be models slug field. And then maybe a title of some kind, or like a display title, so models.char field, right? And whether or not this is active, maybe, so models.boolean field. We'll talk about that in a second. Realistically, the status itself. But that's probably it. I mean, I might want to have additional things in here, but let's go ahead and actually start building this out now in terms of maybe a timestamp. But we'll go ahead and use the owner for a moment, and we'll do models.foreign key. And this is going to be our user model. And the best way to set the user model inside of Django models is going to be to grab the settings and use the user model from the settings, and that is settings off user model. This will go off of whatever user model you have set in Django settings. So if you were to change it, it would be set right there as well. So the next thing is, what do we want to do with this if the user is deleted? What do we want to do with this project? Do we want to delete everything or just leave it kind of a like null owner project? I'm actually going to do that. So I'll go ahead and say null is true, and then say on delete equals to models.set null. So in other words, if we go to delete a user, we don't accidentally also delete their assets, like the product or project and all of the things with it. Next up, we're actually going to give it a title of some kind. So the title is going to be a character field, and we'll give it max lengths, and we'll just go ahead and say 120, and null equals to true, and blank equals to true. Next up is going to be our slug field. Again, null equals true, and blank equals to true. And then finally is going to be a status field of some kind. For now, we'll leave it in as Boolean field, and we'll give it a default of true, as in it's going to be active. We'll adjust that as we see fit later. And then I'll go ahead and give a timestamp for models.date time field. And then we'll go ahead and do auto now add and auto now being true. Again, to just store this in our database as to when this was created, and we might as well do when it was updated as well, which is just the reverse of these things. So basically every time we save it, this field will be updated. When we create them, this field will be updated. Okay, so we will still have to update this quite a bit, but the idea now is we've got this project and we're able to then have an owner for it. And this owner, given that it's a foreign key, can have many different projects. So let's go ahead and actually add this into the admin so we can really see what that ends up looking like. So we'll do from.models, import project, and then admin.site.register of that project. We'll go ahead and save that, and we'll run our migration. So Python manage.py make migrations and project, or projects rather, and then Python manage.py migrate. Okay, so now it's going to be into our database, and of course that's our Kubernetes database, which is not very fast. So we might want to actually change that here soon to a more production-ready, stable one. The point of showing you that before was more to illustrate how great this can be, not necessarily as a really high effective database. Anyways, so with this in mind, let's go into our local project here. We'll go into the admin and just verify that we have a user here, and we can log in. I already created that user before, and I have the ability to log in here, and there's my projects. And so we're going to go ahead and add a project here, and I just want to see what's happening. First, I create my user here. I'm going to go ahead and create a title, and we'll call this my CFE project, or let's call it the Content Engine project, and the handle itself will be Content Engine as well. Once again, it's a slug field, so it needs to be in this format, everything lowercase with that, dash in there. Okay, so we'll go ahead and save that, and there we go. We now have two versions of it, which is not what I intended, but that's what happens when you get a slow database attached to your product. Okay, so for now, I'll go ahead and just go off of the one single database here, and we will continue to build out this particular function. The first problem that I have to handle is quite literally this handler here. I needed to automatically generate this handle, and it needs to be unique for my entire project. That's a key aspect of this. Otherwise, we might run into issues putting things underneath it. So the handle is really going to be more of my ID. I still have an ID in here, but I really want this to be unique. So let's go ahead and create a utility function for us to do exactly that. Now we're going to go ahead and auto-generate this handle field. It is a slug field, but we want it to be generated based off of this title. Now to do this, we're going to override the save method. So save args and keyword args. And then what we want to do is, of course, call super and save. So we definitely want to call save still. And the actual override of it will happen down here. So basically, we'll say if not self.handle, then we want to set self.handle being equal to essentially the title. So self.title. It's not exactly the title, but it will be a slug version of that title. Now Django has a built-in way to do this. So from django.utils.text, we're going to go ahead and import the Slugify function that we can use to slugify this handle. And it's really just that simple. Now with this in mind, now that I have something dependent on something else, this actual title field can no longer be blank, right? The handle field can be, because it's going to generate based off of that title field, but the handle field is a little bit different than the title field. And so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and run some migrations. We made some major changes to the models. So we'll do make migrations and then Python manage.py migrate. Okay, so we have that in there now. And so let's go ahead and take a look at that in the admin. We should see if I change this, get rid of it, and hit save and continue, what's going to happen is, oops, I went back the wrong way. But what's going to happen is it's going to automatically create that handle for me, which is great, but it now brings in a whole new issue. And that is, if I do add another one with the same title, it's going to give me the exact same handle. So I need to create a method to ensure that it is unique, because we want our projects to be unique across the entire application. So let's take a look at how to build a unique Slugify function now. All right, so one of the things we could do to make this slug field unique is to add a database argument of unique, right? So we could say unique being true. But the problem with that is it doesn't actually change how we generate the Slugify field itself. So I'm actually going to go ahead and change that and just leave it as it was. Instead, I want to just change this functionality here to where it's going to actually automatically generate a unique slug every single time if there's no handle there altogether. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and jump into CFE Home. I'm going to make a new folder here called utils. And the way I do that is by also generating the init file for it. And I'm going to go ahead and call this my generators. Now, I know these aren't real Python generators, but that's just what I'm going to end up calling them. And the reason I'm saying generators is because we want to do two things with this. Number one, we want to slugify a field. Number two, we want to actually verify that that field doesn't exist. And actually, the third thing would be, if it does exist, generate a new one that is unique, but still very similar. So to do this, we're going to create our first function, which is going to be giving us a random string. So define, and this is going to be simply, generate random string. We'll give it a size, let's say 10 characters, and we'll return this. So one of the ways to do this is by first off getting a character set. So we could say char or chars and grabbing a list of elements that we can work from, which is going to be string.ASCII lowercase plus string.digits. And so this is going to give us a bunch of values in here that we can use. And we can just verify this by jumping into Python and going into string and just kind of seeing what chars looks like. And if we look at that, there's all of our characters. What do you know? It's the alphabet and then 0 through 9. So we just want to use those as our character set. And then this size, we actually want to get random chars. And how we do that is really just by saying random.choice of these items here. And then for however many iterations we need in range 0 to the size that we're passing through. So this will give me random characters in there. And then I just want it to be a string itself. So we just join those random characters together. And there we go. So that's our random string. And so we're going to use this function inside of generating a unique slug. And I'm going to call this unique slugify. So we'll go ahead and define this as unique slugify. And it's going to take in an instance. It's going to take in a underscore slug, as in a new slug. And we'll go ahead and say none. We're also going to go ahead and add in a size because we also have this size element here, which I'll leave in as 5. And then the other thing is I might need to add in a slug field argument as well, which we will default to slug. Okay, great. So instance, what do I mean by instance? I mean an actual saved object. In other words, self over here. So to use this generator, this one right here, what we're going to end up doing is we'll bring this into our model. We'll go ahead and say from CFE home.utils.generators, we're going to go and import the unique slugify one now. And we're going to go ahead and paste this in here. And what I want to pass in is really just self to start out. But as you remember, I also put in this slug field argument in there as well. And we also want to pass that in too, which our slug field is simply handle. This will come very clear in just a little bit. But that's the idea, is we want to use that just like this so it creates that unique slug. So going back into that generator then, what we could do is we can have a random string in here. And we can actually just generate that right off the bat if we wanted to. So size being size. So this random string will give us a value that we can end up using. Now, we already created Slugify. We already used Slugify from Django. So from django.utils.text, we can import that Slugify again. And so this will give us our slug, and that's going to be equal to the Slugify, and this is instance.title. Now, once again, I could probably add in a title field in here. So title field being title, right, as the default, which would then be our toSlug field would be instance dot, or rather get attribute and instance and the title field itself. Get attribute, just like that, and then we would slugify it. So those do the same thing, but it's just a little bit more flexible for other models if we needed to change them. Okay, so that's going to be our default slug. This is going to be the initial slug itself. But what if this slug is set? Well, then we'll go ahead and say if not slug, or if the slug is not none rather, then we'll go ahead and say the slug is equal to, well, we'll still want to slugify that slug, right? So really this is kind of like toSlug or redundant slug, if you will. So now we've got a random string and a slug. Great. So the next thing we need to check is we need to check if a QuerySet exists. So you might be familiar with QuerySets already. So it would be something like project.objects.filter, or rather project.objects.filter, and then the slug argument. So in this case, we'll just leave it as slug for a moment. And then we'll go ahead and say something like iExact, and that's going to be equal to this slug. And if it does exist, we're going to have to do something. If it doesn't exist, then we can go ahead and return that slug, whatever it ends up being. Okay, so to check whether or not it exists, we need to first off say our lookup is equal to an empty string, or an empty dictionary rather. And then we'll go ahead and do lookup and then our slug field itself, which will replace whatever that is with the slug. And then this again will be related to, well, iExact. So the lookup is going to be that slug field and then underscore iExact, and then equal to this slug. So this right here is identical to this once we unpack it, right? So just Python items here that's happening, those things are identical. But now I have a slug field that I can change because I definitely need to change. It needs to be based off of the actual handle field to check whether or not that even exists. Okay, cool. And then if it does exist, if QS does exist, which we would then call exists on, we could then return back this same exact function with the instance, and now with a new slug in here, but then all of the other arguments are the same. So like slug size, the title field, and all of that. So let's go ahead and add those in. Size, slug field, and title field. Okay, so what's this value going to be? All right, so we're going to call this our new slug, and that's going to be equal to, well, what exactly? Well, to me, I want it to be equal to the same exact toSlug field plus that unique string. So this random string down here actually should be if the actual slug already exists. That's when we're going to generate that random string. We'll bring it in here as random str. We'll also bring in the toSlug field value, which is going to be this right here. So we'll go ahead and say F on that. And that gives us a new slug, which will definitely be slugified when we bring it in. So we sort of have the option to slugify it again. Great. And then we return back that slug at any point. So this random string here, oops, I need that F string substitution. And there we go. So this will continuously run until it finds a unique one. But we still have this big problem right here. And that, of course, is the project model. Now, for beginner Django developers, they might actually try to implement that by doing from projects.models import project. But what happens, of course, is a circular import. We are importing it here, and we are re-importing it here. And it's also not very flexible to different models themselves. So what we can do instead is say our model class is equal to instance.class, just like that. That solves that circular import problem itself. And then I can get rid of this. And what do you know? That is now a unique slug. It is kind of complicated just to get to this point, but we definitely need to check in our database on whether or not that slug exists. Now, I will say this is not going to be efficient if your database gets massive. It's only going to be efficient on, under 1 million, probably under a few 100,000 instances of Slugify. But realistically, the number of projects you'll have is going to be under thousands for some time. But of course, if you anticipate to have more than thousands in the near future, then you might want to change this to being like a celery task, which is a background worker process that can absolutely handle this kind of function in the background. Now, what we want to do is just verify every little step here. First off, we grab the title field. Yes, that will give us the title. Then we try to slugify it. Then we want to check, is not none. If it says is none, this is going to be recursive. It's going to just call itself continuously until it times out. Next up, the lookup looks pretty good. This will be that query. Got our model class. That looks good. If it exists, that means that it's not unique. So not unique slug. generate one. Okay, and then it will generate it. Looks like all of the arguments are coming through correctly as well. Great, so let's go ahead and give this a little try here. We're gonna go ahead and add a new project. And once again, I will call it Content Engine. And try to keep it the same title to see if the handle actually does change. Now, of course, we could have it where it does this unique one every single time, or really as a string every single time. But the thing is, I don't want to do that unless I really have to, right? And the other thing is, I also might want to have a dash here so that I do have my original sort of handle that I would want with that additional item. And that's really an easy fix. We just do a space here, and then I can go ahead and come in and delete this and just hit save and continue again. And now it should give us that dash there. Now, of course, I could add that dash too on my own, but this also just shows us that the Slugify function is working as well on this new one. So there is one more thing that is worth considering, and that is if I come in here and save this as Content Engine, it's no longer actually unique. So coming back to saying, oh, we don't need this to be unique on the database is actually false. We do want it to be unique still. So we'll go ahead and say unique being true. We'll save that. We'll exit out of this Python shell here, and we'll run python manage.py, make migrations, and then we'll go ahead and do python manage.py migrate. Now, if you have any issues with migrating things after the fact, after you already have a database, just delete that database and start all over until you have everything well modeled out. Then you can go into production. And once you're in production, it's a little bit more challenging, which is why development is so important, and you want to continue to iterate in development. Now that we have our project model, we need to think about how we're going to use it across all of our other models that we'll end up having. Whether it's our user models, our assets, our planning, whatever it ends up being, what I want to do is I want to enrich the request to doing request.project using a project instance like directly from project models.model. Very similar to request.user, right? So the same sort of concept, but specifically for the project. Now, this is also important for people who are not the owner of the project, right? So when it's the owner of the project that's logged in and can move around, that's fine, but we want to actually be able to do something like this. So doing this is a two-step process. First, we're going to have a process that will allow us to activate the project, and then we'll have a process where every time we use the project or need to use the project, we'll have it attached to the request itself in a form of something called middleware. So what we want to do now is I want to actually create the activation process for any given project inside of our views here. So inside of project views, we're going to go ahead and define activate project view, and it's going to take in a request and a handle itself. And then it's going to return a redirect. That's all it's going to return. So we'll go ahead and bring in that redirect just like this, and we'll go ahead and put a slash here. So with that in mind, I'll also have something for deactivate project view. Okay. So in order for this to work, what I want to do is I want to create in my URLs, I'm going to go ahead and bring those in. So we'll do from projects, import views as projects views. And now what I'll do is say, we want to do our, activate project and then our handle in here. And so we'll take a look at how to do that handle in a moment. But we'll do project views and then activate project view. And then I'll go ahead and do that same thing for deactivate and deactivate project view. Now, the thing is, I don't actually want to pass this handle around much. I just really want the project accessible in my request. And we have to do that with a number of different ways. So sometimes you might actually have the slug in here used for the actual handle itself. So if I do slug and handle, right? So you could, in theory, pass this slug and handle argument around to every single view, but that's going to start to get pretty cumbersome pretty quickly. So let's go ahead and make sure I've got everything formatted correctly in here with my URLs, and looks like I'm missing a comma right there. Okay, so let's verify that our handle's coming through correctly inside of any given view, right? So I'll just go ahead and print out the handle in my activate view, for example. Okay, so let's make sure our server is still running. Looks like it is. So I'll go on my local host here, and I will change this to localhost 8000 activate project, and I called it content engine. Hit enter. Looks like it redirected fine, and we get our content engine. So the URL path is fine. What's happening here is we are giving the data type first and then the argument second. And that's where the argument is coming through right here. Great, so with this in mind, we just need to check a couple things. First off, we need to check the user, which is going to be none. Basically, we need to make sure that that user actually has access to any given project. To start out, we're just going to make the owner user, right? So this user right here. As we get a little bit more complex, that will change to being just a member of that project. But for now, we're going to go ahead and grab that owner user. So we'll do from the projects.models. We're going to import our project here. And what I want to do is I want to try and we'll go ahead and say our project object equals to project.objects.get owner equals to the request.user. And then the handle is equal to the handle. And then if there is an exception, we will just go ahead and print out not here or something like that. And also set out the project up being none. And now we'll go ahead and give this a shot. So we could add the login required decorator, which is probably something we should do, but we don't have authentication set up yet. So I'm going to leave it just like this, and we'll go ahead and activate that project once again. So activate project content engine. I think I'm just going to keep this right here so I can copy and paste it really quickly, but we'll go ahead and activate it. And it looks like my server was not working necessarily, but there it goes. I went and activated it. It redirected. It shows that project object and that content engine. Great. So what we want to do then, since I have a project object, I'm going to go ahead and say if project object is not none, then I'll go ahead and do some stuff. Now, of course, if you don't have a project object on there, if it's not working right now, you would just need to go into the admin, log in, add the project, make sure you're logged in, and then you can come back in here. You should still be authenticated, so this part will work or should work. Until we actually create the user accounts and stuff like that, this is how we're going to go and do it. Mostly because I think this is super cool, and it's something that we want to build out as we build out all of the other models, which is why we have to do it so early. So this sort of activation and deactivation is fairly useful for us here. So the idea now is that we want to use this project object, and I want to actually go ahead and set various things in here. So realistically, I'll go ahead and say if it is none, then I want to go ahead and redirect it to maybe the project itself, or maybe to log in or something along those lines. I'm just going to go ahead and redirect it to projects. This is not at all a view yet, but I just want to make sure that I have some sort of redirect in here. And I can also add in a message for it. So we'll do from Django.contrib. We're going to import messages. And so I can actually put in a message here and say message.error. And this is going to take in the request and say project could not activate. Try again. Something along those lines. So if the project is available to us, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set my request.session of the handle equaling to the handle that we're using. So again, if the project is none, then we can redirect it. If it's not none, then we have a handle that we can actually use, and we can sort of say something along the lines of it is activated, project activated. And then we just sort of redirect home here. So what we also want to have actually is if there is a request session handle, I want to delete it if there is none. Okay, so this will become a lot more clear once we build out the middleware to add in that request project model itself. So the project object being none, we're going to go ahead and just say try to delete request.session, and we'll call this the project handle. We'll change the other one as well. So I want to actually put this in as handle. Great. So we're going to just try to delete that. And another way to think about this is just like def delete project from session, and just add in that request so that we can just call that whenever we need to. Delete the project, which essentially is like logging out of the project, right? But it's not going to be quite the same. So we'll go ahead and just add that in here. And then I also want to add it down here. And in this case, the deactivate one will be a success message, project deactivated. Great. So at this point, let's go ahead and try that URL again. And we'll go ahead and come here and we'll paste it in. And it looks like maybe I have some sort of syntax error somewhere. Let's go ahead and restart that. And oh, I put a semicolon when it should have been just a regular colon. Okay, so we refresh in here and it will take me back to this local host. So the question that one should have is, well, if I could add the project handle into this session, why do I need to add the project to the request? Well, it has everything to do with these two views. I don't want to activate my project every time I need to do something. I want to activate it one time, like when I need to use that project, and that's it. So I am still able to go into my landing, and I should be able to print out the request.session and then .get, and we'll go ahead and say our project handle, and I should be able to see that now. So if I refresh on my homepage and look in here, there is that handle. And the session variable itself can actually have the object in there. There's no real way to do that. So there's a number of different ways on how we could go about considering setting this object, but the way I'm going to do it is with middleware and caching. With middleware and caching, I can actually allow for having that actual request project, the actual object instance itself, being passed around to all of my different views, which is exactly what we want to set up. So let's take a look at how to do that now. Now we're going to go ahead and create our own custom middleware with Django. It's pretty straightforward as far as the configuration is concerned, but we have to think through several things with this middleware. If you're not familiar with middleware, the actual code itself will give you a hint as to what's going on. It actually sits right in between a request and a response, which means you can enrich both the request and the response, which happens executed before each request and before the response or after the response. So you can do all sorts of things with middleware, as you can see by reading other people's middleware, which our Django project has many. So if we go into our Django project settings into middleware, we've got a number of items in here. We already saw the Whitenoise one, but there's other ones in here as well. And so the middleware we're going to create is going to come at the end of this list because we don't need it that early on. But it will still happen on every request and every response. So the idea is inside of projects, I'll go ahead and add in middleware.py, and we will go ahead and copy this simple middleware just mostly for the notes themselves that are in there so we remember where we want to put it. And realistically, where I'm going to be working is in the request itself before the response. So I actually don't need the response or anything after the response itself. So I can just leave it just like that. So this is where we're going to be working. And I want to call this, instead of simple middleware, but rather project middleware. And so I'm going to grab this and bring it into my settings as projects.middleware.projectMiddleware, which is, of course, the path to where that class is. And so in here is where I want to actually run various calls. What calls do I want to run? Well, for now, I'm just going to go ahead and print out the session handler. And that's it. I'll just go ahead and print out the project handle that comes through for this particular user. So going back into the home page, if I refresh in there, we will probably see no surprises, but we'll probably see the actual content engine itself, assuming that our middleware and settings are all finished. Let's go ahead and refresh in here. And so looks like it's not actually printing anything right now. So let's go ahead and actually try it out by activating it once again. So we'll go and activate our content engine. And once that's done, then we should be able to refresh on any page and see that content engine in there, which will help us. Like if we go to we will see that request or the content engine inside of that request or before that request as well. So the cool thing about this is it's executed on every request. The dangerous thing about this is it's executed on every request. So when it comes to database lookups, we don't want to execute it on every request. So let's say for instance, if I wanted to come in here and bring projects.models, import project, I could in theory say request.project equals to project.objects.get handle equals to the session handle. So I'll just go ahead and set it equal to something like this. And we'll go ahead and say if that project handle is not none, then we'll go ahead and do something like that. And again, with this project itself, we should probably put it into a try block just to make sure that it actually exists. And then once it does exist, we can set that object in there similar to that. And there we go. Okay, so on one hand, this is good because it's going to set that project object. On the other hand, it's going to do a request every single time. So we want to make it a little bit more efficient than hitting the database every time we want to look up that project itself. But the cool thing about this, at its current state, let's get rid of this print statement here. I'm going to go back into my homepage view and I'm going to print request.project. Hit save and we'll refresh in here. And what we'll see is the project object itself. Fantastic. So we do have that part, but it's not efficient. So we need to improve the efficiency of it. And the way we do that is by using Django caching. Let's improve the efficiency of this middleware by adding in Django caching. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and do from django.core.cache. We're going to import cache. Okay. So what we want to do is when we grab the project object itself, we'll go ahead and now say if project object is not none, then we'll go ahead and do cache.set and some string here with that project object. Okay, so we'll figure out that string in just a moment. And then the default for the project object is it is none, which we will also update in just a moment. And this exception, I'll just go ahead and say pass right now. So the project object itself needs to be looked up right off the bat. So when we do have a handle, we have the ability to look up this project object from that handle. So in other words, basically what I want to say here is if project object is none, I actually want to do this here. And instead, I'll go ahead and do my caching lookup right here, which will be cache.get. And that's where I'll actually look up the project object itself, assuming that I do have the handle and the handle is not none. Great. Okay. So get the project object. Well, what should be the cache string? So what I'm going to do is the cache string is just nothing, or rather none. And then I want to set it if the project handle is there. So the project handle cache string is going to be based off of the project handle itself. So we'll go ahead and do project handle cache and then the actual handle itself. So it's unique for the cache itself. So we'll go ahead and get it. To set it, we just set it down here. Okay, so once again, the project handle is none, is not none, and then I can actually run through everything else. Right? Cool. So this will allow me to cache it and actually grab the project object itself. Basically, if it's not none, then we'll go ahead and cache it. If it is none, then we will have to. So it's basically resetting the cache each time it's being requested, which is not necessary. So there is other things that we could add in here to make it just a little bit more efficient itself. Now, one of the things I also want to update here is just getting rid of the request project if I don't have the handle and I am not an authenticated user. So how do we actually go about doing this? It's kind of a little bit of a mess here, which we need to update. So let's go ahead and start off with if the request, we'll say if not has attribute, the request and project. So if it doesn't have that, we're going to go ahead and say request.project is none. Okay. So it still doesn't exactly have that. So I do want to change what that's going to be, similar to like what a authenticated user does. We would say like a anonymous project. So let's go ahead and add that from our model. We'll put it into our models here, and I'll just go ahead and say class anonymous project. And this is just going to be like a value being none, something like that. We can update that as we see fit, but for now, I'll just leave it like that. And so the default for this will be an instance of that anonymous project. That's the default. Great. So the next thing is if the user is authenticated. So if request.user.is authenticated, then I will go through a lot of these things. Let me break this down a little bit and I'll tab this over. Then I'll be able to go through that. Otherwise, it's just going to be an anonymous project. So we get the session handle. We're going to go ahead and use that session handle, which will come from activation. So it comes via project activation. And then the actual handle itself will look up in the cache for the project, assuming that that's even in there. So then we're going to go ahead and, set a new project object. Cache is missing one. And then here we go. And this is update cache with project object. And that's it. So now in our view, we should still see that request project, but it's going to work a little bit better for us in terms of effectiveness. So I refresh in here. I can now see that project object. Let's go ahead and just build out a quick view here, and I'll just call this my about page view. And once again, I'll just have it at home, and I'll just go in to my URLs, and we'll go ahead and add that, and about page view. Okay, so then we go into about, hit enter, and we should see the same URL, roughly speaking, and there is that project being printed out once again. Okay, so of course, what we still need to do is verify that deactivation works. So the deactivation will remove that session from the project itself. So what we also might want to do is to try to set the request.project equaling to the anonymous project. Right? So maybe that's something you'd want to do here, but it's not necessary. Our middleware actually covers that for us. So we can go ahead and save it, and we see that right away it does it. It will do it right there. If it does not have that attribute, it's going to go ahead and do it. If it does have that attribute, then it's not going to necessarily do it, which is fine. Okay, great. So now with this in mind, let's go ahead and do our deactivate and projects and content engine. Okay, so deactivate project and content engine. And there we go. So now we've got our anonymous project here. So if we go into any given view now, it's going to show us that anonymous project. So about, and there we go. Fantastic. So it's really just that straightforward. So then when we go to activate it again, so activate project content engine, we can now see that that project is available to us. So it works similar to how request users work, but now anywhere I need to use that project, I can. And it's actually just going to be that straightforward for us. And thanks to the middleware and how all of the middleware ends up working with the caching and all of that, which is great. So the request project is almost always going to be there now, or at least it should be, right? So the middleware is checking whether or not it should be. Most of the time, especially for unauthenticated users, it's just going to be an anonymous project, right? That's it. So we could do something like is authenticated on a request, like is activated, for example, and is activated would be like this. So is activated being false, and then on the actual object itself, if the object exists, we would basically just say define is activated, and we would return true, right? That's it. So back into our view, we can now do is activated and see what that looks like. So we refresh our homepage, and so we got true, right? So let's go ahead and deactivate it with deactivate, and it should bring us back to our homepage. And now we should get false, right? So, hey, what do you know? It's a lot like the request user now, but it gives us the ability to just use this project wherever we need. And it's now about the project and not so much about the user. Of course, the authentication process still needs, or the activation process for a project still needs to be updated so that projects can have multiple users. But we're now at the point where we can start building that functionality out, then to just update our activation project view itself. Which realistically, what I would actually do is to move this out of being a object in the view itself, but rather project.objects.activate, and then passing in the arguments as needed, which is something we will do here very soon. Now that our projects are a little bit more full, I'm going to go ahead and add in something for items. Items are going to be a way for us to be able to plan out our different assets, and then any given item we could probably attach multiple assets to. A good example of that would be like a single video. Maybe you have thumbnails and all that, and you want to attach all of those things. That will be one single item then. That way you could do the planning, you could do the asset delivery and all that, and maybe even the live URLs being attached to it. And then once we figure those things out, which will take a bit of time, then we'll actually start doing all of the access there. So to get this started, let's go ahead and create a new app, Python manage.py, start app, and we'll call it items. Okay. And so what we're doing here with these items is we are going to be changing just slightly on how we end up creating the items, because they're going to be based off of our projects. So we can also follow along with Django in terms of how we define projects. Like we could do something similar to this, but I'm just not going to do that. I'm going to make it fairly straightforward and quite literally implement and import the project itself. So inside of our items here, we're going to go ahead and do from projects.models. We're going to go and import our project, and then I'll go ahead and do class item, and there's going to be project or models.model, and then our project is going to be, models.foreign key of the project. And this time I think I will go ahead and do model or on delete being equal to models.cascade, as in it's going to delete all of the things that are related to that if that project gets deleted. Great. Next thing is going to be added by, like what user we're going to add it, and then maybe last modified by, and then maybe we are going to go ahead and do last modified and then at. And the item itself, we'll go ahead and give it a label of some kind. So I'll leave it in as maybe label, or again, we'll use title just to be consistent with our project itself. And the max length will be, I believe we did 120 on that one as well. And this one we will not allow to be null or blank. Description, if we need an additional description, sometimes we do. I'll go ahead and use a text field here, blank being true and null being true. Okay, so the added by, last modified by, we'll go ahead and add in as foreign keys as well. So I'll go ahead and grab these foreign keys. And of course, it's coming from our Django user. So from Django.conf, we'll go ahead and import our settings, and our user being settings.auth user model. Okay, so that's what we're going to do here. And then on delete, we will go ahead and do just set null, and null being true. Great. And so this also needs a related name. And this related name will be attached to the user object itself. So basically we can have user and items added, and then user.items changed, something like that. So that's the related name itself. And I'll do items added, and then we'll go ahead and basically copy the same thing for last modified by and items changed. Great. And last modified at will be a timestamp. So models.date time field. This is going to be auto now add being false, auto now being false, blank being true, and null being true. Okay, so I'll open this up a little bit so we can have some more space to work here. I'll also go ahead and add in a timestamp. And this one is going to be true here. Get rid of all of these other ones. And then a updated one as well, which is really last modified at, but we'll leave it in with updated also. So we'll be able to actually set the last modified time at. So perhaps I'll let the user be able to set that if need be. Okay. So there might be other things that we add to this in the future, but for now, this is probably fine. In fact, maybe we'll add last modified later or something like that, and we'll just leave updated at in there. Okay, fairly straightforward. But of course, what we have now is when we actually create these items, yes, we'll use that user, but if the user is deleted or something, the username or added by is just set to null. It's not going to delete this item. It's just that added by user is going to be gone. And that's pretty much it. So one of the things you might think about here then is added by username and doing models.char field and, max length being 120 and the null being true and blank being true. So the reason for this would be if the added by user is no longer a user, we still have what their username was. And so in that case, we would then do something like save, self, and args, and keyword args. And this is mostly for content purposes, right? So tracking that content itself. And so then we'll go ahead and say if self.added by, then self.added by user name is equal to self.added by and username. Just a quick reference there. And then we'll go ahead and do super and save, and then args and keyword args. Great. So now, of course, we want to actually start implementing this, and I want to do it on the views. I will eventually add it into the admin, but it's going to really make a lot more sense to add it into the views, mostly because of this project right here. So let's go ahead and go back into our settings.py, and I'll go ahead and add it into my installed apps. So items, and let's run our python manage.py make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. And there we go. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's actually start building out those views. Now we're going to start the process of managing our individual items. To do this, we're going to go ahead and create a model form. So in items, we'll do forms.py, and we'll go ahead and do from.models, import item, and then we'll go ahead and do from Django import forms. So the first thing is going to be our item form, and this is going to be models.model_form. And we'll do class meta, model is item. And the fields we need are going to be, well, not that many. It's going to be our title and our description. That should pretty much handles everything. So we'll go ahead and leave that title description. Not that big of a deal. And this is not models.title form, but rather forms.model form. And there we go. Next up, we're going to go ahead and create our view. So we'll go ahead and do define, and this is going to be our item create view. It's going to take in a request, and then we're going to go ahead and return render request, and we'll do items/create.html, and then we'll go ahead and add in our form here. So the first thing that I also want to do with this is I want to go ahead and do from django.contrib.auth. We're going to go ahead and grab our decorators. We're going to import the login required. At some point, maybe we will want a project required as well. So we'll do something like project required, which might just supersede the login required. We're not going to do that just yet, but it's something to think about. Okay, great. So with this in mind, we will go ahead and now say that if not request.project that is activated, then we will go ahead and render out something different, like activate project. Projects activate.html. Still need to implement that, but in the meantime, we'll go ahead and use our form and actually create an item itself. So we'll go ahead and do from.forms now. We're going to import our form, our item form, and we'll go ahead and do from.models. We'll import our item as well, which we might not use just yet, but we will use our form. So to create this, we'll go ahead and do form equals to item form, and this is going to be our request and post or none. And then we'll go say if form.is valid, then we'll go ahead and say the item object is equal to form.save, commit being false. Item object needs several things. First off, added by is going to be equal to the request.user. The project itself, item object.project equals to request.project. And there is that magic right there. And then I'll go ahead and just say item object and .save. And then I'll go ahead and return maybe just the exact same thing. We'll just render out the same thing that's coming through here, which means that we can add in our context as we see it, just like this. So context being form and form. In fact, I will go ahead and bring that context down here and then just update the form itself if we need to. And that way I don't actually have to re-render that page out. And so with this context, I'll go ahead and load it in here. Great. So now let's go ahead and do items create, and we'll navigate down into our templates. And let's do items and create.html. And once again, it's going to extends base.html. And we'll go ahead and do our block content. And our end block content. And I'll do form method equals to post. And the action is equal to, well, we can leave it as an empty string. And then I'll add in my CSRF token to make sure it's a secure submit. And then I'll do form as P. And then we'll just go ahead and add in a button here. And we'll go ahead and say save or create. Okay, and then the type is going to be submit. Great. So with this in mind, we will be able to add projects in theory going forward. Okay, so the first thing is I'm just going to go ahead and activate a project. Let's just make sure that that's activated, and then I'll go ahead and add in my URLs. So first off, I'll go ahead and do items and urls.py. I will literally copy the original urls.py, paste it in here, and just do from dot import views, get rid of some of these other things that we don't need, including the admin. And the main one being that we will have our create view in here. So this will be create and views dot item create view. And then back into my URLs, I will import the include function so that I can come in here and do path, and it's going to be items, and it's just going to go ahead and include our items.urls. There we go. To make things a little bit more Django-like, we will also put in our app name in here as simply items, and then a URL name in here as create. Okay, so now that we've got that, let's go ahead and make sure our server is running. Looks like it's fine. I'm going to go into items and create. So what I should see is a form. Looks like it's not really extending much. So let's see what's going on here. Extends base.html, block content. Oh, it looks, oh, maybe it's just I don't have a navbar yet, which I probably should add in. But we do have our create method here. And so I'll just go ahead and say create new item for, let's do request.project.title. Save that. And now, there we go. Okay, great. Create new item for the content engine. And here is going to be my new item. Now, the reason that the styles look kind of funny has to do with the fact that we're using Tailwind. So before I actually implement the Tailwind stuff, let's go ahead and just try this out with my new item and click on the button create. And hopefully it actually added something. It didn't really show me anything, but I think that it did. No errors actually happened. So what we want to do then is we want to see this in the admin. We'll just do that really quickly with registering it into the admin, and then admin.site.register of that item. And then let's go ahead and take a look at the admin itself. And we've got project activated. All of those messages are coming through within our Django project. That's great. We will add those into our front end soon. But we've got our items here. Let's go ahead and take a look. We've got an item object, and lo and behold, we should have our project, our user, added by username, last modified by, and we have our new name, a new item name. And of course, we could do it again within there. But the main thing here is that we are able to associate it really easily within our project now. So we go to items create, and we'll say, for instance, ABC123, go ahead and create that. And that should absolutely create a brand new one for us. If we go into our items, we should see another object in here. Great. So the next thing is, let's just verify that it's actually changing. It will change different projects. So let's grab a new project. So let's create a new one. And this time I'll go ahead and call this, my Kubernetes engine or something like that. So we'll go ahead and say K8s engine. and still the owner. Save and add another, or probably just save would have been better. But let's go back into that project itself, grab that K8s engine, and back into our project here. We're going to go ahead and activate this. So activate project and activating K8s engine. This should activate it now. Going back into create, we'll go in here and notice it's saying create for the K8s engine, and we'll go ahead and say yet another project. Woohoo! Create that, and back into our items in our admin, and we should have the next item in here with that new project, and sure enough, that's exactly what happened. Great, so we're now at a good spot as far as how the project works and how the overlying items work. Granted, there's still a number of things that I want to improve, one of them being the form itself. Like that should actually have Tailwind classes in there, which is going to be fairly easy to fix. And then we want to actually have a place to activate all of our projects, so we'll be able to manage our projects. But before we manage our projects, I want to manage all of the items, see if we can get all of those things done, and then we'll go ahead and manage out all of our projects. Now I want to style all of my forms, all of my Django forms. Now there's many different ways on how you might approach doing this. So let's take a look at first the Django approach, and then we'll move towards the Tailwind approach, which is the preferred method, as you'll see. So if you go into forms.py to actually change the styling of it, what you can do is you can declare widgets in here, and each widget can be directly related to the field itself. So like the title field, we can do forms.text input, and then we can add in attributes in here and say something like class and some class. And we can save that. And then of course, if I refresh in the template and take a look at the element itself, I see now that I have a class on there that I can apply. Now, these classes could come directly from Tailwind, right? So I could have a long list of classes that I put in there, and I could do that for every single form. That's not going to be efficient at all. Now, another thing I could do if I were to add these classes in here, I would have to augment how Tailwind configures this by adding the content item here. I would actually have to add in a way to monitor all of the Python files as well, which is not necessarily going to be efficient during development. And that's how you would do it. So if this was a Tailwind class, you would have to update this. But I don't want to do it that way. Instead, what I want to do is the Tailwind method of it. And so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this widget altogether in the form. And instead, what I'll do is go into create.html, and I'm going to add a class directly in the form, and we're going to call this TW and form, as in Tailwind form. So I want to apply a Tailwind-like class to this TW form. So this is going to happen inside of my Tailwind CSS input. So instead of static, under TW, I got this Tailwind input here, and this is where I want to put it. So we have to start off with layer base, and then we'll go ahead and grab that class, which in this case is just .tw form, which is a selector class inside of CSS. What we can also do with Tailwind is we can apply other classes, actual Tailwind classes to it. So the ones that we're going to apply are coming directly from Flowbite, which these are just standard Tailwind classes. All of Flowbite is just standard Tailwind classes. And so I'm going to go ahead and add in these classes right here, just like that. And that's all I really need to do in addition to actually running Tailwind. Let's go ahead and make sure that we run it. So we'll go ahead and do run dev, and then I'll also go ahead and make sure my server is running correctly. And now I'll go back into my project here. And if I refresh, notice my form gets shoved over to the side. And that's exactly what those two classes are doing for this now TW form. But we can obviously make this a lot more advanced. So if we go back into our Tailwind Flowbite CSS stuff here, I'm going to go ahead and now change the label, for example. I want to change this label here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy all of these, and I'm going to come in here and do TW form label. This again is just a CSS selector for the label element. We're going to go ahead and apply all of those values. I'm going to save it, and notice I've got some green here. This is actually showing me an error with Tailwind itself. So if I scroll up a bit, I'll see that it says the text gray class does not exist. If it's a custom class, make sure it's defined in the @layer directive, as in up here. It's not a custom class. This is a standard Tailwind class. But the thing is, our actual Tailwind configuration doesn't account for that. So all of these colors in here, it doesn't have the gray color in here. So we're going to go ahead and add it in. So we'll do colors.gray. just like that. And that will take away that error, or at least it should, which we could just go ahead and run that again, and we'll see that. So Tailwind by default doesn't necessarily have all of the colors at hand readily available for us. And what we saw earlier when we started using Flowbite is we actually added in some of these colors in here to make sure that they worked. So that's the idea, is now we can use that. We'll go back into our CFE home. I'll refresh in here. Notice my title changed ever so slightly for both of these things. So taking the same logic, we can go to the input now, and I'll go ahead and grab this class once again, this really long class here. I'm going to go ahead and copy as much of that as I can. I might have too much in there, but I'll go ahead and copy it. And now what I'll do is that same selector. So TW form, and we'll do input and then type being text in this case. I'll go ahead and apply that new element there and get rid of any quotes there. Okay, so I save that, and once again, I'll go ahead and try and refresh in here. Nothing's showing up, so I would imagine there's an error with Tailwind. Once again, there is an error. I scroll up again, and I have a feeling it's going to be the same exact error, and sure enough, it is. And the reason I know this is it's just the ring dash blue, right? So this has to do with color. Whenever you see a color in there, before it was text dash gray, you just have to know that it's a color. And a quick search for something like that would yield that too. A quick search on Google or ChatGPT would show you that. So we can go ahead and add in that blue there. And now if I refresh in here, we've got that now form. It's much more readily designed here, which I much prefer. Great. So the next thing is, of course, going to be our text area. So once again, I'll go ahead and grab this. I'll paste it here and just use text area now. Save that, refresh. What do you know? There's my text area. So now it's actually showing me quite a much better form and just a few lines right here that are just all, Tailwind based. So the final one will be like my input and then type being submit. Or rather, I'm just going to go ahead and say type being submit. So it can be the input or it could be a button, because that's what forms do. And what we've got here, we've got a type being submit as a button, but you can also have input type being submit. So those are the same things. This kind of covers both of them. And so now I want to grab the button, and again, going back into Flowbite, just so I don't have to remember these things, I can just go ahead and grab the button right here. And we'll save that and apply just like that. Save it. Let's make sure Tailwind's looking good. So far, so good. We'll go back into CFE home, and just like that, we've got a better form. But of course, there's a big problem with this form that's not glaringly obvious from like a Tailwind perspective, but it's obvious from a user interface perspective, and that is there's not enough spacing. And so what we see in the Tailwind Flowbite is we see that each element actually has a div in it, and each one has this MB5. All of that stands for is margin bottom 5. Now, Tailwind is really intelligent, and it has a really cool thing called space. So what we can do is we can do space Y-5, and what that's going to do is going to space out each element within that element with a 5 spacing. So basically doing this exact same thing, but for each element that's in there, the actual parent elements like these divs, just like this. So if I add that space 5, I refresh, and there it goes, and now spaces everything out as I wanted. Fantastic. So the other thing is you might want to change this to being as div instead of as form, because perhaps you want to change elements of each form div itself, right? So these divs right here, perhaps you do want those margin bottom 5, in which case we can do that. So let's go ahead and get rid of this space Y here, and we'll go ahead and add in TW form div, and then we'll just apply the margin bottom 5, just like it was in the Flowbite classes. We can refresh in our form, and there we go. So now it actually has that margin bottom 5 as we see. And then of course the button itself will not have it because it doesn't, we never applied that. And if we wanted to have it, well, we would just go into create.html and just add a div around it. And then that would allow for that button to happen, right? So very, very similar to this form here. It's almost identical. Well, the bottom part is the part that, well, just simply doesn't come in with Django Forms. Just remember me, you can have a checkbox like that, or you could just declare it directly. So this is nice because I don't have to go much further with Django Forms themselves. I can just use the as div and it will render out accordingly. Now, of course, if there's an error, then we might want to handle that as well. So let's go ahead and do clean title, and I'm just going to go ahead and do forms.validation error, and there was something wrong. Okay, so let's go ahead and erase that. And we'll come back in here and I'll do some value, hit create, and there was something wrong. So this right here is not a Tailwind CSS class, of course. So what we have in then is just this error list. So once again, I'll go into my input here and we'll go ahead and do TW form error list. This is going to be a class itself. So we'll do dot error list. And now I'm going to go ahead and apply something like, maybe we'll just do the text red 100, or let's do 500. So this is kind of like the medium red, if you will. So we'll go ahead and save that. And once again, we've got an error, which I think is going to be related to the red color. If I scroll up, the red does not exist. Going back into the configuration, we grab this and we can do red and red, save it, or refresh in here. Boom, something wrong. And of course, what we want is we want the actual form itself to be highlighted as well, the actual input. So to do this, we can actually come back into our Tailwind input, grab this error list and do something like plus input, and then basically change the border. So then it would be the border red 500, and we want to add in important, so it definitely changes. You might want to do this for your text area as well, right? So if there's something wrong with the text area, and there we go. So that will add in a new element in here. And if I refresh, I see that now this is red. Of course, if I highlight, it's still blue, and there's ways to change that as well. But the idea being, it now looks a lot more like what you would want with a user interface of some kind. And we want to just test out the actual description as well by creating a validation error for that also. And so we go ahead and refresh in here, and there we go. Something was wrong on both of these. That is exactly what we want to see on a form. So it's pretty cool. And that's all done through Tailwind this simply. And so typically with me, I really like using Django Crispy Forms because it used to do this stuff for me, but Tailwind just does it really, really effectively, which is why you don't really need Crispy Forms any longer. Because the other thing is all of these elements, like the error list itself, you can do additional things to it, right? So if you look at the error list itself, you go in here and inspect. Notice all the classes are stripped away. Tailwind did that. It removed all of the UL classes. You could change it to where it has a background. You can make it alert looking. So if you came in back into Flowbite and went to alerts, you could just use the same background as these alerts. So this danger alert here, for example, right? So let's go ahead and grab that danger alert, and I'll copy that. And now for my error list, instead of it being this text red, I'll just use this right here. We'll go ahead and save that, and let's take a look at what happens with that one. We'll go ahead and run this again. And, oh, I got rid of that clean stuff. So let's try that clean. I think I just made a bunch of items. And there we go. So there, now you have this, there was something wrong. A little bit better of a format of the error itself. Really, really cool. And it's really just that simple. Now, the other thing is that spacing. Perhaps you don't want the margin bottom in there. Maybe you just want it right flush to the actual item, and that's how you would do it. Maybe you want a little bit of a margin, so margin bottom 2, you know, and you can just play around with this. This is something that's worth learning with Tailwind, and it does it so fast. It's definitely one of my favorite ways to design elements. But now that we've got this, we're moving a lot closer to having something a little bit more functional, but I want to have all of the CRUD views for items. So let's go ahead and take a look at list and detail. All right, so now that we've styled out Now that we have our create view, the C of CRUD, let's start with the R of CRUD, as in retrieve views. This is going to be our detail and list view. Now, I've already written these things out as function-based views. These views are designed in a way that they could probably be close to drop-in replacements for a class-based view, but that's outside the context of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to get this up and going, which is why I really like the function-based views for that. So this get object or 404, we need to import from our shortcuts. But the idea is we've got a query set here that will be an object list in context. So we have our template will use object list just like you would with the class-based view. And then the detail view Same thing with instance. Now, the idea here is we're going to be passing through the ID. So the detail view will use an ID versus what you might have otherwise. So inside of our URLs, let's go ahead and actually implement those things. To do that, I'm going to go ahead and just copy the create view path here. The first one is going to be our list view. We'll go ahead and call this list. And then the next one is going to be our detail view, which we'll take a look at in just a second. And let's go ahead and make sure that our items are done correctly. So item detail view. Okay, so the path for list is going to just be an empty string. No surprise there. And then we'll go ahead and add in the ID as an integer like that. Great. So the reason I'm using ID is so that I actually don't have to change my create path at all. It also makes it a little bit easier to just grab something. The ID is, well, the ID. It's going to auto increment each time. I never have to set it. All of those things, right? So if you were to use a slug here, then you might have to change your path for create because of how slug is. You also would have to make sure that the item itself doesn't have a slug with create. It just adds a lot of complexity that we just don't need. So I'll use ID. Yes, you could guess what an ID is then in the future, but the thing is, even if you could guess the ID, you still need it in your project itself, which is exactly why I have that filter in there as well. So your request project has to match that ID too. Great. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and actually build out the template now. So create.html, I'm going to copy this a couple times. The first one will be just detail.html. And in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and render out the instance itself. That's it. Not going to do anything else with that just yet. And then we'll go ahead and do list.html. This one will definitely build out. So what we're going to add in here is something for our object in object list, right? So we need to add out that iteration. So right now it's just going to be simply object.title, for example, right? So we save that. And if we go take a look at our list items, we should get our object.title. And there we go. So we've got multiple titles in there. It doesn't look great. So what we want to do is use a TailwindCSS list group, and Flowbite has an example of this for you. So if you just search for list group, you'll be able to find what I'm looking for. Now, there are other elements that you could use. You don't have to use a list group, but I just find them pretty easy. And then we got list group with links. We're going to go ahead and grab that one. I'll just go ahead and copy this entire thing and paste it right below here. So we're going to save this, and let's go ahead and take a look. If we see here, we've got an active class for the profile. We've got two inactive classes and download. So the nice thing about this list group is it could be useful for a sidebar of some kind. I'm not building a sidebar. I'm building a list group to go ahead and take a look at my different items. Now, some of you might be like, oh, well, I'd rather have a table for that. And you could totally augment this or change it with the table. You could use the table in here. I'm just trying to keep things as concise as possible. The table might be nice to see like additional data about this. So perhaps at some point we change it to a table. But for now, I'm just going to use this list group here. And I really want to focus on just one element, and that is a active like class that I could use, as in I can just hover over it and iterate through just like this, right? And let's go ahead and make sure that's there. And then object.title. Great. So we save that, refresh. This should now give us all of our different items. Granted, they are sort of gibberish at this point, but it is our different items, which is nice, and it is styled according to Tailwind, which is great. So now I actually want to make these clickable. So to do that, I will use the object itself and get absolute URL. Now, when it comes to Django, there's a lot of different ways on how you can set a URL. You could actually go directly and say items and then slash, object ID. But of course, the problem with that method is anytime you change maybe the URL to get to any given item, then you got a bunch of problems, which is why we use get absolute URL. The same is true with using reverse right inside of the template, which let's take a look at reverse inside of our model. So inside of our model, this is where we'll define our get absolute URL method. This is a standard Django method. That's why it's called get absolute URL. And once again, we could actually use that same idea of string substitution for a link. But again, this is vulnerable to if I make any changes with urls.py. Now, of course, you would want to test those things anyway, but the easiest way to ensure that you're testing them is by using reverse. So from Django.urls, import reverse. And of course, if you're using Django hosts, grab that reverse itself. Django hosts is great for subdomain managing. And so we come in here, and now instead of using that, we will go ahead and return back reverse, and it's going to be items detail, and then the keyword args are going to be the ID and self.id. Now, of course, where these things come from, items itself is the app name for the URLs for the app itself. And then the actual detail path is the next part of that. That's the detail. And then the keyword arguments are what we want to pass into the path itself, which in our case, we have an argument called ID, and that's why we're passing in that. And of course, if we refresh in here now, and I click on any of these, now I should be able to get my absolute URL, assuming that everything is all saved up. Let's go ahead and refresh in there. Now we see those URLs. If I go to look at one of them, it gives me this item object. Yes, things are off the screen. We still need to style this a lot better, but overall we have a way to display it, which is exactly what I wanted. So now what we want to do is actually change our item detail to just being an update, because realistically, if someone's going to this item, they might want to make changes right there and then also see all the things that might be attached to it. So that's exactly what we'll do right now. Now what we're going to do is actually change our item detail view to an item detail update view. So we'll go ahead and say detail update, and we'll just change that where it needs to. I don't really need to change the URL name, but that's the name I'll give it now, just so it's a little bit more verbose and I know what I'm doing. So the next thing is, well, really just grabbing this form right here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that same form, but this time we'll go ahead and pass in the instance itself. So instance being that instance. And this will just be allowed. This will make it really easy for me to just make some changes to it. And so if we look back into our model, we can also say last modified by now inside of that view. So in here, we'll just go ahead and do last modified by, just like that. I don't need to do anything else to that form. I don't need to add the project or anything like that, because we're just making a change to this instance itself. And then again, I'll go ahead and re-render out the form itself and do something like that. And now inside of my context, I'll go ahead and add in both things. So I'm going to change my context slightly to have the instance in here, and instance, and then the form and form. And then we'll go ahead and bring this in right here. There we go. So now in my detail view, what I actually want is my form coming through. So this is actually a good time to bring in something called a snippet. So we'll go ahead and do snippets here, and we'll go ahead and add in a file in here called forms.html, and I'll grab my form. So here's my form right here. This I'm going to go ahead and bring in to the snippet. And then now in my create, I'll go ahead and do include items, snippets, and forms.html. Or rather, this should probably be form.html. And we'll go ahead and say with form equaling to form. Now, this is the context variable that we're just passing. We just want to make sure that we have this item coming through, because you might have multiple forms on your page. And if you were to change the context variable form, so like my context form, something like that, then you would want to update it in our view, and it would be the same. That's kind of the idea here. Okay, cool. So with this in mind, we'll go ahead and grab this, and we'll go ahead and add it into our detail view as well. And there we go. So now we've got our instance. We can bring in a title here, and I'll just go ahead and say H1 as far as the title is concerned. Again, the styling will update in a little bit. But for now, we've got this instance title. We refresh into our home page here. There's that title up there. There it is here as well. And we'll go ahead and do updated title. We'll go ahead and create that, assuming that I don't have validation errors, which in this case, I have validation errors only because we never got rid of them. Or at least I didn't. Maybe you did. Hopefully you did. But I'll go ahead and get rid of mine now. And so we can refresh in here and hit updated title. And there's our updated title. And there's our form. And of course, if I refresh again, it might say form submission again, which is not what I want, right? So to change that, it's really actually pretty simple. The form, instead of doing this, will return a redirect to the item object get absolute URL, just like that. So that redirect is another shortcut we can bring in here. And now if I refresh in here and say create title, it actually redirects the page altogether, and that's it. Great. So the other thing is the actual button itself should not say create anymore. It should say something different. And so back into my snippet, what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and say if btn label else submit. Correct. So with this btn label now, in my create view, I will change that to being create. And in my detail view, I will change that to being save or something like that. Let's use double quotes, save. And there we go. So now it says save. And then if I go to create a new one, whoops, that should be items create. There we go. And create and save. Great. So what I also want to do with this create page is I want to redirect it as well. So back into my views, let's go ahead and update that redirect to also have the absolute URL. Now, this is completely optional because you also might want to just continue to create things, but we just want to leave it kind of simple there. And we'll go ahead and say new item here, exclamation mark, hit create, and it's going to take us to our new item here. Great. So the other thing is with our form itself, since we are having the ability to just simply go and update it right after, I'm going to actually make two separate forms now. So one is going to be my create form, one is going to be my update form, and I'll change the description like that. And when it comes to the create form, maybe I want to just check that this item doesn't already exist, like do some additional validation if you wanted to. I'm actually not going to do that. I'll leave it as is just to make it a very simple and concise thing. So with this in mind, what I like to do actually is I like to import the entire forms module so that I can do forms.update form, and then I can come down here and do forms.create form. And if I ever need to change those things, I can just change the argument right here instead of anywhere else. Great. And of course, you could always change this as items forms as well, and then update everything else in there too. But that's a quick and easy way to now, when I want to go ahead and create an item, so items create, I can come in here and say new item, exclamation mark, create that, and now I can add additional data here, right? And change that as I see fit. But at this point, of course, we want one last thing, and that's going to be our detail, or rather our delete view. And we're going to need one last thing, and that's going to be handling deleting of items, and that's pretty straightforward as well. So let's take a look at that. All right, so the final part of CRUD is delete or destroy. So we'll go ahead and create that one now. I'm going to use the instance view, actually, this right here, and we'll go ahead and create the delete view. So item and delete view is going to be that ID. Once again, we'll have the get object or 404. And realistically, all I want to do here is say if request.method equals to post, then we'll go ahead and do instance.delete. And then we're going to return a redirect. And this redirect is going to go to items create. Or rather, let's do items list. Okay. And so the context itself, I do need the instance in here. So we'll go ahead and bring that in. And this is going to be simply delete. Okay. And so with this in mind, let's go ahead and grab our delete view. And I'm going to take this path here and just add it in and go ahead and say delete and item delete view and finally delete. Okay, great. So the template itself, I'm going to go ahead and copy our, let's go ahead and do our detail view here. And we'll go ahead and say delete.html. And this time I'm going to go ahead and say, are you sure you want to delete and in the button or the form or the actual element here, I'm going to go ahead and say this and say, yes, delete. Okay, now going into the item itself, let's go into the delete view. And what we see here is, are you sure you want to delete new item? Yes, delete. And there it goes. Let's try that again. And there it goes. Right? Okay, so the reason this works so well is, yes, I have a form in here, but the form actually doesn't have anything. So it's as div. So if I go ahead and say if form, then I can bring out as div. Otherwise, it won't render anything. But of course, we do want that form in there. The other thing is maybe the class that we want to use for this button. Right now, it's just the default class that we had with the TW form. So we could probably change that if we wanted to. So we would say something like our class being our, let's say, TW form delete class. Let's just try that one. And so what that would mean is I would have to come in to my inputs here, the Tailwind input, and we would want to go to the button class that we had before, which is this one. And I'll go ahead and add in the delete. I'm going to copy this whole thing here. And instead of blue, I'm going to use red. And red and red all the way through. And then I'll go ahead and add in something else for important. Okay. So what we've got there is hopefully this will actually now update that class as we see fit. And then I'll go ahead and say delete being true as an argument there. So then in our form.html, we'll go ahead and just say if delete, then we'll go ahead and add in that class and we'll take a look. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and save it and go into our delete. And there we go. So now it's red. And as you notice, the form otherwise was not red. Okay, great. So yes, delete. Fantastic. Okay. So naturally, we could probably add in an extra button in that form, as in like go back or something like that. I'm not going to leave that in. I'm not going to put that in there at this point. You could if you want, but it takes a number of steps just to get it to go backwards. And it takes some JavaScript to do that as well, which at this point, we don't need that at all. We just have our delete items and we can come in here and create them and see however we want to. So that pretty much fixes all of the item CRUD. So the next thing I really want to do is be able to go into my projects. So the projects list, we're going to go ahead and build that one out pretty quickly, basically copying a lot of the things we just did there, but we're going to do all of the project CRUD in just a moment. Now we're going to go ahead and create our projects CRUD, all of the views, forms, and templates for that by basically copying everything we did inside of items. So the first thing I want to do is copy all of the views in items, and we're just going to go ahead and bring it into our views for our projects. And so what I want to do is I want to grab everything related to items. So I'm going to do a quick Control F or Command F to find item, all capitalized. And I want to change all of those to project. So the first one I actually can delete altogether because I have project.models being imported in here like this. And so I'll go ahead and go to the next one and the next one and the next one and so on. And we just want to replace all of those until we have no more results. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the lowercase version of that with project. And then I'll, again, replace all of them as I need to. And that shouldn't take too long. And then there we go. Now, of course, I could do a select all and just change them, but doing it one by one allows me to at least review it while it's happening. So the next thing is inside of my projects, I want to go ahead and create urls.py. I'll go ahead and grab in my URLs here, paste it, or rather the URLs from the items themselves. Let's go ahead and grab that one, paste it in, and it looks like I have the comments in there. I shouldn't have that on either one. I didn't realize that when I copied it. Okay. So let's save those. And then now in my URLs for projects, we're going to change everything with item once again to project, which now I'm going to go ahead and select all of them. Boom, changes all of them. And now they are all valid too. Next thing up, we're going to go ahead and do our forms. So forms.py. Once again, copying all these forms, paste in here. This time we want to start with capital because of the class itself, just like we did before. And once again, all to project. Boom, just like that. Great. So the difference between project and items is really just going to be how we handle additional users at some point. So the models itself for the project, we've got title, handle. I do not have a description in the project just yet, but I might as well. So let's go ahead and do that. And I also want to add in a few other items here. So we'll go ahead and do description and like that. And I also want to add in a related name to the owner. And I'll say project or owned projects. Okay. Next up, we're going to go ahead and grab in the last modified by and maybe added by. So go ahead and grab all of those as well from that model. and bring it into our project. And this one, instead of items added, it'll be projects added, and then items change, projects changed. Great. And then our save method, we still need that as well. So I'll go ahead and grab that one. And I want to just augment it with replacing this like that. Okay, great. And those related names are necessary for each one of them. And so there we go. So we can save that, and I'm going to run my migrations. And the reason I did this too is because now all of my forms and stuff just work. So everything works in here exactly the same. It's not any different really. So let's go ahead and save that, and we'll go in and jump into our SRC. We'll run python manage.py make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. Okay, so that's going to be a very, very easy change. The next thing is the actual updates themselves. So what I want to do here is with my create form, I'm going to go ahead and add in handle there. And my update form, I'm also going to add in handle. Great. So next things for that means then in my views, when I go ahead and grab any given project itself, I'm going to start off with, I need it to be the owner. So it's going to be request.user, right? So that's how I actually can filter down these products for now. Eventually, that's going to change, but we need to change it where it makes sense as well in all of these different places. And then the project itself is no longer ID, but rather it's going to be that handle. So once again, we need to add in the handle itself. So handle being that handle, and just making some minor modifications for that for each view we see in here. And our delete view should also have it if it didn't. It looks like it does. Okay, great. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and update our URLs to be slugs. So now what we're going to do is change this to being the slug and handle and slug and handle. Hey, what do you know? That thing I mentioned before is coming up once again. Maybe it'll work, maybe it'll not. We'll have to see what that looks like. But what I do know is when I come into my form, I'm going to go ahead and do clean handle. And I'm going to go ahead and say if self dot, or rather, we'll go ahead and grab the handle itself, which is self.cleanedData.get handle. And we'll go ahead and say if handle equals to create, then we're going to go ahead and have to raise a forms.validation error. And this is create cannot be a handle. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and return the handle itself. And what do you know? That's pretty cool, right? So we'll go ahead and come in here and do that. Now, of course, we also probably want to check to make sure that the handle is not used anywhere else as well. We'll come back to that when it makes sense to. I just want to finish out all of the other CRUD before I do that, which is funny that it's called CRUD. But anyway, so now we've got this. We've got our different projects, our create, delete, update, and so on. So now we just need our templates in there. So let's go ahead and copy our items templates and change it to our projects templates. Okay. So I don't think I'll need to do that many changes in here. Maybe just the create a new project, something like that. But we'll be able to see this in just a little bit. And then also all of the items themselves. So let's do a quick search inside of this folder. So we'll go ahead and do find in folder for item. And we want the absolute capitalized one. If we need capital item, which I don't have any, we want to use lowercase item and again, project. So then we'll go ahead and replace all of those right there and those templates. Great. Okay, so final step will be to add these URLs into our main configuration URLs. And now we've got projects and projects.urls. Let's go ahead and save that. I would imagine there might be an error or two in here somewhere. Maybe not, but let's go ahead and take a look. We'll jump into projects here, hit enter, and we've got to log in. So it looks like I'm not logged in right now, maybe. That's odd. Oh, I used not localhost. Okay. So now back into localhost. There we go. I've got my content engine here, and it's actually not rendering the page. There is one more step, of course, that we need to make on our models. Maybe you caught this, maybe not. but I know exactly what it is. The reason I can't get there is because I don't have the get absolute URL method created in here. So we're going to return reverse projects and detail, and then the keyword R's are going to be equal to our handle and self.handle. The reverse itself, we're going to go ahead and bring that in as well. So from Django.urls, import reverse. We no longer need this Slugify, so we can get rid of that at this time as well. It's refreshing there. And now if I go to Content Engine, I should be able to actually see these things. Ooh, great. So if I save that, it should save it. And we'll go ahead and do K8s engine dos and -dos. I'll copy this just for a moment, save it, and then we'll go ahead and activate it. So activate project and content engine dos, and it will bring me back to the home page. And then I go into items, and in this case, I've got a few in here still, and this should be based off of that same content engine as we've done. Let's just verify this once again by actually creating a new project. Go into create. Oh no, we got no project matches query. Of course we don't, because the URL is after. It comes after the slugs. This is the problem that we have to solve, and it's really easy to solve. We just move it above and add a comma. And of course, inside of our model, what we also might want to do is make sure that the handle is not slug also. So you could do a validator directly in the slug field itself, or we could also just say if self.handle equals to create, then we'll go ahead and do self.handle equals to a unique slug field or something along those lines, which might still cause a problem because of the create method itself. So instead what I'll do is just say something like create this, and that's also not great. So let's actually get rid of that altogether, and let's go ahead and add in a validator directly on the handle itself. So that's just yet another instance of being able to do that handle. So we'll do that in just a second. But before I do, I actually want to verify create is in there, and I'll do content engine, and we'll do content engine. This handle should be taken. If I hit create, project with this handle already exists. So the reason that that's happening is because of this unique right here. Really, really cool that it happens that way. But what we want to do now is just create our own custom validator for this. So we're going to go ahead and do that inside of validators.py. And we're going to go ahead and create our own custom validator from Django. It's pretty straightforward. We just grab this validation error here, and we'll go ahead and bring it in, and we'll define validate project handle. And we just basically take in the handle itself, and we'll say if handle equals to create, then we'll raise the validation error and say something like this is an invalid handle. Otherwise, we'll be good. And so let's go ahead and grab that, and then I'll go ahead and go back into my model and do from .import validators, and we'll go ahead and add in validators directly into this field here. And I'm going to go ahead and bring it in, or down rather. It's going to be validators dot validate project handle. Great. With our unique Slugify here, and I'll go ahead and say invalid slug equals to create. That's a new argument in there. So we'll go into unique Slugify and do invalid slug equals to create. And so that means then I will just go ahead and say if this slug right here, so if slug equals to invalid slug, then our slug is going to be just random characters with the invalid slug in there automatically, right? So we just definitely want to automatically just add in random characters because, maybe they'll want to have create as part of it. So that's just another way to add that extra level of detail. Unfortunately, I just added a bunch of complexity to everything just because of that one URL. We could always change the URL and where it is, but it's nice to see exactly how to do that. And of course, since I made some changes to the actual validator on the model itself, I can now update this. Okay, great. So next up, going back into the admin, let's just verify this. So first off, we can go into create and content engine. I should be able to do this. Cannot be a handle. Create cannot be a handle. Great. So maybe I should spell handle correctly, but the idea here is the validator is working. This is an invalid handle. Why is it saying create cannot be a handle? Oh yeah, because of the form. So the form itself is also saying that. So let's go ahead and actually get rid of these clean values here, because now it's a model field and a model validator. Let's go ahead and try it again. And now it should say this is an invalid handle. Great. So once again, it should be create as an invalid handler. So we have two different ways on how to do it. And we'll go ahead and say, let's just do double quotes, create, and like that. And once again, we can validate it and create as an invalid handler. Great. And so the reason to do the actual validator directly on the form itself is so that if we are directly on the model itself, is so that if we go into our Django admin and try to create a project with create to any given owner and added by, modified by, saved and add another, it should give me that same validation, right? Which is exactly why I did that. Okay, cool. So we went quite a bit further in the CRUD level than I expected, but overall we now have a lot of the things related to CRUD, so I can at least manage these projects, which is great. Now, one of the things I don't want to do is delete a project when items still exist. So what I want to do is I want to bring in some items in here. So this is how I grab that query set and whether or not it exists. So what we'll do then is we'll also say, basically, if items exist, then we'll go ahead and do messages.error and request and say something like cannot delete project with active items. And then it will go ahead and return a redirect probably to the instance itself. And we'll go ahead and do git delete URL, for example. Okay. And so let's just make sure messages is imported. It looks like it is. And so let's go ahead and now grab in this git delete URL and I'll bring it right under the project itself. It's really simple. It's the same thing as our git absolute URL, but instead of detail, it's just going to be simply delete. Okay. So now we can see that, cannot delete project with active items. And instead of having just exists, maybe we do the items query sets. So let's go ahead and copy this above and do items QS. And this will then be all, and then items count being items QS.count. Okay. And so maybe there's a threshold that we want here for the actual items themselves. Maybe we can say if items exist and items count is greater than 10, then we can say something like cannot delete project with 10 or more active items greater than or equal to 10, and something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and try those things out. Now with our projects, we should be able to delete a number of them. So going into our projects here and go into content engine. This one is gibberish, so I should be able to delete it. And yes, delete. And sure enough, it deletes it. So let's change the actual content engine itself, the actual detail view. I want to actually bring in those items themselves so I can actually see all of the items in that detail view, so I can see whether or not there are more or less than that threshold. And of course, we don't need that threshold, but I just want to have it in there. So go ahead and say items QS inside of the detail view now for that. And I'll go ahead and go into my detail here. And we'll get our items QS. And I want to grab that same sort of list item here. So this also stands to reason that this could be a snippet. So I'll go ahead and do that. And we'll call this our list.html. Bring that in as a snippet. And we'll go ahead and copy this relative path here and do in our list. And I'll do ahead include the source there. And we'll go ahead and say with object list as object list. And getting rid of the source and templates. And there we go. I'll go ahead and copy this same thing because now in my detail, I'm going to go ahead and do my object list as items QS. And once again, a good reason to have that get absolute URL method. And so we can save that and I can refresh in my content engine here. There are my items now. I can select them And this time it didn't actually bring me to the right place. We'll have to adjust that in just a little bit. But the idea being is we now have these items available. At least we can see them, which is good. So then let's change the threshold to something different and go back into our view. We'll change that threshold to 2. So active project, we'll go to the delete view. There we go. And I'll do project can delete threshold being 2. Can delete item threshold maybe. And there we go. Let's put it like that. So it's now a variable and go into delete this. And then we'll go ahead and confirm delete and it won't delete it. So I don't actually have the message rendering. So that's of course something we'll fix really quickly. To do that, we go into the Django documentation for the messages framework, click on displaying messages, and here it is right here. So go ahead and actually display them finally. So inside of my head here, I'm going to go ahead and do messages.html. We'll go ahead and bring this in. There are my messages. We don't have to change anything in here at this point. In my base HTML, I'm going to go ahead and include the head and / messages.html. Great. So we're going to go ahead and now go back into our project, refresh on my delete, and we've got cannot delete project with 10 or more active items. And what do you know? Once I get these messages, I've got this messages error, right? So what does this look like? This looks like something really well suited for our Tailwind input. All right. Because I don't necessarily need to change everything for Django. So now what I'll do is I'll call this my Tailwind message div, and then we'll do error. So there is one slight change that will change, and that is this. And this is going to be that Tailwind div message div, or Tailwind message UL actually. So it's an unordered list because of what we're just going based off of the documentation. And there we go. So we've got .error. And so in my Tailwind table, what I want to do then is I'm going to go ahead and grab a alert. Okay. And the error alert is going to be related to this danger one. So I'll go ahead and grab all of these items in here and apply it. Great. Messages in there. Let's try that again with a refresh. We'll go ahead and say yes and delete. And there we go. Cannot delete project with 10 or more active items. That, of course, is the incorrect message. So let's go ahead and make sure that we put the correct threshold number in here. And to try that one more time. And there we go. Cannot delete a project with 2 or more active items. Fantastic. So once again, we might want to redirect this to maybe the absolute URL instead, because that's probably where they're going to be trying to delete it. But now we've got a little bit better of messages altogether. And so hopefully now also, if we go into activate our project, our content engine, for example, we get project activated. So this is coming in as an error, which means that I probably put it incorrectly in the project activation itself. So in here, it says error when it should say success. Okay, so let's go ahead and redo that. And I just want to go into project or activator. And there we go, project activated. Now we've got success in here. So let's go ahead and update our alerts to being that. Success, we'll go ahead and do green. So I'll go ahead and grab this one. Copy that, bring it into our input here, and TW and messages UL.success. Apply all of that. Fantastic. And let's do that one more time with our activator. And now we should have some green message in there. It looks like maybe it didn't come through yet. And it's got too many problems. It had an S at the end. So let's try that again. And now we should have green. Doesn't have green. Let's see why. Ah, yes. Okay, cool. So Tailwind was actually the problem, not so much, well, both of the things. Two things were the problem. So going back, no surprise, green is actually not in there. So no surprise there because it's exactly what's happened. multiple times at this point. So let's go ahead and add green and colors dot green, not green, but green. And last attempt and success. Great, project activated. And of course, we have one final issue related to the project itself. And that is if I go to a project that is activated, yeah, I might be able to navigate to the item itself. But if I go to a project that's not activated, so let's say, for instance, this project, it still shows these things, but I can't actually get to them. And so there's two ways to think about this. One of the ways would be to go directly in the project detail and basically just say if request.project equals to the instance, then we'll go ahead and show that list out. Just like that. So end if. Right. Or we could actually augment the snippet itself to make it a link if that's true. Right. So there's two different ways on how we could go about doing that. And perhaps we also want to have something in here like, activate. Well, let's do just a p tag here. So div and div. And then activate project to continue or something like that. Right. And naturally, I need to style these things a little bit better and make the user interface overall a little bit better. But now I can actually kind of see how I might go about doing those different projects. And I should be able to create new ones too. New project here. Woohoo. Hit create. And there is my new project here. For some reason, this is not actually showing up, which is interesting. So let's go ahead and see why. I think I actually know why. It's a good thing we caught it now. But in our view, the create view, we don't actually add in the owner. So we added by, but not owner. So we'll go ahead and do owner equals to the request.user. That was definitely an oversight that thankfully we cut. But let's go ahead and create a project again. Add a new project. And now we can do it. Great. Fantastic. Okay, so now we've got our project CRUD. We have the ability to update things. And hopefully very soon we'll have the ability to have, well, just a better user interface altogether, and also uploading files to any given item. Now we're going to implement a navbar using TailwindCSS and Flowbite. This is going to take a couple steps, but the idea here is we're going to have a logged in navbar and also a not logged in navbar. And what I want, though, is the navbar to be responsible, of course, for navigation, but also to be able to change my actual project. And the way we're going to be doing this is by, well, very similar to their language dropdown here, where it's basically going to have our project name and then all of the other projects we might be using. And then when I click on those things, that's how it's actually going to go ahead and activate our various projects. So that's what we're going to work towards. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and copy this navbar here and back into my project. I'm going to create templates and we'll go ahead and do navbar. And inside of navbar here, we're going to create two, which one's going to be base.html and then also going to be logged-in.html. I'll go ahead and paste in the actual navbar that I just copied from the Flowbite docs, and it has the actual languages in there. That one's on purpose, of course. And so I'll leave that one in. The first thing that I want to do is actually cut out this Flowbite here, and I'm going to go ahead and create navbar link.html, or rather navbar brand.html, and just paste that in. This, of course, is going to go to our home page. It's no longer going to be Flowbite stuff. It's just going to be our content engine. So back into the logged in navbar, then we'll go ahead and include that with navbar and navbar brand.html. Okay. And so in base, we'll just go ahead and include the navbar and logged in to start out. Save that. And then finally in the actual base.html, the template itself, we want to go ahead and bring in that navbar base. So once again, we'll go ahead and use include, and this is going to be navbar base.html. And the reason I do this is so that I can actually have logic in base.html for multiple navbars. In other words, if I say if request.user.is authenticated, I can just have that navbar in there. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and use another one. And so the other one, I'll just go ahead and do a blank one, basically. The default navbar, I'll go ahead and copy this one. And we'll go ahead and say guest.html. Paste that in. Once again, I want to use that navbar brand, so I'll bring that one in as well. Okay, we save that, and I want to scroll down. I'm only going to have one link in here, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all of these other ones and really just call this admin login and just have it go into our admin URL. And that's pretty much it. So now we've got our base there, our logged in, our guest, our other base. Great. So let's take a look at our home page. And there we go. So this one's not logged in. This one is logged in. Or this one's the guest. And it looks like maybe I forgot to bring that in. And sure enough, I did. So let's go ahead and add in guest here. Save that. And there we go. Okay. So one of the problems, of course, is how it's being rendered right now. We want to change how it's being rendered a little bit. And so back into my guest.html, what I want to do is I want to get rid of the actual classes here and change it slightly. So go back into Flowbite itself. I'm going to go ahead and expand this, and we're going to use the non-first class. I don't need this class right here. So I'll go ahead and grab this next one. And that's the basically inactive class. We're not going to really worry about the active classes at all throughout this whole process. So the logged in one as well, we're going to go ahead and get rid of that. That's in here. Well, that's the active one. Let's go scroll up a little bit. And we see that if I close this one down, I should be able to see the others. Okay, great. Here's this. All right. So with that in mind, that gets rid of that little blue dot that was in there. And so obviously what I want to do is to change this. That's what I want to work towards. But before I can, I need to bring in Flowbite JavaScript. So the way we're going to do this is by going back into Flowbite's quick start. And we see there's npm install Flowbite. That's going to be where we start. So into the root of our project where package.json is, we're going to npm install Flowbite. The next step is to actually add the plugin itself to Tailwind's configuration. So I'll go ahead and grab that plugin, and we'll go ahead and navigate down into our Tailwind configuration. We'll scroll down to plugins, add that in. The next step is going to be grabbing the content itself so that the Flowbite, JavaScript and stuff like that is working correctly. So I'll go ahead and bring that into my content. So Tailwind is monitoring for that. So now we have our Django templates as well as any Flowbite content in there. And so the next part is actually having the JavaScript code for Flowbite, which we could do it this way, but that would require several extra steps into getting that working correctly. So instead, what I'm going to do is just use their CDN version. I think once you go into production, you should probably not use their CDN version. You should probably use your own. But since we're not going into production, we're just doing something, we're not going into production in the way that it's a public site. It's going to be a private site. So using this other one is probably fine. And so it says to put it before the body element. And usually with JavaScripts like this, I like to defer it. Okay, so we save it, and then we come back in here, refresh, and what we should be able to do is actually do the drop-down menu there now. And if I were to break this down and try that drop-down, that works as well. So both of those things should work as far as the drop-down is concerned. Great. So now, of course, what we want to do is we want to enrich this with a number of things. The first thing that I want to do, though, is I'm going to go ahead and say I'm going to call this my Navbar project selector.html. Okay. So that means in my logged in.html, I'm going to go ahead and take out all of those things related to the UL right here. So essentially that full thing, but we need to make sure that we're grabbing the right information, which might come down to grabbing the button itself and the drop down, which is what I'm going to do. So let's go ahead and grab the button and drop down, bring it into our selector here, and then back into our logged in. We'll go ahead and include that one as well. And this is going to be our Navbar project selector. Refresh in there. Everything's looking good. So the first thing that I can do, though, is I can actually, instead of having this SVG, I'll get rid of all of the SVGs eventually. But instead of that, I'll just go ahead and do my project, and that's going to be request.project. And we'll go ahead and just say title, and I'll just refresh in there, and what do you know? There's my project. So of course I need to actually have the other ones in there which we'll do soon. But the next thing I'm going to do is, before I have the other ones in there, I want to go to the bottom of this list element here, and I'm going to go ahead and just create another button, essentially, that will allow me to create new projects. So down here, get rid of this SVG. This should say now, just create project, and then I'll go ahead and do the projects create. You know, soon enough, I will update these links so they're more dynamic, but for now, we have a way to just go into create project. And so one of the things we might want to do is actually change the colors in here. Let's say, for instance, blue, and then hover. Let's do text, or rather, let's do BG blue. So we'll go ahead and add in BG blue, let's say 500. And then when it's hovered, we'll go ahead and do BG blue 700. And then the actual text itself, we'll go ahead and change it to text white, and that's that. So we save that, and let's take a look at the project itself. We go down here, and now we have a button that we can just go ahead and go into create project. All the other ones look pretty good, but of course, if you want to create a project, you just go there, and now we'll be able to create a project. It certainly looks a lot better already in terms of how it ends up working. But I want to build this thing out. I actually want the projects to show up here. This is going to take two different features that Django has, but I also want to emphasize that the guest account itself does not have access to that dropdown. It won't see it at all because it'll be a completely different template that's rendering out that particular guest site. So to do this, it's going to be using Django's context processors, so I can enrich any given template with something else. That something else is going to be based off of caching. So the project caching for the particular user that's going to be going and through each one of these pages, which is pretty cool too. Now we're going to implement a context processor for a template so that our navbar selector can actually have all of our projects, our users' projects. Now this is different than request.project, like what we built with the middleware. That one works on all of the requests. When it comes to context processors, it really just works when a template is rendered. They are very similar, but different enough to the point where you want to know about different and how to use different ones as well. So inside of my settings, I see that there's context processors in here for my Django templates already. Like the request one, for example, that's a context processor. That's how I can use request.user inside, well, in conjunction with the auth. But that's how I can use it inside of an HTML. Okay, so now what we're going to do is create a context processor. So inside of projects, we'll do context processors.py, and we're going to define our first one. And this is going to be user projects context. And it's going to take in a request, and it's going to return back a dictionary. So just like any template value, you have dictionary values that you can actually bring in here. So what I want to do is I want to do from.models. We're going to import our project. And once again, I have a query set that's going to be project.objects.filter. And in this case, it'll say owner equaling to request.user. Now, like I've said a couple of times, we will have this sprinkled throughout. So if I do a quick search for that filter of owner and equals, what I should see inside of all my Python files is at least two of them. More than likely, we'll start to see more and more of that, or really just owner equals to, depending on how we end up managing these projects. But with this in mind, I'll go ahead and just say project list, and that's equal to that query set. So this is going to be my users project list. And so by default, it'll be none. So basically, we want to say if request user is authenticated, then we'll go ahead and grab that. Otherwise, the query set will be project.objects.none. Correct. And that allows us to then change the query set based off of who is actually authenticated. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and jump into our settings, and we'll go ahead and update our context processors to be projects.contextProcessors, and then the name of the processor itself, which is user projects context. Okay, so this isn't particularly efficient, so we will have to update that. But before I do, let's go ahead and jump back into our project selector here, and where it starts off with English as one of them, I'm actually not going to show my current project. I want to change that. But before I do, let's go ahead and loop through the English one. So we'll go ahead and do for the actual project in. And once again, it's going to be our project list here. We'll go ahead and come down. There's a href here, and then all the way down to the link element, actually. So we want to end the list element. So let's bring that up one more level. And after that list element, end for, and this is no longer English, but rather project.title. And then we'll go ahead and get rid of the SVG that's in here. And then this will end up being a different link itself. Okay, so we'll leave it in as project title for a moment, save that, and then all of these other list elements that have languages on them, we can get rid of. So I'm just breaking them down, and that's these right here. Great. So we save that, and let's take a look. We refresh into our content engine, and there's my other projects. Perfect. Okay, so again, I don't want my content engine, the one that's currently activated, I don't need it to show up in here. And so basically all I do there is say, if project equals to request.project, or rather if it doesn't equal to it, then we'll go ahead and do something like that. And we'll tab this in, and this should say end if. Okay, and then once again, we refresh, and there are my other projects. So naturally, I need to actually grab one in there. Now, one of the other things is, what if one's not actually activated, right? So right here, we've got request project title. So if we don't have a project activated, we need to address for that. So we'll go ahead and say if request project dot is activated, or rather if it's not activated, then we will go ahead and do something. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and say that. Okay, so right now I do have an activated project. You might not. But of course, if you don't, then we're just going to go into projects themselves. So I'll use the same exact button, and I'll go ahead and say view projects, something like that. And then href going to projects. We can go ahref. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and deactivate this project. So deactivate project content engine just to verify that that's working. And there we go. Project deactivated, view projects. Now I've got my projects in there. And of course, I'd want to activate one from there. Okay, cool. So, or maybe it'd be something like select project. That might be a little bit better than view projects. Cool. And so now back into actually selecting a project, I need to be able to change them. So I need to actually have an activation URL. So before I get to the activation URL, though, I need to update this. I need this to be far more I need this to be far more efficient. And we've already seen this actually with our caching. So we've got this caching string in here, and that's exactly what we want to do. So we're going to go ahead and import the cache again. And then in our middle, or like just like our middleware, I'll go ahead and copy a few things from it. And this time it's going to be our project's user, or rather, let's go ahead and leave it in like that. So our user's project's cache, and the handler itself probably should be the request user's username. So request.user.username. Okay, so that's going to be our cache string. And of course, the user has to be authenticated to do that. And this is going to be now our project QS, or our project's QS. And we'll go ahead and just say if project's QS is none, then our new query set's coming from that. And then project's QS actually should be that query set itself. And then cache.set, the cache string, and the project's QS. And now we'll just go ahead and use project's QS as the argument here. Okay, and yes, once again, the reason for this is so that we are not constantly doing this database backup lookup, right? Because we just don't need it. And the timeout here, we could add it for however long we want it to be. You might want to have it based off of the user session, like actually have the timeout with the user session's timeout. those things could be correlated. Like the session can time out after a certain amount of time, and then you could just make your cache time out at that same amount of time. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just going to leave it as is. We want to refresh in here, and I want to go ahead and activate a project, of course. So we'll go ahead and go and activate our project of Content Engine. Notice it's showing up, and at this point now, we shouldn't have any real issues as far as the query set itself every time it's being hit, because it should come from the cache itself. So we'll go ahead and say print not found in cache, for example. And let's go ahead and take a look. So if I refresh several times, we don't have anything related to not found in cache. The first one, of course, but not every one that comes after that. Great. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's go ahead and actually build out our activation. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and actually add in the ability for any given project instance to be activated. So to do this, we're going to start off with our get absolute URL method on our project, and I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate it and say get activate URL, and that's it. And so we need to find out where this activate URL will be, the actual reverse call for it. Now, if you recall, in our URLs, there is no activate URL in here. There's no way to do that. Instead, what they are is on our main Django project URLs, which actually gives us the ability to then be like, okay, well, we should probably name all of these. Like the very first one is going to be home or index value. Items and projects we don't need to do. Maybe our home or our about page, we might want to have that one. The actual deactivate page doesn't also need the slug itself. So we can just get rid of that altogether, and we'll go ahead and just say name and deactivate project. And then the final one is going to be activate project, of course. So activate project. I no longer need this error page, so I'll just go ahead and get rid of that altogether. And so now I've got a few different URLs that I want to handle. The activate project URL is going to be fairly obvious in the fact that we want it in the get activate URL. And so now instead of using projects:_detail, we just use the name itself. So activate project. Great. So that's straightforward. That's simple. And so now when we go into our template for that project selector, we just need to grab this one right here and go ahead and add in, project.get activate URL. And now we'll be able to activate that project. And so let's go ahead and take a look at that within our content engine here. I should be able to grab a new one now and actually activate it. And sure enough, I do. Great. So the next part of that is, well, what about these kinds of URLs? We just named a few of them. So what I want to do is I want to be able to enrich each template with those kinds of URLs. So once again, I'm going to use context processors. I'll copy this context processors and I'll just call this my site URLs or something along those lines. I'll get rid of this. This is just the context processors itself. So what I want to do here is I want to return various things. So the projects create URL, or rather project create URL, either one, I want that one. And so how do we grab that? Well, it's pretty straightforward. So from the Django.urls, we're going to go ahead and import reverse. And this one is going to be just simply reverse projects and create. So since I did say projects in general, maybe I want to have both of these things in here. And that way I have that URL. So I can just call this first off just a variable itself and just reuse that variable in other context variables. Great. So that's the first start. Now, how do we use this, of course? Well, in that project selector, we had this create URL here. So we'll go ahead and now enrich it with this project create URL. And of course, that needs to be available in there. So back into our settings, we're just going to go ahead and grab basically the same thing we just did. So CFE home, context processors, and site URLs. Okay. So now if I refresh in here and I go to content engine, go to create new project, we get a little bit of an issue in terms of the actual thing that's being rendered. And so we've got our reverse call here. I accidentally put a comma there. And so let's refresh that again. And we'll go ahead and hit create project. And let's grab that. And there we go. So now it brings us into that location. And so really anywhere we need to update items like our home URL, we can do that with reverse and home. right? Or about URL, same thing. About and about. Now, you might be wondering, can you just do this directly in the template using reverse? You absolutely can. But the thing is that what I like about this is it's far more convenient to have one place to have these recurring URLs than to have them all spread out throughout all of your templates. So that then inside of like our base navigation, so our nav bar here, right? So I can just come in and know that home URL exists. And so when I click on it, it works, right? And then back into my other nav bar, my logged in nav bar, I've got this about here. I can then come in and say about URL, and I know that it works. And if for some reason my guest one is actually where that should be, then I'll go ahead and bring that in there. And now I've got my about URL and so on, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at the not logged in one, go into about, and sure enough, it brings me to, well, an about page in theory. But what we've got now is at least a much better way to navigate. Now, there's a way to do our admin login as well. That's not something I'm going to cover right now because you can. It's just using the admin site URLs and how that ends up working. But the thing is, we have a way to then do all sorts of cool stuff, including our deactivate. So that's the last one is our deactivate URL, and that's going to be our reverse and deactivate. So deactivate project URL, and I'll call it two things, and that's going to be deactivate URL, just like that. Great. So now anywhere I need to deactivate any given project, I will. But remember, this deactivates all projects, so probably should be called deactivate projects URL, but whatever project's active, that will deactivate it as well. So the final step, of course, would be then in our actual projects themselves, this list here, we want to actually bring out this list once again, and now we'll be able to actually activate things. So I do need to change this list a little bit, and then thinking in terms of my items as well, you know, perhaps I don't want my list, maybe I don't want it to be like this anymore. Maybe I want it to be an actual template itself, like a table template that we end up using. Not that this list isn't important or useful, it's just not necessarily something that I'll want. But what we can do then is we can now bring in our activate project to continue. We can actually bring this in here now with something like our button and activate project. And we'll go ahead and say href equals to the get activation URL, or is that what we called it? No, that's not what we called it. We called it get activate URL. Since I have that, let's go ahead and add in get activation URL and just return self.getActivate URL. Both of those things would be really easy to mistake, so I just did it. Anyways, so there we go. We've got our activate project. And now going back into our items, or rather our projects, any given project, activate this project. And so there we go. A lot of different ways on how we can activate our project now. Now let's go ahead and update our home page so that we actually have our items and we can actually start managing them as we see fit. So let's go back into Flowbite, and we're going to change it so we use tables for all of our items. Now, this also means that I want to work towards seeing a little bit more detail about these items. Right now, we pretty much have very basic detail, but like something like status, we still need in there. So I'll go ahead and copy this, and I'm going to go into my items here, and now I'll call it table.html, and we'll paste this in. So I'm just going to leave it as table for a moment because of how I'm going to end up using this table. But the first thing is actually going back into our home page. So this landing page here, our home page has the ability to, well, change what we want to render. So in other words, we'll go ahead and say if not request.user.is authenticated, then we'll go ahead and show that landing page. Otherwise, we'll return the new landing page, which will be basically our items showing up, or really our dashboard. We'll go ahead and call it dashboard home and leave it like that. Okay, so first off, in our actual templates, we'll go ahead and create that dashboard. So dashboard and home.html. Okay, and so this one is going to just extend. So extends base.html and our block content, and in block. Okay, so in my view here, I'm going to go ahead and say my query set is equal to items.objects.filter, and this is going to be the project equaling to request.project. And of course, we want to make sure that this is activated. So if, actually, we will come back to that in just a second. I'm going to assume that it's activated, and then we'll go ahead and add in our, items list being that query set. Okay, so the item itself we need to bring in. So from items.models, import item. Great, so now back into our dashboard home, we'll go ahead and do our for item in items. Well, in theory, we would do that, but actually what I want to do is bring it into the table and have the table iterate through everything itself. So the actual table header will start off with the title. Next up, I'll do status, and then, pretty much that's it. Maybe like updated. Okay, so we'll leave out that last one, and then I want to loop through here on the actual items. So for item in items, and then there's my row itself, and then Env for. And so the actual last row I will leave in. So let's go ahead and grab that last row again, but I'll leave it as actions. Great. So for item in item, we'll go ahead and do the first one, this being our title. We don't have a status yet. We do have updated though. So item updated. And we'll go ahead and say time since. And then we'll go ahead and also see view. So button and view, or rather a href item.get absolute URL. And then all of the other rows, examples, we could just delete by doing that. Okay, so these are going to be my items now. So back on my home page, we'll go ahead and or the dashboard homepage rather, we'll go ahead and include, and this is going to be our items table .html with items being items. Okay, so I didn't use object list in here because of, well, I'm just probably going to use it in just the home page. I mean, perhaps I put it in my list view as well. That's certainly an option. And then this would just be object list then. Let's go ahead and try that out. So now on that dashboard, we've got our home page here. In my view, I should be able to grab it if I'm logged in. If I'm not logged in, then I won't be able to grab it at all. So if I refresh in here, there's my title. My content engine doesn't look like it actually has any items just yet, which is interesting because I'm pretty sure it does. So let's go back into just simply item. And there it is showing up right there. Oh yeah, there it is, items list. This should just say items. There's the problem. Okay, there are my items now. Okay, so now with this project activated, I can now see different items. And of course, maybe I want to add a new item at the very end of it. And to do that, we would just go ahead and say, button and create new, or rather a href. And this should be projects create URL. Not projects create, but rather item create URL, which we don't have, I believe. So if I click on that, yeah, it doesn't go anywhere. So let's go ahead and add it into our context processors here. So we've got our create view. Let's go ahead and do our items one. Okay, and you also might want to have items list and project list, right? So maybe we didn't add a few of them, so project list. So items and item, and here we go. Okay, so back in here, now if I go to create a new item, there we go. So new item create, it brings me over here. Great. I go back to the home page, there's my new item. And so if I go to view it, I can view it. Great. Okay, cool. So it's definitely on the right track as far as the look and feel of it. Granted, there's still a few style things that we want to update, which we will. But overall, I just want to have more of a dashboard feel on this main homepage. I also want to bring in all of the content so it's not to the edges, and also get rid of these links. I don't need any of those links on there. You can feel free to keep them if you want and modify them. There's a lot of really good options in Flowbite. But inside of my logged in, I'm going to go ahead and come in here and basically get rid of all of those links, with the exception of the one to actually create or select our project. Okay. So naturally, what's the problem here is we have no real way to activate the project. So this is now the current project. So if we don't have something activated, as in we go to deactivate project, all right, and just get rid of that. So we deactivated the project, then I get this, right? So I've got anonymous project. This looks familiar for a user. So of course we now need to actually create project required, a actual URL decorator that we can use anytime I need an actual project on there. So let's go ahead and do that now. Now we're going to go ahead and create a project required decorator similar to like our login required, so that something like this doesn't happen wherever we actually need the request project to be logged in. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and create decorators.py inside of our projects here, and we're going to go ahead and do something like this. So this is a baseline decorator. The actual logic we'll put is right inside of this wrapped view here. And what's cool is we can actually do from Django.shortcuts, we can import render, and we will be able to render out, return render request and projects slash project dash required.html, right? We'll be able to do that. So at the baseline metrics, that's what we're going to work towards. And so the best way to see whether or not we're going to log this project in is we'll say if request.project.is activated. Well, basically, if it's not activated, then we'll go ahead and return that exact item. And so to actually implement this, we'll go into our landing page view here, where we have our home view, where it's causing this problem. So we'll go ahead and do from projects. We're going to import the decorator, or let's go ahead and just do from projects.decorator. We'll import the project required decorator, and then we'll go ahead and wrap it around our homepage view. So we save that, and if I refresh in here, now I get this template does not exist. But if I go into a non-logged in user, I get the exact same problem or the same value, which of course is not what I want. So the easy way to fix this is to actually change this to our dashboard view, which still takes in a request and basically returns back all of this. And so I can just bring it into here, and then the homepage will now be able to return that same thing. So it's just a quick and easy way to solve that problem so that our homepage for a guest user won't see this, or at least shouldn't see this. So let's go ahead and take a look at that by incognito window, and there we go. Great. So that's what we want. So the next step, of course, would be to actually create that template. So this template right here, let's go ahead and do that in our templates. So going down into templates here, we'll go ahead and add it in, and we'll go ahead and say, let's go ahead and just grab list.html from projects. And then I'll go ahead and jump into my project here and just say project required. So we'll save that. And on the guest page, doesn't do anything. On the login required page, we now see something. Okay, great. So what I obviously need is I need actual projects to show up. And so our decorator itself can enrich those projects. We can get some right here. And so there's one of the ways we could do it is by actually doing a request to the backend and just grabbing the project there, which might be fine. But we're going to follow in the footsteps of our middleware, where we actually grab a single project, and also in the context processors where we actually cache these projects. In fact, we're going to update our context processor to handle a better caching system. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and create another module called cache.py. I'll paste this in here. Now I'm going to change the cache import to as Django cache. And then I'll go ahead and set them right there. And this time it will be just simply get user projects. And that's it. And then I'll return back the project query set instead of a dictionary. And so the next question would be, of course, do we want to pass the request around? Now, when it comes to caching, I might want to grab the user's projects in a lot of places. So I'm not going to actually bring in the request. Instead, I will go based off of the username itself. And I'll go ahead and say username is none. So basically, if the request username is not none, then we'll be able to grab it. And not surprisingly, I can use the request username on the cache string like we set before. And then in my filter for the actual project itself, I can change this to just using underscores, 2 underscores of username, and then iExact to that actual username. And so this is now an updated cache that we can use. So then in our context processor is what I'll do is from.import cache. And I'll set this as project cache. And now my project QS is going to be a little bit different. So it's going to go based off of the user. So the first off is going to be the username is none. And then if the user is actually authenticated, then the username will be request.user.username. And now we can grab the project's QS being equal to the project cache.get user projects, and the username is username. And so now I have a little bit better of caching that I can reuse over and over. So I actually don't need the Django cache in those context processors any longer. And so now that I've got this, I can do this same concept all over again inside of my decorator. So I'll go ahead and do that once again and grab my same, basically my same arguments here that I had. And so we'll go ahead and grab it almost like that. But the first thing is really just grabbing the username and then coming down here and saying project QS. And so I'll say if not requested user activated and username is not none. That's how I'll handle that. And then my query set in here is going to be my project query set just like that. Okay, so the next thing is really with the cache itself, we might want to change it just slightly. And that is I'm going to go ahead and say limit being 5, as in the amount of projects I want to return back and store in this cache is just going to be 5. So then when I actually want to see all of my projects, I can go to the project list view, and that will allow me to do pagination and stuff like that in this list view. And so then back into my cache itself, maybe I want to order by like updated, like reverse updated. So the most recent ones first, most recently updated first, and that's what's going to actually show up in my cache. So again, it's a lot smaller footprint overall, and I'll be able to use it in other places. So that limit is what we'll pass in here. The other thing is we don't necessarily always want to update the cache. We might want to, but we might also not to want to. So we'll go ahead and say set on none being true. So the default being true, and I'll just go ahead and say and set on none so that we can actually set those query sets. So it's either going to be none here or it's going to be set to whatever that user's is. Great. So this would also be good for if we created a brand new project, we could recall this and actually set them, and it will update our cache at the very least after it is created. Great. So with this in mind, we now have this decorator with this project required. Let's go back into that template. We are calling the list in here, but I actually want to change that a little bit, and I'll go ahead and grab the entire list itself, pop it in here, and we're going to go ahead and say something like H3 project required. And so now if I refresh in here, I should see my object list come through. So let's go back into our context processor. Let's just make sure, or rather our decorator. Let's make sure we have it in as object list like we did with all of our other projects. And so when we refresh, there's our projects now. Okay, so this says project required, of course. So it actually means project activation required. And the object itself is not view only. We don't need that anymore in here, but rather this is going to be our activation view. So git activate URL. And then now we can refresh and select one of these projects. Granted, we already have this select up here as well, but this is going to be, looks like it's going to go to the project's URL itself. So that URL we might want to change the name of, like view all projects. And so here we go. I can select one of these now, And this should activate it, and sure enough, it does. And now that project activation view ends up working, the actual decorator itself. Great. So let's go ahead and just test that out with deactivating the project itself. And there we go. So project deactivated, project activation required. And so back into that template, if we were to change this a little bit by doing div class and like flex, and then we can go ahead and grab this div here, tab this in a little bit, and then div class being like max width, let's say MD, we'll do text center and MX auto, and we'll go ahead and bring these in here. Once again, tab it in, save that, we refresh on this. Now we've got this project activation required element. And then on my H3, I can say class equals to text, and we'll go ahead and do LG, or let's do XL, and then margin bottom like 4. We save that, and there we go. And if we try that again, let's try 2XL, and there we go. And the text center is working fine. We've got a width here that maybe I want, maybe I don't, so I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of it, and we'll see, there we go. So project activation required, and then maybe underneath here, we go ahead and do select your project. And then I'm also gonna go ahead and wrap those things into a div, mostly so I can just put the margin bottom around that div. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and give this a class of text LG, as in text large, and then we'll do font medium on the activation required. And it looks like I have an extra quote there. Cool, project activation required, there we go. Let's change this from select project to view all projects. So let's go back into our navbar, into logged in, and we've got our, actually this is gonna be our selector, rather. View all projects. Okay, so project activation required, view all projects takes us there. And then actually what I might want is to create a new project. So back into my activation required, I will go ahead and come right underneath here, and let's just go ahead and make that same exact div all over again. And this time I will just use a link to say create new project. And we'll go create new project. And this should be projects create URL. And instead of being gray, I'll change it to blue. All around. The text white should be fine. And it looks like the hover is blue, but the background is not. So we'll go ahead and change the background. We'll just add in BG blue 200. And there we go. Looking good. And so since this margin bottom's here, I will also add it into the next one. Well, right here. Save that again. And there we go. Okay. Looking good. So now we've got a way to select a new project. I can create a new one. And this template does not exist. So we might have to revisit what's going on there. But overall, we've got this looking a lot better as far as the project activation is concerned. We hit Content Engine, and now I've got that up and running. Again, I can still create a new project. So what happened here was something strange, and that was activate.html. So let's go ahead and look for activate.html inside of our Python files. So that's going to be, item create view. We don't need that any longer. So anywhere this was, we need to actually bring in our project required decorator. So our create view here for the item create view, let's go into our from projects.decorators. We're going to go ahead and import our project required. And this is actually probably true on all of these. So I'll go ahead and just add in project required right above login required for each one. Okay, and so we definitely need to test those out. And let's go ahead and do that. So we'll deactivate our project first. And now it's deactivated. And so I actually want to go into items, create. And so we got our project activation required. Great. I hit Content Engine and it goes. Great. So if I go into an incognito window just to test a non-logged in user, it goes to attempt to log in the user first, which is exactly what I wanted to see. But now we've got the way to activate our projects. Whenever I see an include statement like this that enriches a template with another query set, I usually think that it's grounds for something a bit more dynamic. Now, to make matters a little bit worse, is we look at two of the views. We have our dashboard view that has this item here where it's getting the query set for those items. But then I also have an items list view that's doing the exact same query set. It's doing the same exact work. So this is redundant work that's happening. And it's also not a great user experience for a number of reasons, as we'll see. So one of the things that you might do is you might be like, oh, well, let's make a REST API and do a request right here. And we'll build out this JavaScript. It'll be super dynamic and it'll look really cool. And we'll be able to do all these fun things. Now, we totally could go that way and we could make that happen. But the thing is, that starts to make it a lot more complicated. It makes it a much, much bigger project. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to implement something called HTMX. What HTMX allows us to do is, instead of writing out all of these complicated rules for JavaScript and JSON and REST APIs, instead we're going to use basically the exact same things we've been doing, but then with just a few different changes on any given HTML element, as we'll see. In addition to that, we'll be using Django HTMX to make sure that Django has basically middleware to check whether or not a request is HTMX. So let's go ahead and implement this now so you can see just how cool and how dynamic it can be. So the first thing is we're going to go into the docs here of htmx.org, and we're going to scroll down a bit to where you install it to the CDN. I'll go ahead and copy this whole link here, and I'll go into base.html, and I'm going to go ahead and place this JavaScript right underneath the other JavaScript. Now, like I said, with the Flowbite JavaScript, I do recommend downloading it and using that locally, but to make things more simple, I'm just going to be using the CDN versions for both of these. Next up, we're going to go ahead and install Django HTMX, which is really easy. It's just installing Django HTMX in a couple of places. So let's go ahead and do that with the requirements.txt. We'll go ahead and add it in there. And then I'll also go ahead and add it into my installed apps on my settings. And I'm going to go ahead into my installed apps here. And usually when I start adding in third-party apps, I put in the separation here just a little bit so it's easier to know what's my internal ones and what's my third-party ones, so that I go local. Sometimes you actually remove third-party ones because you have no need for it anymore, which is another reason for that. But also, if there's an issue with a third-party one, it's a lot easier to diagnose those issues when they're separated out like that. It's just something I like to do. Okay, so next is our middleware here. I'm going to go ahead and add in the Django HTMX middleware. Very simple. I'm adding it above the projects in case for some reason I need to know if the project middleware itself needs to know about the request being HTMX. Okay, so with this in mind now, I'm going to go back into my views, right? So my homepage view here, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of, or rather the dashboard view, I'm going to get rid of the actual query set. Gone. Now I just want it to be focused on the list view itself. That's it. That's the only place I want this to happen. So with this in mind, I'm going to go back into my dashboard, and instead of having this include statement here, I'm going to do a div. So a standard div here. And I can go ahead and say something like loading, for example. And I can do hx-get, as in htmx-get and hx trigger, and this is going to be load. So this trigger itself is going to be based off of when the page loads. That's what that happens. It's going to go ahead and do the trigger that's on here, which in this case is an HTTP GET, but it's dynamic. That's what the HX is for. And of course, this can go into items. But much like our item create URL here, we actually want to have our item list URL in here too. And so let's go ahead and build that out before we even look at this example. In context processors, we're going to go and add it in, and it's going to be reverse, and it's just going to be items and list. So we'll go ahead and add that one in, and I might as well have it with items list as well, in case I accidentally do that. Okay, so now this should completely replace what we just did. So let's go ahead and take a look. I refresh, and my server doesn't appear to be running. Oh yeah, we didn't actually install it. So we'll go ahead and do pip install -r and requirements.txt, or of course python-m -pip install and all that. Okay, so let's run our server again, and we'll go ahead and refresh in our local host. And so if I go into my dashboard, what's going to happen is it says loading and boom, it loads something. If I refresh again, it says loading and boom, it loads something. So I have my navbar coming through twice. Well, what's going on here? Well, this is because of HTMX. What it did was it actually did a HTTP request, as you can even check down here. So let's actually clear that out too. So let's try that one more time. I'm refreshing here. It goes to the dashboard and then it should do a request to the items themselves. So dashboard items, cool. So what's happened here is it's loading our dashboard page, and then HTMX is doing an entire request to the items list view. That's exactly what this is telling us to do. Next up, the items list view returns the list.html. It returns the entire thing. It renders out the entire thing. And of course, if we look at that items list, we go into items list, we see that it extends base.html. In other words, it returns this entire document, all rendered out through Django. It doesn't need to return that entire document. It only needs to return the table actually configured. And so this is another reason why I actually use snippets as a directory in my templates, is I usually put things like tables or forms in snippets. We'll see this in just a second. Then since I moved it into snippets, I just want to make sure that where I am using it, I update that as well. So snippets/table. Great. So this is actually the template specifically for the table itself. Now I also want to modify it a little bit to go based off of object list once again, just to make sure that that has some cohesion here. But basically, we now can iterate through that just like that. Okay, cool. So all of that stuff is, nothing new really. So going back into my view though, this is where the new stuff happens. And that is, we just go ahead and pass in our template name, and there's going to be items list.html. And then I'll go ahead and paste that in here. And then we'll go ahead and say if request.htmx, then our template name is going to be items/snippets/table.html. So the way these templates are rendered is up to us, right? We get to choose how these templates are rendered. Django is going to do it for us based off of what's in the template itself. So in list.html, it says it extends base.html. And as you probably have realized at this point, is that means it's going to load everything in from base.html. Table.html, on the other hand, does not have extends. It's just a table. It does iterate through our object list, but it doesn't have anything related to something that it'd be inheriting from. So then what's happening in our view is it's checking whether or not this is a asynchronous request thanks to HTMX. And if it is, let's go ahead and return a template based off of that. So then our render will just use that template instead, which means that when we refresh on our dashboard now, we can see that it is the correct template that's coming through, which is great. And we can further test this by also using what's called a different trigger. So in HTMX under triggers, under special events, you can see we've used the load trigger. You can also do a reveal trigger. So when it actually scrolls into the viewport, that's when it'll trigger the request. Let's see what that looks like. To do this, I'm going to be using a class from Tailwind called HScreen. And then I'll go ahead and come in here just like that. HScreen might take a moment for it to take up the entire page, but it will be verified that it's taking up the entire page if our create button is way down here. Okay, so the point of that is to then go ahead and go back into our actual template here, and we'll go ahead and grab our HTMX and I'll put it under this create new. I'll put 3 of them here, and we'll just use this as revealed, and we'll go ahead and go through just like that. So I refresh in here, and so now I've got the original data. If I scroll really quickly to the bottom, I see that it says loading, loading, loading. Exactly what that reveal does. So it's so cool. So we could either have it load up right away. So as soon as the page goes, it does that trigger, it does that request. Or if it didn't load up yet, or if it's not in the actual viewport, you can have it load up later, which is so nice. It just makes it a lot easier. And as you might imagine, this could be used then for pagination purposes, which is something we will look at. But before we look at pagination purposes, I want to see how to actually use the create new element here. And so that's what we'll do now, is actually take a look at how we can use forms to make all of the HTMX stuff quite a bit more dynamic as well. Now we're going to use Django forms with HTMX. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to render the form. And of course, it's not going to be a whole lot different than the list itself. So the intuition will be using a button. And now that we have the button, let's go ahead and just grab an actual class for the button in Flowbite by just going into the buttons that are in here and just grabbing like maybe this default button here. So I'll go ahead and grab that first one and just paste this in here. Okay, great. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and do create new, and I'll get this URL here. We'll cut this out. And once again, we'll go ahead and do hx get and that item create URL. And then the hx trigger this time is going to be related to when it's clicked. So if you're familiar with JavaScript, this is an on-click event basically. But the idea here is we want to click this button and then grab what's at item create URL. So we go back into our home page, refresh in there, and there's our create new. We can go ahead and select that. And what the heck? What happens? Why does it look like this? And if I start typing, why is it refreshing everything? Well, this has everything to do with how we currently rendered it, right? So the click trigger is great, but the target where it's actually rendering is inside of this button. So by default, it actually will replace just this element with the new HTML elements, which makes it a little bit weird with a button. So we can actually change that by adding in a div wrapper around this button. So basically what I want to do is when I actually go ahead and click this create URL, I want to replace this entire element. In fact, I want to replace everything in this div, similar to like what we did up here. That loading goes away. So to do that, we use something called an hx target. And we can also use something else called hx swap. So these two things in conjunction together work a lot of the times with buttons. So the target itself can target any given element. The element we want to target, we'll just give it an ID of item create container so that I can use a standard selector like in CSS. I can just use that selector just like that to grab that item create container. And then I want to swap the inner HTML there. So in other words, I want to replace all of the elements inside of this container. The default will be outer HTML, I believe, which means that it swaps this entire thing. I want it to be the inner. So we'll go ahead and save that. And now if I try it again, and we'll go ahead and hit create new, now it actually renders out, well, the entire page that we don't want, but it does have this entire div now loaded up, which is going the direction we want. So what we want to do, of course, is actually change out the data that's coming back from us within the view itself. So the item create view, once again, we'll do our template name and set that equal to the items create. And then we'll do if request.htmx. Then the template name is going to be, well, probably the form. So we'll do snippets and form.html. Now, I know this because I did it, but also because we look at the snippet itself. There's our form. But also in the create.html, it does the exact same thing. So there we go. That's why we do that. We also have this other context for the button label, which we can also add in. Let's go ahead and bring that down here and add in the context for the button label, as in we want it to be create item. Okay, and so now let's bring in the template itself to this whole object. So we'll go ahead and save that. And we'll go ahead and refresh inside of that page. And then we'll go ahead and hit create new. There is just the form. Now the spacing and stuff we'll still work on, but for now we've got this, and I'll go ahead and say hello world, exclamation mark, hit create item, and nothing happens. So what exactly is going on here? Well, if I go and hit create new, it renders out the form correctly, but if I actually look at the form itself, what's happening is it does not have an action. It does not have an endpoint where it wants to submit this data. So what that means then, of course, is we want to add in that point, that submit point. So there's a way to do this, and that is going to be in our context itself. And this context, well, there's a lot of different places as to where the actual action URL will end up being. So that action URL, we have it in our context processors here as this items create URL. So we could use that, or I could just bring in reverse, which is what I'm going to do, bring in reverse here, and then we'll go ahead and do our, let's say, our action create URL, and it's going to be reversing that same one. So it's going to be items and create, and then we'll go ahead and use that as our action URL. And back into our actual form itself, we'll go ahead and put in if action URL, then we'll go ahead and paste in that action URL just like that. And then we'll go ahead and say end is. Okay, great. So we're going to go ahead and save that, and we'll refresh in our page now. Go ahead and try to create a new one with another item, exclamation marks, hit create. And what do you know? It actually redirected us to that other item, which may or may not be what you want to have happen, right? So going to the actual detail view might be a good place to be. Now, another thing that we could consider or want to work towards is just refreshing the table, right? So that actually makes a little bit more sense, is when you go to create a new one, it will refresh that table. Now that adds another layer of dynamicness to a form that we'll do in the next part. So we can actually create the form with HTMX as well as trigger another kind of event ourselves. Now we want to handle Django form data with HTMX. So to do this, we're first going to look at what create new actually does. It really just renders a form for us. That's all it's doing. So we might as well have had that form rendered already. So to make this dynamic, we need to change how the form is being handled. Now to do this, we're going to go ahead and go into form.html, and we're going to go ahead and add in a new argument in here. And yes, it is for HTMX. So basically, if I have this action URL, I'm going to go ahead and add in action. And I'm also going to go ahead and add in hx post. And this is going to go to that action URL. Now, the action URL is very much required for hx post. It's highly recommended that you do this, and you have very specific locations to post data. And the reason we're using hx post is because the form method itself is post. That's typically what it ends up being for forms anyway. So with this in mind, I can now actually have this dynamically run. So if we go back into our homepage here and aim to create something like this is dynamic and hit exclamation mark, create this item, it still will create the item, but notice it's now rendering out the detail view of that item. That is, of course, because of how the redirect works. So in this redirect, it's returning that as a response, but it's not necessarily redirecting the page altogether, but rather redirecting what's being rendered, which is cool that that actually happens, but it's not great in this case. So what we want to do instead is we're going to use a HTTP response client refresh from Django HTMX.http. We're going to import HTTP response client refresh. You could do a redirect as well. So if you did want to still redirect it, you could use that one. And that would just be using this class instead of what we're about to do. So down into our create form here, we'll now say if the request.htmx, then we're going to go ahead and return that refresh here. So this is the entire web page being refreshed, whereas the redirect is here. So again, if you were to want to do the redirect, you would use that redirect and then pass in the URL just like that. And so that will do the dynamicness of it all using HTMX, which in that case, it doesn't really matter. You could probably just use what you originally had and just not use HTMX at all on the form. But in this case, we'll go ahead and actually refresh the page itself that it's on. And so I'll go ahead and refresh in here. We'll go ahead and do create new, and I'll go ahead and say it's some more gibberish, hit create item, and then it refreshed the page as you saw, which is actually not what I want either. I don't want it to refresh the entire page. I want it to just refresh this list view here. That's another problem we'll solve in the next part. In a moment, we're going to create our own custom HTMX trigger. So if we look at the triggers themselves, we've got this one right here. But before we create a custom one, let's see another one that we might consider whenever we create a new item. And that would be like a refresh button. So if I grab this button here and put it above and just say refresh, like how do I actually implement this one? So first off, of course, getting rid of all of these items here. And then we'll go ahead and give it an ID. So there's a selector, and we'll just call this our refresh and button. Okay, so that ID I'll go ahead and grab. And now within the actual div tag itself, we'll go ahead and do click and then from that button. And we'll use the hashtag that button. So click and then from, as in it's going to listen to this event, right? So if you're familiar with event handlers, it's just like that. But we're going click and then from and then colon and then whatever selector that we have. In this case, it's going to be that refresh button. And we'll be able to click that a number of times. So before I do that, I want to actually change a couple of things. First off is our spacing here. I'll do space and Y. Let's do 4, and we'll do MX auto, or rather, we'll do PX4 as well, and then maybe MX auto, just to make our styling just a little bit better than what we currently have. Okay, great. So if I click refresh here, it's not so obvious that it's happening. So let's go ahead and clear out our terminal here so we can actually see the obviousness of it. I'm going to click it a few times, and there it's showing up. Right, so there are indicators we could show with HTMX, but for now what I want to do is actually go back into my admin and add a new item in here. But of course, with these new items, I don't have the project name is just project object. So let's just change that really quickly as well, so it's easier to add items to any given project. So let's go to projects, into models, and then we'll go ahead and create our metadata, or actually our str method. We'll define str, and this is going to be return self.handle. We'll just use handle, or we could use title, handle, either one. Both of them should be set every time a project is. So now if I refresh in the admin, I should see the actual handle in here instead of project object 5, which doesn't do a whole lot for me. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a new one, and we'll go ahead and be able to grab this, added by, modified, and then we'll go ahead and say from admin, and we'll go ahead and save it. Okay, so back into my front end, right? So assuming this is saved, let's let that finish. I'm going to go back into my front end, hit refresh, and there is our data, right? So that's a really quick and easy way to do that. And so our create new form should sort of trigger that refresh. Now it can trigger the same way. So let's go back into our HTML element here. So the trigger works basically the same, but it's just a little bit different. So instead of click, it's going to be my event. And then from, well, where it's from is just the body of the document. So HTMX will actually look for this in a header. So if we look at the documentation for this exact thing, we actually would look for the header itself, which would be right here. So the HX trigger header, you can pass in your custom event through that header. Now, if you're not familiar with setting headers, that's okay. Django HTMX has a way to do this. It's trigger client event. So let's go ahead and implement that now, our own event. I'm not going to call it my event. I'll just call this the refresh, list view event. Now, the reason I'm making it more general is so that if I need to have a refresh button anywhere, I can absolutely use this same sort of idea, this refresh list view event. So with that in mind, I'll go into my view here, into my item create view. We no longer want this one. Instead, what we want is our custom refresh event. And we can set that event name in there, which we call, let's just double check, it's the refresh list view. So bring that in, and that's the event we want to have. So in order for this to work, we need to do a couple imports. The first one is from Django HTMX, and that's going to be our trigger client event. The next one is going to be from Django.http, import our HTTP response. Okay, so the response we absolutely need to have, and the response is going to be equal to the HTTP response, and we'll go ahead and say created, and then I'll go ahead and pass in that trigger client event with that response and the event name that we want. Great. So refresh list view. Let's go ahead and try this now. We'll go back into our home page here, and we'll go ahead and create a new one, and we'll say another item here, exclamation mark, hit create item, and there we go. Just like that. So refresh the actual list, and then now it just says created, which of course is not what I want. I don't actually want it to say created. I really don't want it to say anything. I shouldn't have it say anything. I should have it just be completely blank. So the reason I'm doing that is because, well, this actual create button is in the wrong location. It should be in with the actual table itself. So really quick and easy to change, and we'll go ahead and put it underneath the table element. So I'll go ahead and break that table element down underneath it, and there we go. So I can now refresh in here, and what do you know, there is my create new. I go to create it, and we'll say yet another exclamation mark, hit create item. There it goes. Notice that it went away, but then it came right back. Great. So once again, I might want to have the space y4 inside of that div class for the elements themselves. And this refresh will still work, but now it's going to refresh this entire area, including the create new. So if I go to click create new, hit refresh, what do you know? HTMX has a great way to show whether or not it's loading with this HX indicator. But the thing is, this is kind of rudimentary to me. I want to make it a little bit more Tailwind specific. So in other words, I want to be able to do something like this. So in my refresh button, for example, I'm going to go ahead and put a span in here, and we'll do a class of block, and then HTMX hidden, and then this is going to say refresh. So basically when HTMX is loading, I want this to be hidden. And then when it is loading, I want the reverse to happen. So hidden and then block, and then we'll go ahead something like loading, right? And of course, as you imagine, if I can just do these toggles, I could do all sorts of cool stuff, which we'll see in just a moment. But the idea is this is what I want to implement. So to do that, I'm going to go into base.html, and I'm going to implement a very simple JavaScript here. And really what this is going to do is it's going to take in a couple events here. So I'm just copying and pasting it because it's very fundamental JavaScript. But this HTMX event load start, this will actually look for the class of HTMX, or it'll add it. And then once it's in it, it'll remove it from the body class, as in, or the body element, which is, of course, that element right there. Which we could verify this by refreshing on our home page, and we will see this add the HTMX request, and then it goes away. Great. So since it can toggle like that now, we want to add Tailwind to have the ability to use these elements right here. So basically when it goes to actually create the CSS that we want that to actually work correctly. So this is done within Tailwind config.js. Now I want to make this very simple, so I'll go ahead and just copy and paste stuff. First off, we're going to grab the plugin itself. Next up, we're going to go ahead and create our own plugin right after the Flowbite plugin right there. And then I'll go ahead and grab in that plugin function and paste my new variant in. So that's what's happening here. So basically it's saying, hey, there's that original HTML request, and then it just puts the HTMX in front of it. So that's what that variant is doing. And then it creates our new class name, or whatever the class name is that comes from Tailwind itself. And that's it. That's a really simple way to make that variant. Although if you don't know JavaScript, that doesn't necessarily look that simple. But if you need the code itself, just go to the repo, the content engine repo, and copy it just to make that work, because it is super cool. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that does now, assuming that our Tailwind was actually working correctly. So let's just restart it just to make sure that's all happening. We can also verify by going into our CSS here and look for HTMX. And there we go. So we've got some HTMX showing up in there as expected. Which is great. So we can always hard code these things, of course, as well. But now it's just all, Tailwind driven. So let's give this a shot. And if I refresh in here, notice it says loading on the button, and then it's done. I click the button, it's loading, and then it is still loading, done. Okay, so pretty cool. But this also gives us other indication that we could do, right? So instead of it saying loading, I can just say refreshing, right? And maybe I show that, maybe not. Maybe it's on click. Maybe there's other things that I might want to have in here. So perhaps I want to have my indicator elsewhere. So for instance, like up here, I want to have the actual loading indicator. And this could be all kinds of indicators themselves. So I could just do loading like that. And then this button would be not necessarily needing to show that it's refreshing there, but the indicator somewhere else would show it, which we will see. There it goes. And there it is right there. And so, yeah, the button itself doesn't need to do it, right? So we could just get rid of that button. But the other thing is we could actually put the button itself hidden, right? So we could just do HTMX and then hidden like that, right? So then when I go to want to refresh something, let's go ahead and see if I might need to refresh in there on that class. And so once it's loading, it goes away. And then it's back. So we have the option to do either one, of course. And then this loading indicator will do all sorts of things for us. I'll just leave it in as this. That way you could change it as you see fit. And so this button itself, maybe we actually want it on our nav bar instead, and for various pages and all that. But more of the point of this is being able to change our classes based off of HTMX. So for example, if we wanted to change the background color, so HTMX and BG, let's say black, right? So the background's now going to be black when it's loading. And so there it goes, loading, and then refresh, right? Or we can change it to being something more like blue 400. So it's sort of like the hover, but it looks like it's more of like in an inactive state. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that it actually is inactive, but it sort of looks that way. And so let's actually even try this out by doing one more step with HTMX. So we'll do HTMX, and I'll say hover and cursor default, right? So it's pretty cool. This is all Tailwind, right? So when we hover now, it's going to go to the cursor default, which HTMX has a bunch of different cursors that you can have on here. You could also do maybe the HTMX hover focus or getting rid of the ring or something like that as well. But we'll leave it just with the hover cursor default. I'm also going to go ahead and close out the terminal. Let's see if it actually sort of is disabled, as in HTMX is not going to necessarily trigger another refresh automatically. So there's refreshing. And so we should have a few things in here. I'll again clear it out. I'll click it, and there's one. I'll click it multiple times while it's defaulted or not active, and there it is. It only did it 3 times. Okay, so once again, I'll do that again. There's one. I'm clicking it now. I'm clicking it a bunch. And it did it twice. So it's sort of deactivated, right? So it's not going to necessarily run those triggers based off of how HTMX ends up working. And now that it's integrated with Tailwind, the user interface looks a lot more like, as you might expect, if you were actually in a deactive state in there. It's just a tiny amount of JavaScript to make that happen. And of course, Tailwind's a very, very great tool. And then HTMX itself, also very great. I now want the ability to delete something right in line. And so to do this, we're going to go ahead and jump into our table. I'll go ahead and grab this view here, duplicate it, change it from a tag to a button, and we'll go ahead and add in hx post. And then I also want to add in hx confirm, and we'll go ahead and say, are you sure you want to delete this? And we'll go ahead and say delete. And of course, the URL itself should be get delete URL. Okay. And that also means that I need to actually create that convenience method by going into the item model itself. And then delete and delete. Okay. So sure enough, that should now allow me to delete it. So I'll go ahead and save that. We'll refresh into our local host here. And then I'll go ahead and run the delete method once I can. Click it and say OK. And of course, what ends up happening is I get an error. So if we look into the terminal, we see that I get a 403 error. And then I also get the error itself. It says CSRF token is missing. So this is actually a really easy fix. Django HTMX has it in the documentation. You just need to let HTMX know about the CSRF token header. So if you've used JavaScript before in this way, using HTMX is the same, right? So we need to set the CSRF token header, whether or not it's with HTMX or just your own JavaScript itself. Great. So with that in mind now, we're going to go ahead and come back in here. We'll refresh, and now we'll go ahead and delete something. And at this point, hopefully it actually does delete it. But of course, it now renders out that list view once again. No surprise there. We go into our views. We can see that the delete view itself returns that redirect here. And so what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and add in something else for CFE home. I'm going to go ahead and add in http.py. And the reason for this is because what I'm going to do is I'm going to just grab this element right here and make it my own define. And this is going to be render something. Let's go ahead and just see what we want to call this. We'll call this render or refresh list view, and it's going to take in a request, and then we need to import those other items in there. So let's go ahead and grab those. That's these two right here. Okay. And so what this will allow me to do, I can also add some text in here if I wanted to. So let's say let's say response text being nothing. Okay. So with this now in my views, what I'd rather have is from CFE home import HTTP. And then that way, whenever I need to return that one, I would just do the return HTTP dot and my render refresh view and pass in the request itself. And I'll do the same thing with my delete method. So if request.htmx, then I'll go ahead and return that. And that's just an easy way to ensure that I'm doing the same thing everywhere I need to refresh that list view. And that's the trigger, right? So we can always change it to being what the event is in here. But if you start changing it too much, you might as well just use the Django HTMX one. This is just a convenient way to make sure I'm doing that refresh view update, because that's what we're doing. We're trying to go back to that list and update it. So once again, we'll go ahead and try that out, and let's go ahead and make sure everything's running. Sure enough, it is. And then I'll go ahead and delete it, and we'll go ahead and say yes. And what do you know? I've refreshed. Everything's looking good. There's one more thing that I wanted to fix, and that is if I go into items, the actual items list here, one of the things that's not happening if I go to create a new item and put in gibberish, it's not actually refreshing this page at all. So what we need to do is go back into our dashboard. I'm going to go ahead and copy this whole thing, the hxGit and the trigger itself, and we're going to put this directly on the div class around the table. So surrounding the table, we're going to go ahead and add this one in. And again, it's the same URL, and it's from that context variable. The things that we don't need in here are load or click, but rather just refresh. Just when that event happens, then it's going to go ahead and do the rest of it. And then we'll go ahead and do our hx swap, being our outer HTML. In other words, I want to replace this entire element, including this one itself, so that it does upload every single time. And so back into home.html, what we no longer need is the refresh list view any longer, just the other two that makes sense for this particular page. So now that when we save that, we can now go back into our items list here, and we should be able to refresh it, create a new item, and we'll just do ABC, and I'll hit that, and it should refresh that page. Sure enough, it works there. And if we go back into our home page again, we'll do that as well. And so we'll go ahead and add in something there, and that should refresh it as well. And this should keep happening depending on how we end up building this thing out. It should actually be able to refresh everything both times, which it might take a moment or so to fully finish. But there we go. So we now have a delete view. We have our table working just a little bit better. The last thing I really want to change is how we actually handle any given item directly in line on this particular table. So what I want is an actual form that I can edit all of these items when I go to edit it. So I'll have a button in here that says edit, and then I'll be able to change everything and then save it as I see fit, which should upload right in line. Now we're going to make an inline row edit. So we'll make an edit button here that will just change how this row works. Now, first and foremost, that means that I'm actually going to change how that row is rendered. So in items under snippets, I'll go ahead and give it a table row.html. And basically just taking out one of these rows here, I'm going to go ahead and cut this, paste it into my table row. Instead of item, I'll change it to instance, as one would. There we go. And then in our table, of course, we'll go ahead and include that. So we'll go ahead and include, and this is going to be items snippets table row.html, and with instance equaling to the item. Okay, so that shouldn't change anything as far as what's rendered here. But what will change is when we render this. This is mostly for the HTMX, not so much for the next level. So with that, we'll go ahead and do table row dash edit. And so that's what we're going to do in here. And what I want to do with this is I'm just going to make a TD, and this is going to be column span being 4. And this is where we will go ahead and edit our actual item. So very similar to form.html, I'll go ahead and copy that whole thing and bring it in to our edit, just like that. Now, once again, this will have an instance, right? So this is an edit view, so we definitely know there's going to be an instance. So our hx post, well, it's going to be based off of that instance. And so we'll do git edit URL as to where it's going to end up going. So I can get rid of all of this. I probably won't need action, but we can bring that in too, just as a fallback method. And that's git edit URL. Now let's go ahead and create that edit URL. So let's go ahead and go back into our views. I'm going to go ahead and grab this detail update view. We're not going to change that one. Instead, this is going to be item detail inline, like inline edit or update view. And so back into my URLs, then I'll go ahead and grab the detail one and add one more to it and do edit. And this is going to be item inline edit update view. And we'll go ahead and say edit. Now, on one hand, if it's not HTMX, maybe we just render out the original edit view. So basically what I want to do is say if request.htmx. So if it's not HTMX, we want to return the response of some kind. So the first thing is I can still get to the object itself, and I can go ahead and go to the detail URL as an instance.get absolute URL. And then if it's not HTMX, we will bring in that redirect call to that URL. This is just in case somebody were to go here that's not actually doing an inline edit. Great. So we'll keep that update form, but I will change another one and create it as item inline form. And for now, it's just going to be the title. Okay, so we'll save that back into my views. This is item inline form. Great. So overall, it's basically the same, but this time we can know that it is for sure HTMX. So the default template will be simply our items, snippets, and table row edit.html. And then maybe our success template will be basically that same thing, but just row. Okay, cool. So template name will come down here now. And so we should be able to render this template, but the last thing will be the actual redirect itself. Now, I'm not going to actually refresh the entire thing, right? So we could use this. We could refresh the view, but I actually really just want to update the row. I want the row to be just displayed slightly different. So really the template name will just change, and that's it. We won't do a redirect. We will go ahead and say our template name is equal to that once called success template. Actually, let's go ahead and leave that up there, and then we'll just put it down here as template name is success template. Great. So now with this in mind, we can now go ahead and try to update this. And it's really not a whole lot different than what we've already seen. It's just the form is now in a table row itself. So let's go ahead and take a look at this with our table row, the original table row. And it'll go ahead and add this next to the button. And there's going to be edit. And there's going to be hx get. And there's going to be get edit URL. We do not need to confirm this, but we will need a target. So hx target. And this is going to be equal to the, well, the item table row. And then the instance.id. So the item table row we need to set up here. I'll say ID is equal to that. And then we'll go ahead and do hx swap. And this is going to be outer HTML because I want to replace this entire row itself. So with that in mind, we will then have our row here. And what will end up happening is this whole form should also be replaced, which we will see what's going to happen with that as well. So let's just go ahead and add in our various elements for that. I'll add in these exact same things in the row edit inside of the form itself. And then in the ID also. Great. So back into our table now. Let's take a look. I'll refresh in here. And I'll grab this one that has gibberish. And we'll say edit. And it's bringing in the incorrect URL. So we missed one step, and that was our get edit URL. Okay, go ahead and let's change this. And I might want to call this get inline edit, but I will go ahead and leave it as get edit URL. And let's make sure that the edit name is correct. Okay, and so we'll refresh in here once again, hit edit, and there we go. So not nonsense. Submit, not nonsense. Great. That looks a lot better. Of course, I could refresh the entire row, but I might as well just do it something like this. Now, in some cases, you might not want the form to be one single form like this. And that's where you could go through Tailwind and change it to having different kinds of forms. And I'll let you experiment with that on what kind of form you might want, whether it's with Tailwind or Flowbite directly. I'm not going to spend much time with that. Instead, I'm just going to leave it as that. And then, of course, if you go into the view itself, it still has all of the other features on there. But, of course, the status one is missing, and that's actually still one I want to update. And so that will be the next one. It's going to be similar to what we saw here, but just not quite the same. Let's take a look. Now we're going to go ahead and create this status field here. Now, to do this, we're going to jump into our item, and I'm going to use this thing called TextChoices. And so this is going to make it a little bit easier to modify choices, but I could also maybe reuse this same concept in other places if I need to. But the idea being we have 4 different ways that this status could be set. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and do our first status, which will be models.char field, max length being like 20. We'll just leave it at 20. Choices being the item status dot choices. And then the default being the item status, maybe dot draft. Okay. And then I'm also going to do another status, as in the basically backup version of this status, so I can check when the status changed at. So models.date time field, auto now being false, auto now add being false, and null being true, and blank being true. Okay, so this status right here, it's probably never going to be blank, but I'll allow for it to be, so null being true and blank being true, and then I'll get rid of the default value for that. Okay, so what's going to happen then is when I save this, every time I save this, we'll say if self.status, or rather if self._status is not equal to self.status, then we'll go ahead and say self._status equals to self.status, and then self.status changed at equals to timezone.now, which means we'll have to import time zone from Django.utils, import time zone. Okay, and now we have the ability to at least set our status and also notify us if the status changes. So like if we needed notifications, you could have a signal that would then look for when the status did change, or you could have a background process that looks for status changed in like the last hour or something like that and handle those things like that. But this is another good way to track when fields change. So you got the original field or the current state field, and then the old field or the backup version, and then whether or not it changed when that happens. Great. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and create our migrations. So cd src python manage.py, make migrations, and then python manage.py migrate. And no surprise here, what we'll do in our forms for update and inline, we'll go ahead and add in our status element on both of these forms. Okay, and so now if I refresh in a given form, I can go and edit, and there is my status form itself. I might need to get the class for this from Tailwind, but once again, I'll let you handle that one in terms of actually setting that up. And so now if I save that, I don't see if it's changed or anything like that. So let's go ahead and update our row to account for that, which right now it just says none. And in here, I'll go ahead and do status. Okay, and so what it does is the lowercase version, the database stored value. So if we can do get status and display, and if I refresh in there, that will now show the display value. So if you're not familiar with this process, this is the display value on the right. This is the actual stored value right here. And that only happens really when there's choices available to us as far as the rows and statuses are concerned. Okay, so that's really nice. And then if I go to view it, I should be able to see that same thing on whether or not what's going on with any given item. Great. So what I want to do though is I want to have a drop down right here that I can actually update the status itself. Now we're going to go ahead and create a dynamic status dropdown. So instead of hitting edit and then changing it and then saving it and doing all that over and over and over again, what I want is just the status item to be able to save it right in line. And so to do this, we're going to go ahead and create a custom template tag. So to create custom template tags, you go into any given app and you do template tags, and then we'll go ahead and create an init file.py. And then inside of there, we'll go ahead and call this our item status select.py. I'm going to keep that name in mind all across the board. I'm going to define it right in here as well, and it's going to take in our instance, and then it's going to return something. So the something I wanted to return is actually a template. I wanted to render out a template for this particular tag. So the reason I want that to happen is because of HTMX. So we'll go ahead and do from Django, we're going to import template, and then I'll also do from items, the models, we're going to import our item so that we can get our selection choices. Okay. And so with the template there, we're going to also declare register equals to template.library. And then we'll go ahead and use register to create a inclusion tag. And this will be our own custom template file name. So items snippet, and then we'll go ahead and do status select.html. Okay. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and grab this. And of course, this is why I'm doing HTMX as well, is to have that in there. I'm going to go ahead and grab it and bring it in to our templates. And there we go. And I have it in the wrong spot, so I'll go ahead and move it. So let's get rid of that folder snippet and change this to being snippets. Okay. So now I want to actually load this in and just see what happens with our select status on our row. So inside of our table row here, we'll go ahead and load in that actual template tag. And then to use it, we'll come down here and use it. And I'll also pass the instance in there as an argument. So this right here, this argument just feeds directly into the function itself. Great. Okay, so that's so we can actually check what our current status is. So now for the actual selector, we'll go into Flowbite and look for the select input example. There's a lot of them, but we'll just grab one of them, and I'll go ahead and paste this in here so we can see it all rendered out. So back into our page, we'll go ahead and refresh it, and what we should see is an error, right? Template syntax error. It's not a registered tag library. That's because I didn't actually refresh it. So let's go ahead and refresh it now. And with that refresh, it now allows me to see that selector. Great. So nothing that amazing about this just yet. So what we want to do then is obviously bring in a couple items into this HTML. The first one is going to be our instance itself. We definitely want that. The next one is going to be our actual choices. So there's a lot of different ways on how we can think about bringing in our choices. Now, the choices themselves right now are directly on item statuses. These are these text choices, and we've got our choices right here, right? So that's what we want to show up. And so we can just import the item model like we did and just use these status choices and go off of that. The method that we're doing right now will be flexible if we change these choices. So if we add 10 more, it will be flexible versus if we hard-coded them directly into an HTML or if we wanted to enrich it in any other way. We probably could use HTMX to load this page, but that's not going to be nearly as efficient as what we're going to do just for the row itself, right? So notice in the row, I didn't actually load anything after the page is going. So I don't want HTMX to load the table and then each row is going to load individually either. That's not going to be very fast or efficient for our database at all. This will be a lot better. And so we've got in our instance here, we now want to add in our choices. So I'll go ahead and say choices. And of course, this is going to be related to our items. So we'll go ahead and say choices equals to item.itemStatus.choices. All right. And so let's go ahead and pass that in as an argument. These context items are available in our static select now. So we can do a couple things. First off, notice that it says selected. So I'm going to go ahead and use that one. And we'll go ahead and iterate over it. So we'll do for choice in choices. Again, that's a template argument that's coming through because of that inclusion tag. And then we'll go ahead and say in for. Let's just render out what our choices actually are like that. And I'll give a value in here and we'll go ahead and add that choice as well. So if we refresh in here, what we'll see is, let's give it a second. We might have to rerun the server. And what we'll see in here is two values, right? So we've got the database value and the display value. We've already seen this, but that's an important distinction with these choices. So what we can do is use dot and then indexing. So in our case, .0 and then .1 should bring out the correct choices. One's the backend one and one is the display one. Great. So right now they're all technically selected on the last one that comes through, which is on hold. But we have an instance, remember? So we can actually say if instance.status equals to choice.0, then we'll go ahead and have it selected. And that's it. So we can refresh in there now, and now it's actually showing the correct status, and it has that dropdown. So as you can see here, if I were to add additional choices into my class, it would also propagate on this actual selector, which is exactly why we did it this way. Now, of course, when we actually bring it into HTMX, which we will, we'll have to bring in that same sort of context in there. We're not doing the HTMX just yet, but that's just the general idea, is now our status item in here has the ability to just be a drop-down. And so what I want is the ability to also change it at any given time. And when it does change, I want it to update on HTMX automatically without needing to go into edit. Now we're going to go ahead and update this drop-down so it actually saves this data. So the way it's going to be done is by using, of course, our item detail inline project update. So in my select status item here, we're going to go ahead and say name being status. And then, of course, we have a few HTMX things we're going to go ahead and add in here. The very first one is going to be HTMX patch. And this is going to be our actual instance and git edit URL. And so HTMX patch will do something pretty cool for us, but we want to take a look at what that does right off the bat with a single trigger, HX trigger being change. Okay, so it changes the trigger itself. There is a way to do changed as well. So for instance, like if you were doing an input, you could do key up changed, or you could just do simply change. So we'll leave it in as change for a moment and see what happens there. So back into our views for this inline update view, we still want the instance itself and then everything else. And basically I want to check the request. We'll go ahead and put it into a request.method and then .lower equals to patch. I want to go ahead and print out the request body. Okay, so naturally what's going to end up happening with the select itself is it's going to attempt to swap something out. That's what HTMX does. So we're going to go ahead and add in our template name then, and this is going to be equal to the status select template name. So we'll go ahead and grab that and paste it in here as, simply just status select.html. And so with this, I can then return back the data that I want. So let's go ahead and grab what that data is. I'll bring in the context itself, just like that. And then we can also bring in our choices like we've seen before. So item and item status.choices, and then we'll go ahead and have that as our context specifically for this select. Okay, so the important thing to know about this is that it's really just echoing what's happening. It's not making any changes itself. So we will see what those body changes are. And also you might be, well, we're already on track to do the entire row. So why not just do the entire row? So we'll actually look at that in a moment. But for now, let's go ahead and see what data comes in on a patch. So with the method in place, we'll go ahead and refresh on our page here. I'll go ahead and do publish. And notice that, of course, it changes and gives me the entire form itself. So it didn't actually do it the way I wanted. So let's go ahead and make sure that we used the correct methods inside of our views. And I made a mistake. This should say patch all lowercase because I did lowercase it. And so let's try that again. And now we'll go ahead and take a look. In our backend, we see the data that's coming through is bytes and that status equals to draft. So we could leave it as is, and we could also pass it through a form. That's actually not something I'm going to do right now, but passing it through a form will at least allow us to validate it. And if there is any validation errors, we could add it into the context and then handle that like you would with any normal Django form. But since the static select can't really be anything other than this dropdown, I probably don't necessarily need to do that. Now, it is an extra check, so it's probably a good idea in the long run to do it. But for now, we'll leave it as is. And so to change this body data into actual query data or into like a full-on dictionary, a Python dictionary, we'll go ahead and come in and do from Django.http, we're going to import something called QueryDict. And basically we want to turn this data into that. And so with this QueryDict is going to be equal to request.body. And if I want to make it an actual dictionary, I'll just go ahead and say data equals to QueryDict.dict, just like that. So now with this dictionary value, what I can do then is I can say, well, basically we want to go in and say for key value pairs in data.items, I can actually set attribute instance KV. We can also check if it has it. So if inst has attribute instance of that key value, then we will set it. And then after all that's done, we can say instance.save. And really we would say something like this is like it did change being true, and maybe like did change being false. And then we'll go ahead and do the saves. Okay. And a lot of this could be kind of overcome by just using a form itself. And so that might be a way that you go about doing it. But again, that requires us to do all the error handling and also updating how our form ends up working. But of course, we need to see what that looks like, so we will. But for now, let's go ahead and actually change something. So I'm going to change this one to on hold. Notice that the refresh toggled a bit. And so if I actually refresh on this whole page, on hold is now down here. So it actually did re-update everything. It's just not in the order we necessarily want it. But the thing is, I don't actually have to refresh the page. It just does it for me. So how do we actually extend this method to other fields on this row? It's going to be very similar, but also a little bit different. So to do this, I'm going to go into my row here, and I'm going to start off with this title. And I want to actually go ahead and do input and then type being text, and the name being, no surprise, title, the value being instance.title, right? So nothing big, not a big deal about those things. That's now an HTML form. And so I can actually improve the look of it to make it feel a little bit like it's not a form. We can use, what do you know, Tailwind. So I can go ahead and say focus and do border 0, right? So that's one way to do it. That will add something. We also want to have something like focus and ring 0. And then I also want just simply border 0 and then px 0. So we'll go ahead and play around with those as much as you'd like. But as we see here, the original text is right here. The actual form text is right there. Right? Pretty nice. And so if I go into type in here, I can. And what do you know? There's the typing. So once again, I want to actually change the text once it's done. So going back into our select status here, we want basically these same things. So I'll go ahead and come in here. And this time, instead of change, we'll do key up, changed. And then we want to delay, I think is, 2 seconds or maybe 1 second. Okay. So after we're done typing, I want to delay 1 second to do that. And let's give it a shot. Give it a shot. And it refreshed, but now it's got that drop-down menu, right? And it actually probably did save that data though. So we refresh in here and we see that it says give it a shot. Cool. So that's now showing what we wanted as far as the entire row. This is what you would actually want to work for. But the idea here then is I can add in some additional values here, of course. And we can say our HX target is, what do you know? It's our actual target right here. Once again. So similar to this one, maybe we want to pass in our target here, or maybe we just know that since we are doing an item select, that will also be our target with it. And I also want to do HX swap. And this will be our, our actual outer HTML. Okay. So I'm going to grab those, bring them into here. Again, same. Okay. And so now that we've got that back into my views now we actually want to turn it into the form data itself. So once again, it's still that same form, right? So it's the exact same form. We can come in here, grab that form, and the data now is just this query dictionary. We still want that instance in there, and I can probably get rid of a lot of these things. Actually, we might not use query dict. We might have to use the actual data dictionary. So let's go ahead and use that. And we will now go ahead and say if form.is valid. Then we'll go ahead and say form equals to, well, or rather, we'll do obj equals to form, and then save commit equaling to false, and going down, well, basically the same stuff that we have here, which I'll go ahead and actually replace with that. Great. And so the form now would actually be some additional context that we'd want to add in. And this would mostly be for the errors themselves. That's something that I'll let you spend time on doing. But of course, the template name itself is now, well, the same as the other one. So I can actually bring this up. And here we go. So template name is going to be that same success template, just like that. And there we go. And so now it's going to render everything out. We've got our instance and our form. And so we save that, and we'll go ahead and refresh in our page here. Let's make sure that we've got everything going. And so here we go. We've got cool. This is great. And didn't touch anything. It says cool. So this is great. I refresh in there, and it says cool. It looks like it didn't change. It didn't save anything. So let's go ahead and see why. So we'll go ahead and print out form errors. Okay, so let's refresh in here and another try. Okay, and so we've got this field is required. The status field is required. So that's one of the problems maybe with this actual form itself, is that we're only patching individual pieces of the data itself. So then we want to create a new form, and it's basically just our patch form. And we'll call this up here. And this is going to be our item patch form. Not quite our update form, but our patch form. And then I'll go ahead and say title equals, and this could just be a normal Django form, actually. So we can do title equals to forms.char field, and required equals to false. And then status equals to forms.char field, and required equals to false. And you can build out all of the validations that you might need in there. So let's go ahead and see if that ends up solving the problem for us. So item patch field, refreshing here again, and now item patch field, there we go, or form rather. And we've got unexpected argument of instance, no surprise there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and group rid of that. The reason it's no surprise is because it's not a model form anymore. And so now this form valid method is basically going to allow us to use that form data. So now we'll go ahead and grab the valid data equals to form.cleaned data. And now we can do that key value pair again. So key value in valid data.items. And then we can set the instance itself. So set attribute instance and key value. And then we'll go ahead and do instance.save. Okay, and then once again, we want to just go ahead and say changed being false. And once again, we'll go ahead and say changed being true. We could also check to see if the instance did actually change, but I'm not going to do that. I'll just go ahead and do something like this. Okay, and so it almost felt like we were going to be able to just completely do the same exact form, but it's not quite the same because of those actually validation errors that you might want. So cool, let's do this, exclamation mark. And if we look in here, I now do not have validation errors, so I can refresh in here, and cool, let's do this comes through. If I change this to draft, I think this should also update. Looks like we're getting a title error here on my draft, and that's probably because the data is actually coming through for the value itself. So if V is empty, then we'll go ahead and hit continue. And then if not V, also continue, which is problematic maybe a little bit as far as the form is concerned. So updated title, but we really don't want that empty, and we really don't want that empty either. So let's go ahead and this is now working, exclamation mark. Let's see if that changes. What do you know? There we go. Cool. So now I don't need this edit, and it's quite a bit faster. The performance actually improved quite a bit, I think. So I'm going to go back into that row, get rid of that altogether. So we could probably get rid of that in the form itself. But this is like getting more towards the advanced usage of HTMX, but it's pretty cool. You know, you can just do it really, really fast, and there's all sorts of good things about this. We're now going to configure a place to actually upload our files for our content engine. And to do this, we're going to be using a technology called object storage and a service, a managed version of it called AWS or Amazon Web Services S3. They helped pioneer this technology, which is why we're using them. But there are plenty of other managed services out there, including Akamai Linode has the object storage. You can use that one. DigitalOcean has their own object storage. You could use that one. Google Cloud, also Azure. There's so many places to use object storage. What you want to look for is S3 compatible or capable storage because it's going to work basically the same way. And also our Python code that we use to manage this will also work basically the same way. I'll point it out when it's maybe slightly different. But for now, what we want to do is after you create an AWS account, go ahead and log in to it and navigate to S3, and you're going to want to create your first bucket. Use all of the defaults for it, and just be aware that whatever bucket name you use, we are going to have to reference it again in just a moment. So just grab whatever bucket your name is. So like my content engine, ABC, or something like that. You want to make sure that you grab the correct one. And you can use all of the defaults that come in here with the exception of the region. Just use US East 1 for now. There are other regions, absolutely, but use US East 1 just so we're all on the same page and you get this stuff working. If you need to change your region later, you totally can, and I'll mention when you need to do so in the code itself. But for now, we don't need to actually worry too much about the region for what we're about to do. So after you create a bucket, what you're going to see is it listed in your S3 buckets, right? And so this is true for any region. You're going to see all of them, and the region will be referenced right in there. And so I already created one called My Content Engine, and I already added some files in there. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But the idea is we now need to create a policy so that we can create API keys to actually have access to this bucket. So Amazon and a lot of these cloud providers have policies to provide access, as in some cases, you might want your application just to list things out. In some cases, you might want to have your application have full-on management permissions so you can delete things, you can upload things, you can do all of that. And so we're going to go ahead and create that policy now. Now, I actually already generated one for you, and it's on our repo right now. You can go into reference under S3 permissions. This is the policy we're going to end up using, and we just have to modify it only slightly for our own bucket, as you'll see right now. So let's go ahead and navigate over to the IAM group. We're going to go into IAM here, and then we're going to go down into policies here. We're going to go ahead and create a brand new policy for our content engine specifically. So go ahead and hit create policy. Right off the bat, it specifies permissions. It's asking for permissions. So go into my policy here, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy the policy example I have, which is simply JSON data, JSON. We're going to go ahead and paste it into the JSON editor. So I can paste this in, and we will notice something very interesting about this, or, well, maybe not that interesting, but I have my bucket name in here. I have two versions of it. It's in here and here. This is for my specific bucket, not for your bucket, but my specific bucket. So you would want to change yours. So my content engine, ABC, or whatever you name it, you just want to change it exactly in both places. And that's it. That's all you need to do for your policy is just change it in those locations and make sure you're not making any mistakes. Notice that if I do make a mistake, it's going to go ahead and tell me that I'm making a mistake. And so what this is going to do is give all of these permissions. So S3 object, literally all of the permissions for the object itself, and then a few other permissions as well as listing all of the buckets that you might have on your particular account. Okay, so in my case, I'm going to leave it in as my content engine because that's the name of the bucket I have. I'll go ahead and say next, and this is going to be my content engine policy. You can name this however you'd like. Just make sure you name the policy exactly what you want for it. You can also review the permissions that are available here. They are limited to the S3 service and also the buckets in that service, which is nice. And then I'll go ahead and create this policy. So I will actually implement this policy in the next part, but the idea being we now have this policy and we can attach it to any given user. You have to create a user, you have to create API keys, you have to do all of those things in order to use that policy. It needs to be attached to the user. And in my case, I typically have that policy on a user group instead of an individual user because I might reuse it in multiple places, as you might see in some cases. And so there are more advanced policies that you can do for any given bucket, as we can see in this one. This other one, you don't have to do this at all, but you can actually go in and select individual things that you might want on your S3 buckets. That's kind of the idea with these policies. You can really modify them to fit your needs. Great. So the other reason that I'm using AWS and S3 buckets in general is so that our project itself, we could allow our customers or our users to implement these same things that we're doing. They could use S3 or object storage on their own, give us those keys, and we'll be able to use them. That's another big part of this, is so that any given project, you can have specific APIs for, or specific buckets for any given project. We just wouldn't necessarily create that. Now that's beyond the scope of what we're trying to do here. Instead, what we want to do is actually start implementing the Python code to actually access what's inside of our bucket. Let's take a look at how we do that now. Now we're going to implement Boto 3 so our Python code can actually grab content from our bucket. So you might also want to upload some files in here right now just so you can test this out. I already have some files in here. Don't worry about the actual paths just yet, or the key paths. We'll talk about that when we get to it. The next thing is actually creating a user in IAM to use that policy we just created. So let's start there. We'll go ahead and create our user inside of AWS. We'll go ahead and do create user, and there's going to be my content engine user. And of course, you need it to be sort of slugified as it says right here. We'll go ahead and do next, and we're going to go ahead and attach a policy directly. This, of course, will give the user policy to it, or access to the policy itself. Now, there is a AWS managed one that just gives full access to S3, which is something I just don't recommend you do. There is read-only access, but that's also not what we want to do. We want to be able to manage things, which is exactly why we created our own policy for this actual content engine itself. And so I'm going to go ahead and attach this directly to the user. I said before that I typically put this into a group and then attach the user to the group. But since we didn't do that, we're going to attach it directly to the user itself. Okay, so now we've created this user. And so I want to actually go into this user and create the access keys that I need. To do this, we just go into security credentials. We scroll down to access keys. Now, I will say AWS has changed this process of creating access keys a number of times over the years, but the result is always the same. The result is always that we want to create an AWS access key ID, an AWS secret access key. We already have a bucket, so we already did that one, so we can actually put that in here with my content engine and to our environment variables. So in my environment variables, I want to actually adjust this, which also should hopefully tell you, oh, at some point, we're going to need to add this into our secrets, right? So when we actually go and roll this out, we're going to need to put those same things in there as well. So we might as well put that in there right now. So our bucket, once again, we can put our bucket into as one of the secrets as well. So I'll go ahead and get rid of this and put that equal here. And we'll just go ahead and put in a few secrets in here as we have before with this same data. Okay. I'm not going to update my repo just yet. I want to get things working locally before I update my repo with those secrets. But for now, we'll go ahead and actually generate that access key. Now, it's going to ask you for a use case. I always just say other. I think this is mostly for AWS to understand where their keys are being used. In my case, I'll just say other and create this access key. And that's it. So there's my access key itself, and we paste it in here. And here's my secret key, which obviously I can show you, but I don't recommend showing others. And that's it, right? So those are my keys that I'll end up using. Now, the thing is that these keys don't do anything unless our user has permission to do things. We just gave that user permission to use AWS S3. It can't really access anything else on AWS. And since there's so much stuff on AWS, it's probably a good idea to limit the access for any given user. Worst case scenario, you can create more users that have different kinds of access for different resources on AWS. Cool. So with this in mind, now that we've got that, we've got the foundation set to start using these keys. And so what I want to do is I want to install Boto 3. And this is going to be how we can use Python to access AWS, and more specifically, in our case, S3. Now, you can use Boto 3 with other object storage capable services like the Akamai Linode Object Storage or DigitalOcean's one or Google Cloud's one, right? You can use all of those for it. I'm also going to do nat sort in here. Nat sort is going to be useful to sort files later. For now, those are the only requirements I want. So we'll go ahead and do Python s3-m pip install-r requirements.txt, just to make sure that those things are all sorted out. And this is not nat sort, but rather nat sort. And there we go. Okay, so with this in mind now, I want to create the Python client that will actually consume these keys. So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and create a brand new Python module in my Django project, and I'm going to call this S3 and put init in here. Now, the reason I can call it S3 is because the actual Python package we are using is Boto3. It is much bigger than just S3, so we're just keeping it nice and narrow with Boto3. If you wanted to call it something different, you totally could, like my bucket or something like that, but I'll leave it in as just simply S3. Great. So with this in mind, I'm going to go ahead and now create a client. So we'll do client.py. And what I want to do is create my S3 client. And I'll just go ahead and copy and paste some stuff here on how it's done. You can always look inside of the repo itself on what we're doing here. But the idea is we create a data class. This data class will take in a few arguments. Now, these arguments themselves are so that we can build on top of this if we need to, but mostly so we can access things. So that default bucket is kind of an optional argument here. And then, of course, after the class is implemented, we can use it like this. So the use case for this will be something like this. I'll show you. Is going to be, we're going to use S3 client, and then we're going to pass in the arguments we want to include. So like that, right? And then we will go ahead and put in all of the arguments we want in here, which are going to be for that, to access the actual item itself. Great. And then the actual client itself will be .client. Like that. So that's how we'll use it. And the reason I made it this way is so they can reuse it in other places. Now, yes, you could absolutely put Boto3 and just do this exact thing right here. But if you ever wanted to add in additional methods in here, so like list buckets or list objects, you could do that. And you would just say self and then return back, you know, whatever's going to happen there and use the client directly in here. So self.client and then, you know, whatever object that you're trying to do, like get paginator, for example, which is what we'll implement in a moment. But that's the idea, is just to have some convenience methods inside of our S3 client. Now, before I get to those convenience methods, I want to just make sure that this even works. So the next part is we'll go ahead and go into init and we'll do from.client. We're going to import the S3 client itself, and then we'll add it into all so that we'll be able to do some cool stuff with it. So S3 and client. Great. So now what I want to do is jump into my reference folder that I created, this folder right here. And I just want to go ahead and say my S3 usage tests.md. And the reason for this is mostly just to see what it is that I'm trying to accomplish here. So I'm going to go ahead and create a Python block here. The first thing that I need to do is from cfehome.env import config. Why is it that I need to do that? Well, I need to get these environment variables, right? And so we'll go ahead and do that with config. And so it's going to be config and grabbing that one and the default being none. And then we'll repeat this process again and again. Okay. Next thing I want to do is I want to import that S3 package that I just created, this one right here. And so this means that I'm going to go ahead and run, you know, python manage.py shell, and that's how I'm going to go ahead and use this particular script, at least for testing purposes. Great. So with the S3, I just showed you exactly what we need to do for the client, and that's this right here. So back into the usage tests, we come in here, and there is where we're going to go ahead and configure this thing out. Just like this. And the last thing that I want to do is take a look at the Boto3 documentation for S3. And so going into Boto3's documentation, if we scroll down a bit, we'll see that there's Amazon S3 examples. We'll go ahead and click on one of them. And what we want to do is just really see all of the files themselves. So I want to list things out here. So let's go ahead and say downloading files. Maybe this will give us what we want. Well, in this case, it doesn't necessarily give us exactly what we're looking for. So let's just go into S3 buckets. Let's take a look at what that does. We've got some options in here for this. Not exactly what we want either. So although these examples are really good, they don't really show us what we're trying to accomplish with Boto. So let's go back into Boto 3 and we'll just look for the S3 service itself, and then we'll click on client. Okay, so what we've got here is a bunch of different options as to how we might use this. I'm going to go to the Git paginator because I really want to list everything out in here. But this also doesn't give me a whole lot, so I'm going to show you exactly how to use it. So in here, we're going to go ahead and say paginator equals to client.get paginator, and it's going to be list objects v2. And then what we want to do is our actual generator. So we'll do pag gen equals to the paginator dot paginate. And then we're going to use the bucket name. So we'll go and pass in the bucket itself. Okay. And then I'll also pass in a prefix. This will come into play a lot more later, but for now, we'll just go ahead and say prefix is just simply slash. And so this generator, we can go through, we can actually iterate through, and by doing for page in the page generator, we can see that each page has something called contents. So we can do page.get and contents. And so let's take a look at this now. We'll jump into our shell here. Let's make sure we're in the root of our Django project with manage.py, so I can run python manage.py shell. The main reason to use the python manage.py shell is for the environment variable loader. That's pretty much it. Okay, so the next thing is we're going to go ahead and implement all of these. Let's just make sure that all of it is working. Seems to be okay so far. We'll go ahead and use our client as well. So we've got S3 client is not defined. Of course it's not. It should be S3.S3 client. And that's the purpose of using the init here. If you weren't already aware, hopefully you might have been. Okay, and so we've got that. Next up, I'll just go ahead and run these. And so what this is going to do is going to show me the contents in theory of my entire thing. So I'm actually going to get rid of this prefix for a moment, and we'll see what that does then. And we'll go ahead and run it. And there we go. So now I've got everything in here. Okay, so this is literally all of my files in this entire thing. So what is the prefix for then? Well, if we go back into our bucket itself, so let's go ahead and go into our bucket. I have this folder here. This folder is a prefix. So if I go ahead and use the folder as the prefix itself and save it, and let's go ahead and run that one again, just these few lines here. We can run that again, and what it's going to say is everything that's inside of projects. And if I do that again with like 10, and I could just keep going, right? So in my case, there is a rhyme and reason for this particular prefix, but I can actually grab this whole thing right here and bring it into my prefix item. In other words, what this is doing is it's narrowing down my results to a specific prefix or kind of like a specific folder. Now, it's called a folder, but yeah, I mean, you would think of it as a folder maybe, but inside of buckets, it's just a prefix. It's literally the beginning of a string. So each file itself is quite literally just a key, which includes the actual bucket that's coming in here. So we can look at this a little bit closer by saying for C, like as in content, in page.get contents. Otherwise, we'll have an empty list. I'll go ahead and print out c.get and key now. There's no such thing as c.get and like file name, as we'll see. So let's go ahead and get rid of that contents. And once again, I'll use that same generator. I should be able to run it again, but if I don't, I'll just do it again. So what we see here now is we've got contents and all of these keys in here. So what we see also is that we're laying the foundation to what might happen inside of our project. So let's say, for instance, any given item, this is where we'll actually end up listing everything out. The item itself will have a bunch of files here. Right now it doesn't, of course, but that is what that prefix is for. We actually can narrow it down to be based off of a item and the item ID, as well as a project and that project ID. Don't worry, we'll still implement that. But the point is we want to have a way to actually list out all of the things in any given prefix. Now your prefix is going to be different than this, if anything at all. And the reason that if we put that slash there, well, nothing actually starts with that prefix, right? So we come back in here and we iterate this through. there's quite literally nothing with that prefix, which is pretty telling of what we might end up wanting to do. And so the other thing is we can use prettyprint to get what the C is itself. So let's go ahead and import prettyprint. So we'll go ahead and do that here as well. So import, so from pprint, import pprint. And so if we do this now, let's go ahead and take a look at what comes back with just the contents themselves for any given prefix. So you can see the dictionary that's in there. And here's one, and so on. Right? So the key things that I want from it are the key itself, right? So the actual path to where that file exists in the bucket, when it was last modified, and the size of that file. All of those things I want. Now, if you're a little bit more advanced in Django, you probably realize you could run a regular job to put this into your database. You could store that same data into your database. That's something outside the context of what we want to do. What we really want to do is just display this data, have a way to download it, and have a way to delete it. All of those things we'll work towards. But the first thing, of course, is going to be displaying it based off of a specific prefix. So let's take a look at how to do that now. Now we're going to display our S3 objects, all the files stored in S3, using HTMX and Boto3 directly on our items detail view. So to start out, we're going to go ahead and actually make sure that we understand this prefix thing by generating simple functions for it. So inside of our projects first, we'll go ahead and grab our project itself, and we're going to go ahead and define, and we're going to do get prefix. And we might call this S3 prefix, but since it's pretty much how I'll only use prefix, I'm not going to do that. So it's going to be projects/self.id. That's it. So this is my S3 prefix. Now, you might be tempted to use the handle, but since anyone can change the handle at any given time, I don't want to use the handle. I want to just use the ID. The ID, you cannot change. And you can use a different kind of ID. You could use a UUID, but that would be something you do when you design the project itself or before it comes out. I'm going to keep it simple and just use the actual primary key. We could also just do self.primary key, but I'll just leave it in as self.id/. Okay, so that's going to be the project prefix. So let's go ahead and copy the same concept to our items. And we'll go ahead and do models. And in our items itself, we'll go ahead and get prefix. Again, S3 prefix. The first one is going to be our project prefix. And there's going to be self.project.get prefix. So no surprise here is we're going to go ahead and use the project prefix and then /items self-ID. Great. So with this in mind, I want to go ahead and render this out in one of my views, which I actually don't need. In my detail view, I should already have the instance in there. So I should be able to actually just look at it in the template itself. So let's go ahead and take a look at our template, and we'll go into our items here, into our detail, and I'll go ahead and right under the name itself, I'll do instance.get prefix. Save that. And let's take a look at our local project that should still be running. And there's my prefix. I have a little issue if I have too many slashes. So let's go ahead and fix that. And of course, it's in here itself. So I'll go ahead and do trailing slash being false. And that way I can say if trailing slash, this should be right here. And we'll go ahead and do it like this. Or we'll go ahead and leave it as no trailing slash, just like that. Just a little thing to remember every once in a while. You might want the same thing up here as well. And this being true. And once again, if trailing slash, then we'll go ahead and do that. Otherwise, we'll return the other one. This is important for our prefixes altogether as well, just to make sure that we are actually using the correct prefix. So what we want is we want to use this value. So at this point, you want to make sure that you're adding data into your bucket with that value. So if we go into the root of your project, you're going to go ahead and hit create folder. You're going to add this in here. You can't use that whole thing. This is just the manual way to do it. Don't worry, we will automate it later. But first off, you create that project folder. You hit create. And in my case, it already exists, so I don't have to worry about it. I click on that folder, create folder, and I do the next part, which is going to be simply 10. And then you just repeat that process until all of the buckets are ready and all of the folders are ready. And then you will be able to actually go in to your particular, item bucket object prefix, and you'll be able to see and upload files in here. So you will want to upload files in here so we can display them in just a moment. And that's pretty much it. That's how we're going to be using that prefix value. And of course, this comes directly back to how we were using our usage tests. We had a prefix value in there. So this is exactly what we want to do within our items themselves. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and roll up here. And I want to go to basically the very top, just to make it a little bit easier on myself as to what I'm doing. But the idea here is we want now our item object list view, or really we can also just call this our item files view. And what I want to do is, if it's not HTMX, I just want to redirect it to the detail view itself. So it's going to be very similar to that one. And so we'll come in here and I'm going to delete a few of these items here and say the instance, we need to pass in the ID itself. So ID being none. And of course, the project is request project. We've got it required. Everything's looking good. So the next thing is our template name itself. And this is going to be items slash, I'll call it S3 and object list.html, right? Just to make it a little bit easier, let's go ahead and just leave it in as snippets for object list, or more specifically, object table. That's what we want to work towards, is having a table here, as we'll see. So the next thing is going to be our actual objects themselves. Well, we just did the usage test, so we can do a lot of these same things. But the thing is, what I don't necessarily want to do is repeat everything itself. So the first thing is going to be the configuration. So inside of my views here, I want to bring in that configuration stuff in here and just make sure that I don't, have config in there twice or something and S3 in there twice. But we definitely want to get these buckets. Now, this is where we can consider redesigning it to go based off of the project. So the project itself, we can allow people to add in their access keys in there. And then you would just grab the project keys for the next part, which will be grabbing the client, or initializing the client, and then running through our contents here. So going back into our item views here, let's go ahead and bring in our content here. Okay, so we'll go ahead and leave it like this. Now the contents themselves, if you remember what we saw in our tests, was an actual dictionary. So the things that I want are the key and the size and when it was created. So we'll do our key value is equal to that. The size is c.get and size. And then the actual last modified is the key itself, I believe. So we'll call this updated to fit better with our actual naming scheme that we've been doing in our database. Okay, so those are the values that we want to have. So our object list is going to be, well, based off of those values. So I'll go ahead and just give some new data here, and we'll go ahead and say this key is equal to key, size, and so on. And then, of course, we'll go ahead and go into our object list and append this data. Okay, so fairly straightforward. Now, what I will say is this to here could all be done in the S3 client, and that's probably something we'll want to work towards. But before we do that, we need to update our prefix here. And so the prefix, again, is going to be equal to the instance.get prefix, which is, of course, why we actually wrote it right there. So we're going to save that, and there we go. So this should actually give us everything that we might want for our data. So let's go ahead and create this template for it. And we'll go into our templates here, add that new file in, and let's go ahead and just iterate through everything. So I'll just go ahead and say for object in object list. It's not an instance. It's not actually from Django itself. So maybe I want to name that differently. Maybe it's going to be object dictionary or something like that. But I'll go ahead and just add in a list element here, and we'll do object.dict.key. That's pretty much what we'll stick with, because we will change it in a little bit. And so this, of course, means that now in my detail view, I should be able to put in some HTMX here. So I'll do div get HTMX or hx get, and this is going to be equal to whatever that value was, and hx trigger being into load. Okay, so the value itself is going to be to the object table. So of course we need to actually bring that in to our URLs. So we'll go ahead and add in a new path here, and I'm going to call this simply files. And this is going to be our item files view and files. Let's go ahead and just make sure that that's what we called it in our views. Items, files, views, great. URLs, great. And then in our model itself, we will go ahead and add in one more method in here called get files URL and files. Great. So with that in mind, back into our template for the detail, this is going to be instance.getFilesURL, and it'll trigger it to the load. And so hopefully we actually can see some data in here into our list view itself. It will actually do the request to the backend, right? As in the object storage backend, right? It's going directly to AWS. I don't have any of this saved in my own database, which is a key part of this. And so what we see is that, you know, that initial key path, of course, those things should match. And then we also got the actual files themselves. So another way to think about this then is inside of our actual lookup, right? So when we're creating this data, we can actually bring in something like pathlib, and we can use pathlib to get the name of the key. So quite literally the file name, but I'll just go ahead and call it just simply name. And that's going to be pathlib.path, and then the key itself, and then just .name, all right? So pathlib will take any path, whether it's a real path or not, and it will attempt to do something like that. So that then in my object table, I can just say name and save that and refresh. And what we'll see is those data items, right? So it's all the names in there. Now, unfortunately, what we've got is this 46 here. And what's happening is it's actually referencing a key path for the file folder itself. And so what I also want to do is say if size is equal to 0, then we want to hit continue. So this is the actual byte size. So if I refresh in here now, it's going to ignore things that just don't have any actual file size whatsoever. And there we go. So we now have all sorts of stuff, and it's all kinds of files. Yes, it's images, but we've got XML in here. We've got JSON, right? So there's other data in here. And of course, these are fav icons, and that's not really the point. It's more of that we can actually list out all of these files. So of course, the next few questions are, how do we format this better so it looks better? And then also, how do we actually download these files? How can I just grab them without going into AWS S3? That's something we're going to work on in the next part. All right, so in a moment, I want to display the actual images that would be actual images, right? So if it's .png, let's see an image. Otherwise, we won't see an image. To do this, it's going to take a couple of steps. Before we get there, though, I actually want to reorganize the user interface so it looks a little bit better. So seeing the images isn't just complete garbage. So let's go ahead and go into our detail view, and we're going to wrap everything inside of a div. So we can add in something called a flex class in here, which will allow me to do something like this, where I put a div around all of this content, and then another div as well on the same level. So if I tab things in here, and if I did something like class grow on one side, and let's make sure that the actual Tailwind stuff is running, and I'll refresh in here. I might actually have to go into, clear out my cache and everything. What happens is this div is grow, so it's going to push everything over into the size that sort of makes sense for it. And that's what happened here. But I want my files actually over here, not everything on the right. So to move our files over, we're going to go ahead and grab this one and paste in here as well. And now I'll refresh once again. And this time I should see my files over here. Great. So of course I can improve that just a little bit more. And by not allowing this div to go too big, I want it to be sort of in line to the page itself. So to do that, we can do a new class, and we can use max height, and we can add in something called 80 VH in those brackets. Tailwind makes sure that I can actually use this for basically 80% of the vertical height of the current screen will be the maximum height, and then we'll do overflow Y auto, and that will allow it to have a scroll bar. So if I refresh in here, and now you can see that mine's already cut off and it's in there, and I can scroll just like that. So the other thing is we might want to add in space X being like 4, and we save that, and that should hopefully add in some additional spacing between these two elements, as you can see with my scroll bar. The other thing is the entire page should be brought in a little bit. So that's going to happen on base.html, and it's going to be very similar to our navbar base. So if we look in head, or rather navbar, and like one of our navbars, either one. So the logged in element here, we can see this max screen XL. We want to use that same thing for my other part, as in above my messages and my content. So I'll put this in here, tab that in, and we'll do class, and this is going to be max W screen XL, which means the maximum width is going to be the screen on an extra large. And I'll also do MX auto, and then I'll just add a padding all the way around as P4. So if I refresh this now, it's going to look hopefully a little bit more aligned with everything else. And if, of course, if I go anywhere on the site now, it definitely looks a little bit better in terms of the overall styling. Okay, so now that we've got that out of the way, let's actually style this stuff out by actually reviewing the images themselves. So back into our view for the detail, I need to import one more thing, and that is going to be our meme types. So what I want to do is I want to actually grab the name, and I want to guess what type of value this is. So I'm just going to change it slightly. So we use this right here, and then I'll go ahead and do underscore type, and this is going to be meme types, a guess type, and it's going to be the name. Okay, so I can do type, and I can just grab the first element in there to get what the type might end up being. And so then in my context, I will add in type as well. And so with this in place, we can actually go ahead and look at our template again. So that object list template or object table, we can just add in the object dict.type, and we can see the various type based off of the guess. But the problem is the guess isn't going to guess everything for sure. So we actually have a little bit of an error here. If we scroll down, the error will show me probably something related to the meme type itself if it doesn't have a guess. In this case, it looks like it has a guess for everything. But what I don't want to have happen is if I go into guessing something, I don't want it to be, well, just wrong. So I'll go ahead and just leave the type as none, and I'll put this into a try block like that. Okay, so now we've got a guess type. So what that means then is I could say is image, and I can say, you know, basically image in the string of the type, right? And so what that will allow me to do is then render out an image on that table. So let's just change this back to being something like a div so that I can see these values a little bit differently. Okay, and we'll add in class and margin bottom 4 or 5, whatever. And we'll now can do object dict.isImage, and if I refresh in here, I should be able to see that distinction as far as the object. And then of course this is going to be true. It's showing that object type. And then if we scroll down a bit, we should see false in here a few times. Great. So with this in mind now, what I want to be able to do is actually show the image. And so the way I'm going to do that is by using image source and grabbing the image URL, the object dicts URL. Okay. And so using a if statement for that, we'll go ahead and do, you know, if it is an image or object dict is an image, then we'll go ahead and render out that image. Otherwise, we won't render out anything. And so I'll go ahead and get rid of a few of these things. But of course, I actually need the URL itself. How do I actually grab that URL? So back into my views here, what we can do now is we can actually sign the URL. So we can say URL equals to client.pre-signed URL, or rather generate pre-signed URL. And this is going to be get object. So it's how we actually can grab the object itself. We will see this pre-signed URL again. But for now, we'll go ahead and do params equals to, and we want to grab the actual item itself. I also want to move this size back up. I don't want to pre-sign anything if the size is 0. But we'll go ahead and use the bucket itself, so the AWS bucket name. And we'll start with that. So that's going to be our first parameter here. And then the next parameter is going to be our key. And the key, of course, is coming through this iteration. So we'll go ahead and use that as well. And then I also want to add in expires and in. And this is the number of seconds that this particular URL will expire. Now, in terms of shareability, you want to have this high. If you don't want it shareable, you just make it really, really low. So we'll leave it fairly high. 3,600 seconds is not too bad. And with this URL, I can now pass it in to as an argument there. And so now if I refresh in my page, what I should actually be able to see is the image itself. So they actually are coming through because I now have access to them. And so if it's not an image, maybe we just have it being downloaded or something like that, or we just add a href equaling to this particular image itself, and we can go ahead and say view in browser or something like that. And so I can refresh in here now, and I should be able to see even my other things like the files themselves, like this right here. I should be able to open that up. And in this case, it actually looks like it's not. It seems like it's not showing me the correct value, but it totally is. It's just happening in the browser itself. So there is one more argument that we would be able to add to our, our actual pre-signed URL. I can actually copy this, and we can call this our download URL. And within the download URL, we can add one single argument in our parameters here, and that's going to be our response content disposition. And we can add in attachment. Okay, so if I want it to be a download URL, that's how you do it. And you might want both, right? So the actual image itself, you actually want it to just be the URL, and the non-image one, you want it to be downloaded. So basically we'll do view in browser, and then otherwise we'll say else, and we'll go ahead and add in a href, and then just like, object dix and download URL, and go ahead and say download. Or maybe we just always want it to download as well, either one. So let's go ahead and just leave it like that. And then we'll refresh on that page. And so with the download ones, it should automatically download it. So if I click on download, it goes into downloading it. And that's true for all of them. Otherwise, we can just view it in the browser. So still more styles that we need to improve. But overall, we now have at least the groundwork done for our downloading, viewing, and just rendering out content from our S3 bucket. So if you never actually wanted to support uploads or deleting or really managing this content, you would be done. But of course, we want those uploads. We want to be able to delete it. And we also want to style it a little bit more. And we're going to go ahead and use HTMX with Boto3 to delete an object from our S3 bucket. Now, the way this is going to be done is very similar to the items view, the file view, except we're using the client slightly different. So I'll go ahead and create a new one, and this will be just item file delete view, and then we're going to return an HTTP response, something like deleted. And so let's go ahead and import the response itself, or HTTP response from HTTP in Django. Okay, so the client, Boto3 has something for client that you can do client.delete object, and then you pass in the bucket and then the key. And the bucket, of course, is going to be our AWS bucket name. And then our key is going to be capitalized, and we need a key. So where does the key come from? Well, the key is going to be two things. It's going to be from the instance, and that's going to be our prefix. So instance.get prefix. And let's just verify that we can grab that prefix, right? So we've got our S3 prefix here. And so we want to get that prefix, and then we're going to go ahead and use it with the name of the file. So file name. And of course, where is that file name going to come from? Well, there's a lot of different options on how we can consider this. What I'm going to do is actually pass it into the URL itself. So the name being none. Okay. So since I'm passing it to the URL, I also want to make sure that this is not basically, if it is the request method of post, I want to redirect it somewhere else. Or if it's not that post method, then we're going to redirect it somewhere else. And for now, we'll leave it as this instance URL redirect itself. And so this probably, this will probably go past HTMX, this probably should be a different redirect. And so I'll use Django HTMX for that. And we'll do from Django and then HTMX.http will import the HTTP response client redirect. And then that one will take us to that home page. Great. Or rather the instance page itself. Now I should have mentioned this before, but I should mention this get object or 404 will cause an error on a HTMX request if it doesn't exist, if that object just simply does not exist. So you'll have to implement some handler for that, but I'll leave that for you. Okay, so now what we want is from this prefix, we're going to go ahead and get the file name, which we'll pass as just an argument to the view itself. And then we'll go ahead and delete that object, and the key, of course, being that actual key itself. And that's it. That's going to be our delete function itself. We don't need a template anymore. And again, this could run some errors, so you could always put this in a try block, much like you would in the instance get object or 404. But with this in mind, we'll go ahead and also actually just add in the name of the item that's being deleted, just like that. Okay, great. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and bring it into our URLs here, and we want to kind of copy this file path here, and there's going to be our item delete view, and we'll do files delete as the URL. And so what is it? How can I actually pass this file as an argument here, or the file name? Now to do this, we're going to be using RE path, as in regular expression path. And this is going to be a regular expression now instead of the standard Django path expression. And so I'll just give you what it's going to be so you can use it as you see fit. I'll explain the parts that are relevant. And so we paste this in here. And so this first thing, this is a regular expression to check the argument is an ID, just like this one right here. Those are identical. Next, of course, is files, which is going to be the same as that. And then the final one is a catch-all naming scheme. So it's basically any name that we put in here is going to be in here. And there's also an optional slash at the very end to make that work. Okay, so with this in mind, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using the original path itself and then appending the file name in there on the view. So let's go ahead, or the template itself. So let's go ahead and take a look at the template, into items, into snippets, we want to see our files themselves. So let's go into the detail, and we've got our item detail here that should have our files. So this is our get files URL, which will then have our object table, and there is where our files will be. So now what we'll do is bring in a button here that will actually do all of that for us. So the first thing is we need to make sure that we have the instance. So we'll go ahead and say if instance, then we'll go ahead and do this. And so the instance itself should be coming through to the view itself. So item files view, we come down here, we scroll down, we only have our object list right now. So let's go ahead and bring in the instance as an argument into that context as well, just to make sure we can use the instance to grab the correct URL. Okay, so back into our object table, we will go ahead and do hx post, and this is going to be instance.get and then absolute URL, and then it's going to be files slash and then the file name itself. So this is going to be our object dictionary dot name, which is something we would have right here. And so we have it as a post method. Now we could call this maybe delete even and just have it like that. Or we could come in here and say something more like files-delete and just do something like that, or just simply delete. It's kind of up to you. I'll leave it in as files because I'm not going to do anything else with this endpoint. It's just going to be to delete it. You could make it adjusted so it deletes and updates and does all sorts of other things. But now that we've got that, let's go ahead and take a look at what happens with this post, and we'll go ahead and look at delete. We're not going to run it just yet. We'll just go ahead and say delete, and then we'll go back into our files themselves. And so we should have another button in here now. That's just simply delete, inspect the element. Let's make sure our URL looks correct for that button. And it goes to items files, and there's the file name. Great. So this should, in theory, delete that file. But before I do, I want to go ahead and actually add in one more thing that HTMX has built in, which is simply hx and -confirm. And I'll go ahead and say, are you sure you want to delete this? Okay. And there we go. One other thing I might want to add in here is some like actual styles, just to make it look a little bit different for each one of these buttons. And so I'll go ahead and put these on the other ones as well, and just change these ones to like blue for the download one, and then maybe gray for the other one. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure that this is running. We might want a darker gray actually. So let's go ahead and try out a darker gray for the non-dark mode. If I refresh in here, and there we go. Okay, so we've got download, view in browser, and delete. And then I also want to add in one more aspect to it, and that is going to be hover and pointer, if that's not already working, as in the cursor pointer. Okay, so I refresh it here, and that might take a second, but there we go. I've got my buttons. If I hit delete, are you sure you want to delete this? Say okay, and in theory it should work. But item delete view got an unexpected keyword argument of name. So back into our view for it, we want our item delete view to come in here. So name came through, which is strange that it didn't actually grab that keyword argument. So let's go ahead and go back. Yeah, so that should be correct. Let's go ahead and check the URL. And we've got item delete view, item file delete view. That's the problem. Good. So we refresh in here, and let's go ahead and give this another shot. Delete this item, and then item deleted. Okay, so it changes just the button. So of course that's not what we want. We're going to go ahead and change it to being the entire row itself. So we'll go ahead and give this an ID of, let's say, the object, and then use the built-in for loop.counter. And then I'll go ahead and now say the hx target equals to that, and then hx swap, and we'll do inner HTML. And let's take a look. So if we go back in here and try to delete any given object, what I'll see is it says it's deleted, but there's a trailing slash here. Okay, so there's a couple problems for this, or the main problem is this hx post has a trailing slash on it. I actually put one there. Not sure if you did or not. But that hopefully will solve that problem. So let's go ahead and refresh in here and give it another shot with that slash being gone. So we'll go ahead and delete that. And now the slash is gone, and it says it's deleted. If we go into our bucket and refresh inside of our bucket, hopefully that will also say that it's deleted as well. Looks like it's gone. So that actually does delete the item, which is great. But if that trailing slash for some reason is coming through, here's what we could do. We could actually attach the response. We could take a look at the response. But this actually isn't going to tell us anything, because if that item just doesn't exist in the S3 bucket, it's not going to attempt to, it's going to basically be gone. So it's deleting something that just doesn't exist. So another thing that I could do is I could actually just come in here and say if key.ends with that trailing slash, then we'll do key equals to key, and then up to -1, as in this will pop off that end trailing slash there, and then that should work as well. So this is a nice little fail-safe, and another reason why I just had that slash on there. And then in my urls.py, this regular expression should have actually had that optional value for that slash, but the thing is the regular expression itself doesn't account for everything after it, so we can just get rid of that. It doesn't even need to be there, because it's going to do everything literally after whatever slash files ends up being, which is why we also need to make sure that our checks here are pretty good. Now, we might also want to make sure that that file even exists in this object itself or in the list itself, but that's something I'm going to keep outside of the context of this. In other words, I definitely don't want this request method to be get, because if it's get, then you might accidentally delete a bunch of objects and not mean to. And then also, if it's not HTMX, once again, you might delete objects that you might not mean to. And then you also maybe want to have some module or modal to come up. So maybe a modal for a confirm, file name or something like that. Now, that's beyond the context of what we're trying to do here. That modal would probably need to be JavaScript related, and then you could just verify it in here. In other words, basically having an additional form on here just to make sure that this method should be actually triggered when all of this is said and done. Because if it's not actually needing to be triggered, you can absolutely delete things that you don't intend to delete, which would be pretty bad. But now, at the very least, we have a way to manage that process, right? So we could definitely delete it right here in this content engine. Or what we do is just say, oh, you need to go into S3 into your actual bucket to delete it. And so basically what I'm saying is at some point, you will probably want to build something similar to this, where it has, hey, are you sure you want to delete this object? Make sure you type in something to actually go and delete it. Because even just this confirmation thing isn't going to give us that much interaction, because every single one is going to just say, are you sure you want to delete this? So it's really easy to accidentally press the wrong button. But the thing is, that's like a lot of development just for one simple thing that may or may not matter that much to you for your project. It certainly doesn't matter at this point. What matters more is being able to actually upload our files, so actually having the ability to upload them. So let's go ahead and take a look at how to do that now. Now we're going to start the first step of a two-step process to upload a file directly into S3 buckets. Now this could be AWS S3, it could be other S3, but the idea is Django will sign the file name, not the entire file, but actually the file key path. And then with that signed URL, we'll actually upload it directly to S3 using JavaScript. So this does mean that we'll use some minor JavaScript in here, and I haven't found a really good way to use HTMX for this process, as we'll see. But the good thing is we actually have all of the foundation necessary, with maybe the exception of some JavaScript, to make this work. So let's take a look at that right now. So the first thing that I want to do is actually want to grab this items file view here. I'm going to copy roughly the entire thing, and I'm going to go ahead and paste it above my file delete view. And I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the object list stuff because we don't need that. And I also do not need the paginator things either. Okay. So object list we'll get rid of here, and then our template itself will be snippets. Instead of snippets, we'll just go ahead and say file upload.html. We might change it later, but for now we'll leave it in as just simply file upload, and this is going to be our item upload view. Great. So overall, fairly straightforward as to what's going on. We will not delete this HTMX thing. We don't need that just yet. Maybe we'll put it in a little bit. But for now, we want to actually just build this out, at least from a standard Django perspective. And so to do this, we're going to go ahead and create this file item itself. So this template, let's go into our templates here, and we'll bring this in. And I'll go ahead and copy, let's say like my detail.html here, and I'll get rid of a number of things, but just put our div inside of here. And we do not need our data there. So I'll just leave something like this. And so what we want to do is we want to go ahead and add in a form. So the method is going to be post, the ID is going to be upload form, and then it's going to take in a few things. First off, input type being the file itself, and the ID being, let's say, file-ID, and the name being file. Okay, so we definitely want to keep that file name in there. And then, of course, I'll add in a button to submit this file. Okay, so by default, we actually do not want this form to go through. So what I'll do is I'll put in a script tag down here to prevent that from happening. Now, the way I'm going to do it is going to be fairly straightforward and sort of fairly basic JavaScript. This could be improved in the future, but for now, I'll go ahead and give a constant of upload, and we'll call this upload form, and it will be document.getElement by ID of that ID itself. Okay, so just a simple selector to get the actual form element itself inside of JavaScript. And with that, we can add something called an add event listener for when it is submitted. And in here, we can actually handle submit event as a function itself, which means that we'd have to create a function, and this will pass in an event itself right there. Okay. So again, just JavaScript stuff. If you're not familiar with JavaScript, I realize this is going to be complicated, but hopefully you can follow along a little bit. So first off, I'm going to go ahead and verify whether or not that element is even on this page. The reason I'm doing that is so that I can remove this JavaScript from being inline into your HTML page at some point. Right now, we're not going to do that. But the main thing here is we want to go ahead and say event.prevent default, like that. And then we want to grab the file itself, the input for this file. So I'll go ahead and say const and file input equals to form, or rather the upload form. And then we're going to go ahead and query selector. And then we're going to just use the name equaling to file. So there's a lot of different ways on doing selectors. Getting element by ID is one of them. That will get this entire form element. Query selector means that I'm going to go ahead and look inside of the form itself that I'm using, and then grab the element that's in there with the name of file, which is what this is doing. This query selector is just like CSS, right? So we've already seen this before, or at least something very similar to it. And so that's the query selector I'm using. We could use the ID itself and do something very similar to this, everything that we've got here. But this to me is like one of the best ways to do it. So what I want to do is I'm just going to go ahead and console log this element, assuming that I've got everything working correctly. So with that in mind, let's go into our view, and I'm going to go ahead and create a new URL for just simply upload. And this is going to be our items, our item upload view, and we'll call it upload. Correct. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and take a look at that URL with upload here. And so everything should render out correctly. Hopefully it looks something like this, right? Not a great form just yet, but what I want to do is I want to inspect the element, see the console log, because I did do that console log, and this will log out inside of the front end itself. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and grab this element here, grab any given image, and hit upload to S3, and we should see this input here. That's great. So that's actually showing me the input. That's showing me that I was able to select it. It did not try to submit it anywhere. It prevented that from happening. All of that is where we should be. And so if you don't understand this right here, as far as JavaScript is concerned, this is going to be really, really hard for you the next two, where you can just copy and paste the code directly from the repo itself, because that should work. But the idea here, of course, is we now need this actual file element that's in here. So to get the file element from this form is we actually grab, we'll go ahead and say const and file equals to the file input element dot files and 0. This, of course, will give us our actual file itself. And then this also allows me to grab the file name. So file name being file.name. Okay. So all of these things should be able to come through in here as well. So once again, I'll refresh on this page just to verify that little by little with this console log, upload S3. I've got my file element in here. I should see a name in here, and I do. And I've also got the input still. So I don't really need to see the input or the file itself, other than the fact that I actually want to duplicate the file itself. So we'll go and say new file object. And the reason I'm doing this is will become very clear later when we actually implement this. But the idea is we're going to create a new file. This is a file object built into JavaScript itself. And so I can pass in the original file, which is going to be from the input. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab a new file name, which in this case I'll keep as file name. And then I'm going to go ahead and give the type as an argument as well. And this is going to be file.type. Okay, so this is just creating a brand new object of the same exact file and with a new file name. So I could just say the file name, for example, we'll just go ahead and comment this out. And I want to say like example.png, right? So let's go ahead and try that. I'll refresh and it'll actually upload a PNG. The file name, it actually doesn't matter that much as far as uploading a PNG. You could use any file name, but what we see here is that new file name will be just slightly different than the other one. And that's it. So the reason for that is it has everything to do with what we need to do on the back end. So let's go ahead and look at how to do everything on the back end. So the first thing is we're going to give a new function, and this function itself is going to be called the presign file for upload. And so basically I just need to pass in the file name, and then also need to pass in an endpoint to actually handle this. So the endpoint should come from my template itself. And that endpoint, I'll just go ahead and bring in as another item here. It'll be a hidden element, and the name will just be, let's call it endpoint. And the actual value will set in here as well. And there's going to be just request.get, or rather build absolute and URI. Okay, so with that in mind, I'll go ahead and grab this input selector again, and then we'll go ahead and call this the endpoint input. And then this time it's going to be name being endpoint. And then the actual endpoint, let's call this our signing endpoint, is equal to the actual endpoint itself dot value, because it's going to grab that value right there. Okay, so this presign file for upload then is going to be called right here. So we'll go ahead and grab the file name and the endpoint itself. Okay, so what do we need to do in here? Well, we need to do something called fetch, which is going to go to this endpoint itself. And then we need to bring in, inside of this fetch, we need to bring in some data in with it. So fetch is the same thing as doing an actual request to some sort of endpoint. And so the method is going to be post. And then the body data, well, we actually need to grab form data or create form data from this. So const, and we'll go ahead and do form data equals to new form data. So much like we are generating an actual form itself inside of JavaScript, very similar to this. And so we're going to go ahead and grab that form data, and then we're going to append, and we'll give this the file name element. So this is what we'll look for on the back end, and we'll actually use the file name that's being submitted here. So the body data is going to be that. And then we need headers in here as well. The headers are Django specific, and that's going to be XCSRF token. And we need to grab the CSRF token somewhere. So I'm going to go ahead and use the CSRF token directly from HTMX. So I'll pass that one in as well, which means that I need to get it somewhere. And for now, I'll just set it equal to an empty string. So the CSRF token is already being set on the body element at these HX headers. So that's actually fairly straightforward to grab. The way we do that, I'm going to just do a two-step process here. First off, HX headers, you go to the document.body, you look for that attribute, and then you parse that attribute, and that's how you actually can get that CSRF token. That is required to make a request to Django and to Django's backend itself. And so that's what this fetch will do. So before I even handle the fetch itself, let's go ahead and take a look at the actual Django project itself to see what's going on. So inside of my upload view here, I want to go ahead and say if request.method equals to post, then we're going to go ahead and print out the request and let's print out the post data. And then I'll also go ahead and return an HTTP. Well, let's return a JSON response, which is what JavaScript would want. And we'll go ahead and say data is something. So that JSON response is much like an API response. So if you were to make this more advanced, it would be something like the Django REST framework. But even with the Django REST framework, you could do something identical to this. So in any case, we now will have a post method here. So let's go ahead and make sure that we can see the print statement in here, and we'll give it a shot. So I'll do a quick refresh inside of my upload file view, and we'll grab some file, hit upload. And so I got endpoint is not defined. So let's go ahead and try that, take a look as to why. So we're going to go and scroll back up. We got our signing endpoint. This should be that. Okay, so a quick little change there. So let's go ahead and refresh again and grab that file, hit upload to S3. And so now what it should do is actually send it to my backend. And it is. So if we actually look inside of our query dictionary here, there is that file name. And so if I keep clicking that, it's just going to keep doing that, right? And so what I want to do then is actually want to handle that data. So this fetch call, we've got our endpoint and then all of our arguments for the request itself. We can then say something like then and response and then a fat arrow function. So that's equals and then, greater than. And then we do response.json. And then after that, we can do another then method. And that's going to be our data. And it'll console log out what that data is going to be. And then finally, we'll have a catch in here. And this is going to be catching errors. I'll just go ahead and say console log and error and error. Okay, so what we should see now is after we actually do this pre-sign, we should be able to see the actual data itself. So let's go ahead and choose this, hit that, grab one, and in here we got data being something. Great, so we are now at the point where I can at least send the file name back to my backend, right? Once we get the correct data, then we can call another function and we can say function, and this is going to be handle S3 upload. And we'll worry about the actual data that comes through in a little bit. But the thing is, I also want to pass in the file itself. The actual file I want to come in here as well. So what that means is then the actual file I'm going to bring in to being prepared and sign for it. And then we'll just go ahead and grab the file name in there like this. just a slight change for the prepare for upload to grab that file name itself. And then of course that means the new file object name is going to need that as well. So we'll go ahead and bring in the file and do something along these lines. We will definitely modify these things as we see fit in the very near future. But the idea with these headers themselves, they of course need to just go to our prepare file altogether. And then the new file object will be done inside of S3 itself. So once again, I'm going to go ahead and verify that I can upload everything and the files coming through and all that, or rather it's not uploading everything, it's just uploading the name. I do get data back, but I want to make sure that in my backend, I actually have that data. Great, it looks like I do. So that also means this handle S3 upload portion, I'm going to go ahead and now put in here, right? And so once I do that, I'll go ahead and refresh the form itself. So inside of the form, grabbing that form element, I can actually call form.reset just like that. What might be better is just having a function that says like reset form. And this function itself can still use the form, or we could just grab this same data here, or well, not quite the same data, but grab the upload form itself and then just call form reset here and then reset form everywhere else that we need to. So this reset form would probably happen on the error potentially, or maybe some errors inside of the S3 upload. And so we just want to console log in here, and we'll say ready for S3, and then we'll pass in that data. So everywhere else that I have a console log, I want to get rid of, and really just handling the S3 upload itself somewhere in there. Great. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and go back into our backend and really handle this. First off, the file name is coming from request.post.get file name. Okay, so this, I can actually pre-sign this data now using the same stuff we've done before, or very similar stuff that we've done before. So first off, grabbing the key value. So we'll come in here. We've got our client already in there. We've got our instance already in there, and we've got our prefix in there. So the name itself is going to be based off of this file name or close to it. And then we've got our key, and then we do something just like delete object, but instead of delete object, it's going to be presign data, right? So this is where we actually create the key part of this function, which is going to be generate presigned URL. And this time it's going to be put object. And then we can pass in our parameters in here as their own dictionary values, which is going to be bucket and still that same bucket. And then key, still that same key. And then close off those parameters and then do expires in, and then like 3600 or some amount of duration that you want this actual signed URL to be. And then I'll go ahead and say URL equals to that. And so my data now is really just URL and URL. But there is one thing that I want to change, and that is the file name itself. I actually want to update the file name to work slightly different. And so the reason for this is because if you use an incorrect file name, it just doesn't work that well in S3. So I just want to clear out the file name with whatever they give me to work basically like this, using that same Slugify method that we've already seen. So from Django.utils.text, we're going to go ahead and import Slugify, make sure that pathlib's installed in here. And there we go. So this is going to create our S3 file name, and that's what we'll end up using. And so we'll go ahead and do name equals to, name S3 file name. And then we'll say if name is none, then we're going to go ahead and return a JSON response. And we'll go ahead and say URL is none. This is basically like invalid name or something like that. Alert user. So something that you can improve much, much later with this JSON response. And you can pass in all sorts of arguments that you might need in here to make sure that that's done correctly. Okay, so now we've got a file name, and it should actually update it. This should be just simply none. But now, with this in mind, this will actually send back. We also want to bring in our new file name. So we'll go ahead and say file name, and this is equal to file underscore name, or rather the new name, like that. Okay, great. So this pre-signed URL is actually where we're going to upload our file. So let's actually take a look at the data that's there by coming into our project here, and I'll call it, grab a file, hit upload to S3. And what we're going to see here is ready for S3. We've got our URL with a signed URL. So this URL is the input that we are going to put our file to. We've got our file name in there, a brand new file name. So great. So now that we have that data, I can actually say file name, or let's just name it the same as what we've got here. So file name equals to data dot, and then we can grab the file name argument in here, and there's going to be data.filename. Otherwise, we'll just use the file.name. So basically, if my backend does have a file name that we change, we're going to use that one. And so that's what we're going to go off of. And with this in mind, let's go ahead and take a look at our new file object next to our data. And so we can see that the name actually does change. And it will change for even somewhat valid slugs because I make the actual dashes into underscores. So I upload this to S3 or hit to upload it to S3. And so what we get back here is we've got ready for S3, our URLs, our file name, and then a brand new file with a new file name itself. Just slightly different, but still actually ready to go. And so what we actually see with our URL, our actual signed URL, it is not quite right. So let's go ahead and go back into our view here. And so we've got our key value that's coming through, and it's going based off of the posted file name, not the actual name that we want. So let's go ahead and add in that new file name in there as well. So I just want to make sure that all of these things match because the actual uploading process, we want it to match. We want to make sure that what we're uploading is the same all across the board. So now when I change that, I've got my file name renamed and renamed here. So in this process, this would be a place that you could actually upload it as well. So if you had React or some sort of more advanced JavaScript, you could rename it right in here and then just want to rename with the extension and all that before you go up. But to me personally, I would actually not do that. If you need to change the name of what's the label for it, then I would start using Django and stuff like that, which we'll talk about when we actually upload the file itself. But overall, we now are ready to actually start uploading this file to S3 directly, which is pretty cool. But of course, there's a whole nother side of this that we need to address and go through with the JavaScript heavy side of actually uploading the file. Now, this sort of was JavaScript heavy, but most of this is fairly simple and it could be improved quite a bit. Like the actual callback could be written inside of the function itself. So this could be just have some other argument for the callback, which would just handle this as well. And then that way you don't have to pass so many things around like the file itself. You wouldn't necessarily have to pass around. Like I said, all of this JavaScript can be improved quite a bit, but overall we're now in a place where we're ready to start actually using it to full on upload this file. So let's take a look at how we do that now. Now we're going to start the process of actually uploading our file to our bucket. Now it's actually fairly straightforward. It's just using a different type of HTTP request method inside of JavaScript, especially now that we've got our new file name and a pre-signed URL that we can use to actually upload this file. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and come into our handle S3 upload here. And I'm going to just paste or really replace this right here and paste in unpacking that URL. And of course, if there's not a URL, we're going to run an alert. Otherwise, we will go ahead and perform the upload. So the way we're going to perform this upload is by using XMLHttpRequest. So this class, we'll go ahead and say const xhr equals to a new version of this class or a new instance of this class. This class right here will allow us to have a progress bar at some point, but creating the user interface for a progress bar to make it look nice for a user is, well, it's a little tricky with just pure JavaScript. I would prefer to use something like React or Vue just because the user interface for something like that is far easier to do once you understand how to use those tools. So at this point, I want to actually at least prepare us to be able to handle those things in the future by using the XHR is the way we're going to go instead of using fetch altogether. Okay, so it's fairly straightforward. First off, we have a few methods that we can have in here, and that is going to be our XHR dot and open, and then our XHR dot onload, and then XHR dot error on error, and then XHR set request header, which might be optional. And then XHR finally, we will do our send, which of course is going to be our new file object. Essentially the same exact file, but as a new file name. If you use the original file, that will work. It will just be the original file name when you actually upload it. Okay, so to implement these things, let's go ahead and try this out. And this should be in here. So I'm gonna go ahead and uncomment these. First off, the open call is the method that we wanna use, which in our case is going to be put. Whenever you're uploading something into S3 buckets, put is the way to go. It will replace something that's already there as well, or at least it should. Next up is going to be our URL we're going to pass through. And then finally, we'll go ahead and say true. So you can look at the arguments here, whether or not you want to use async in there. And that's what we're saying true for. So this is going to be an asynchronous request, which means that we can have that progress bar at some point. Okay, so the next thing is our onload method is going to be a callback function that we need to set. And so I'll console log the XHR.status in here for that, like the status code itself. And then the onError is also a function or a function callback that we can add in here. And then our set request header, we're going to use it as a function itself. And that's going to be our content type. And then it's going to take in our new file object.type. This line is most likely optional. But that's it. That's how we're going to actually upload our file here. But what we want to do actually is I'm going to say error, and then I'll go ahead and say no error, save that. Okay, so back into our project here, we're going to choose a new file. Actually, let's refresh so our JavaScript is updated. And then I'll go ahead and grab a new file here, and we'll go ahead and upload it, or at least attempt to upload it. And I get a no error, but 403. I get a forbidden error from S3 itself. So let's investigate what that 403 is. Now, I already know what the error is, but I want to show you at least a technique to understand what's going on with the error. So what we see here is it says no error 403. So it actually did finish the request. It's just we have an error somewhere in here. So the way I do it is by simply console logging XHR itself. So I refresh in here, and I'll go ahead and take a look and hit upload to S3. That way I can actually see what the request is and what's going on with it. And so what I've got is response text signature does not match. The request signature calculated we cannot use, basically. Okay, so that means that there's something going on with my Presign URL function here. So that's something going on is related to the actual signature version that we are using inside of our S3 call. So let's go back into our client here. And what we want to do is we want to change this Boto3 client to use a different configuration. So that configuration, we are going to go ahead and import. So from Boto core.client, we're going to import config, and we're going to pass in the argument for config in here. So config being config, and then signature version being S3 v4. Now, it's certainly possible that this could change in the future. So be sure to check out where the signature versions are. There are a number of them out there. So I think it's currently using v3 by default. So we're moving it up to v4. And so I don't imagine it changing anytime soon, but it did change a few years ago. And so it's kind of important to know that sometimes this client will have different versions. And so it took a little bit of diagnosing on my end to figure out what the problem actually was. But the thing is, since the signature does not match and I'm using an official AWS S3 Python package, I had to assume that the problem was not with this call right here. It certainly could be, but in this case, it was not. And so you could test out the key, whether or not it was the correct key or the correct bucket or something like that. But overall, how this is generated should end up working fine. It was really just how it was signed. So let's go ahead and try that again now. At this point, we'll go ahead and refresh once again in our upload. And then I'll go ahead and create this process again. We'll upload it to S3. And this time we get no error 200, right? So 200 being that it was actually uploaded into this particular content engine item. So let's just verify that again by creating a new item. And we'll go ahead and say upload working, exclamation mark or question mark, or either one. We'll go ahead and view this, and then I'll click on upload next to it. And then I'll go ahead and select a file here, upload it to S3. Once it's cleared out, I'm going to assume that it's done, and I'll go back into the actual object itself, and then I can refresh in here, and there is that same exact item. Great. So now the upload is for sure working. And so what we could do is inside of our onload and on error, this is where we would put in additional information or additional data related to what's happening. So in other words, what I want to have is maybe a loading display item, right? So back up here in my form, I'm going to go ahead and right above it, I'll go ahead and do div, and we'll give it a class of being simply hidden, and we'll go ahead and say loading. Okay, and so the idea here is going to be we'll use it as hidden, and then we'll go ahead and call this like something like upload file display or upload progress display. Okay, so this one then I want to actually grab, and I'll go ahead and say function, and we'll go ahead and toggle loading display. Okay, so the actual element that we need is going to be our loading display element, and that's going to be document.get. We'll do elements by class name. Okay, so basically we want to toggle this, and I'll just go ahead and say for let element or let L of that, and then we'll go ahead and say that element.classList.remove hidden. Okay, and then that's basically if it is in there, and then we'll go ahead and say add. So this is kind of toggling this a little bit as far as the display is concerned. This hidden, of course, is coming directly from our actual object inside of. And this hidden, of course, is coming directly from using Tailwind. So this toggle is going to be like, is loading. And then I'll go ahead and just say, if it is loading, then it's going to be adding or removing the hidden class. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and add it. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and come down into our handle upload, or maybe our event submit handler. I'll go ahead and say is loading, being true here. And then at the very end, the S3 upload itself, or maybe just in the reset form, we can say false. Okay. And so perhaps in our errors, we don't actually want to have it being, not loading. Maybe we want to keep the files available in there and just alert something related to our error. In other words, we don't necessarily want to reset it. So basically I'll go ahead and say xhr.status equals to 200. Then I'll go ahead and reset it like that. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and alert something like xhr dot, and that status message that we saw before, as in like this is the error that you're getting inside of there from whatever's happening. So that's going to be our xhr status text. Okay, cool. So now we have a way to upload, and there is one more element that I want to fix here. Let's verify that the loading page is going to, or the loading element is going to show up. So when we select a file, and we'll go ahead and add it, and it'll say loading. Okay, and there it goes. It's done. Fantastic. Okay, so it toggles that really pretty seamlessly, but this is where we can start seeing where the actual problems come up as far as the user interface in this method and not using something like React or Vue. And so the problem is really going to come up when I want to change this from one single file to multiple files. And you could do it really just that simply. And then how our functionality works inside of our handle submit event, we can just say for let file of files, and then go through all of the files. Now, of course, what are the files? Well, it's just simply file input.files. And then now I don't have to use this file element anymore. I can just go through like that. And right there, I now have multiple file support for this. And so the XHR is going to work well to where if you put too many files in here, they're going to upload slowly and not necessarily all at once. And so that loading speed seemed to happen way too fast. So let's go ahead and actually grab 27 items. We'll go ahead and upload it, and the speed is basically identical. So let's verify that it actually is still loading, even though the indicator is telling me otherwise. So to do this, going back into our handle S3 upload here, we're going to go ahead and add in a new element, which is xhr.upload.onProgress. And this is going to be equal to an event handler. So we'll go ahead and put in an event in here. And this function itself, which we can use as an arrow function, I'm going to go ahead and console log out progress and event. So we'll go ahead and save that. We'll refresh in here and we'll grab all of these items, hit upload, and the loading goes real fast. But I'll inspect the element here in my console. I see that I've got all sorts of things going on in here. So let's refresh that again just to see what happens in the console at the same time. And so what we see is a bunch of progress, a bunch of things are happening in here where it's saying no loading in there. So naturally, there's a bunch of ways on how we could approach finishing this or fixing this so that the actual loading is correct. So one of the ways that I would fix this is by actually adding in a callback method here. So this callback would be yet another function that we would pass from the Presign file all the way down to the handle upload file. So what that means then is I'll go ahead and say that once this is done, it's going to pass in the data itself. So this Presign file upload then is I'm going to go ahead and pass in this callback up here, right? And this callback we would then use instead of the handle S3 upload and just have the data that's coming back. So that's how this particular function ends up working. Now, of course, what's happening then is we're not actually uploading the file itself, which we can now do with the file and the data, right? And so that's the data that's coming through, and now we can handle it. It just changes the callback slightly. And then, of course, we can add in one more callback, which is this one right here. And now we can decide where we want this callback. And I think, why not on the progress event? So I'll go ahead and say callback and event. And then get rid of the onload maybe. We could always have another callback for that. And the reset form, or actually we'll leave the reset form on error if there is an error. But now with this callback, we have that ability to come in here and give me the progress event that's coming through here. And we'll console log that progress event. Okay. So once again, we still have the file. So I can say something like completed files and put this in as an empty array. And so when the progress event, let's say progress event dot loaded divided by progress event dot total is greater than, let's do 0.98. Then we're going to go ahead and push the completed files and we'll do our file name. Or actually just our file itself. We can push that original file up into that. Okay. And so once that's done, we can go ahead and say if files.length is equal to file input.files.length, then we can now say, let's go ahead and say it's done. Okay. And I will say, if you're good at JavaScript, you'll know that this is a little convoluted. But it's just meant to make it a little bit more simple, or we can actually just do our reset form right there. Okay, so we've got our callback now, which is just going to call that other function. We've got it in a couple places. So now let's refresh in here, and I'll go ahead and run this, upload. Now it's going to hopefully go for all of them, and then once they're done, the whole thing is done. And so that is a fairly straightforward way to make sure that that's happening. This also means that before this, it's still in progress, right? So before this actually happens, everything's still in progress, and we can see that with that progress event. So this is also where like, oh, this is starting to get complicated. I want to move into React or something like that can handle this much, much better. So with React, what you would end up doing is you would do something similar in a way, but you would use something like use state. So in here, we would do like set file upload state, and then we pass in this event. So this is a React callback that you would end up doing, but of course is outside the context of what we're trying to accomplish here. I really just wanted a single way to just show me, oh yeah, are these loading? Yes, they're loading, great. And so that's the progress event, that's what we're seeing. Once that's done, it's done. Now we're gonna bring our upload form right above our items. So when you have an empty item, you can just select that upload form itself. So to do this, we're going to go into the detail view, and I'm going to copy this original one and paste it right above the maximum height. Let's go ahead and just do like 10 vertical height or so. thus giving us about 90 there. And then this is going to be get and upload URL. Okay, so with that get upload URL, that means in our instance, we'll have to create that, which I'll do by copying the get files one. And so get upload URL and then simply upload. Let's just verify that reverse. And sure enough, there it is. Great. So we now have that. And of course, within that, we need that our upload view needs to update the template. So we'll go ahead and say if request.htmx, then we'll go ahead and change the template. So this is going to be items, snippets, and then let's just go upload.html. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and create this template in our templates here. And I'll go ahead and cut out the relevant parts of the form itself. So I'm going to go ahead and grab these elements here and paste them in. I'll get rid of this grow class. We don't want that directly on here right now. And then the next thing I'm going to grab is the actual script from it as well. Now, typically speaking, I'm not wanting to repeat this script in multiple places, right? I really only want it in one place. And realistically, I'd want this as an external script, but since we're still working on it and it's something I would want to use with React or something like that anyway, I'm going to leave it right in line into this upload HTML. And so that means that in my file upload, I want to go ahead and use that same idea with the include tag, just so that page still works. So we'll do include and items, snippets, and then there's going to be upload.html. And we want to also have with the instance being the instance. I do want to pass that in there just in case. Okay, so with this in mind, I should be able to now see that upload form on my detail view for my item. Sure enough, there it is. So I'm going to go ahead and try and upload some items here, just a couple, and then I'll go ahead and hit upload. And what doesn't happen is it doesn't refresh the page. So let's go ahead and refresh the page on our own. And sure enough, there are those items. Great. So the next thing that I want to do on that detail is I want to just space these things out a little bit here. So I'll go ahead and do space Y4, save that, and we'll refresh in here. This gives us a little bit of spacing, but of course the design overall with these isn't great yet. So let's go ahead and make it at least a little bit better. So I'm going to jump into Flowbite and I'm going to look for file input, and we'll go ahead and grab the one for multiple files. So go ahead and copy this and we'll go into upload.html. We're going to paste this in here. I'm going to tab it over, and this is going to be upload files. I want to change the name to file ID and the name of it as file as well. So the ID is file ID, and then we just want that like that. Minor changes, the upload button we want to change as well. So let's go into buttons in here. And I'm just going to go ahead and use, let's say, for instance, our alternative button here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that one, and we'll paste this in here. Instead of alternative, I'll just go ahead and say upload, or maybe start upload. And then I'll go ahead and add in the submit. And just like that. Okay. Next up, what I want is this input class. I want it to be required. So I'll just say required is required. Okay. So we refresh into this detail view now, and I've got this scrolling element. I do not like that at all. So I'm going to go ahead and change that back to being nothing. I'll just leave this as an empty class and just let it be as big as it needs to be to render out that page. Great. So in here, I also want to add in some spacing. So going back into the upload, I'm going to go ahead and add in a class in here, and we'll do my, or rather space Y4, just to remain consistent. And so the button itself is not actually growing a little bit bigger. So this class is probably going to have to go directly on the form itself. And we'll refresh in there, and there we go. So that might be too big. So let's go ahead and change this being to 2 or something along those lines. That might take a moment for it to be fully propagated, but I want to be able to upload in here, start upload, and there's my loading, and it's done. Okay, cool. So now if I look in here and refresh, I should have a little bit better spacing for the upload button and all of that. Great. So with this in mind, I now need one thing to happen is once these are finished, I want it to refresh the page. So to do that, I'm going to use this input hidden once again, and then I'll give it a new name, and this is going to be next. The value itself is going to be the instance.get absolute URL. And the endpoint itself is going to be instance and get upload URL. We could probably use the build, but I want to go ahead and make sure it's based off of the instance itself that we are working with. And that should be it. That should allow for roughly the same thing. So the next portion is going to be used fairly straightforwardly. So we'll go ahead and grab the input endpoint just like that. And now I'll just say next URL. And the selector is going to be simply next. Very simple. And so when we actually go to reset the form, we're going to go ahead and do window.location.replace. And it's going to go into the next URL .value. And then, of course, if there is a next URL .value, if there is a next URL at all, then we'll go ahead and run that replacement, which would bring us to the next page. Or in our case, it's just going to reload the page. So we could do a page reload, but I actually want a full page redirect in case we are on the upload URL. So let's try this out again, and I'll go ahead and add in a couple more, upload this. Once it's done, it refreshes the page, which seems to refresh everything else. Now, what would be really cool is if this actually triggered the HTMX, but that's just not something we're going to configure at this time. Okay, so the next part is actually making this look just slightly different. And so to do that, I'm going to go into my table elements inside of Flowbite, and we'll just go ahead and grab the first table itself. So we're going to go ahead and copy this. And now we're going to go ahead and get our object table, and this is where we're going to go ahead and put it. So the object table itself, well, it's going to be a lot of these same sort of elements in here. So we'll go ahead and grab this list element here, and I'm just going to grab one of the table rows to go over this list. Like that, and then we'll open this up. The first one is going to be maybe the name and image if it exists. Okay, the next one will be we'll just actually have two rows maybe, and just have all of these things in here. And I'll go ahead and put that. Get rid of these columns and get rid of the other rows. And great, so now with that table in place, we can do all sorts of things. And so you might not want the image in there, or you might want the image to be a maximum height or something like that. But I definitely want to get rid of the old element that was in there. And then the maximum height for the image, you can just, or we could just give it a height and say class. And let's do max h being like 4, or let's do 10. And max height of 10. And so if I refresh in there, now I get the icon showing up, and it's at least a little bit better. And perhaps we put this image in its own column as well. There are more advanced usage you can have for these images and stuff like that inside of using Tailwind, and Flowbite has some of those examples. So we're going to leave it just like that, and feel free to, kind of check it on your own. But at this point, we can now upload all of the content that we want, and it'll go directly into any given item itself. So really the last few things that I might want to change on this actual detail view is how I manage everything. So like the name itself, if we come back in here, we might want headings in here. And I want to improve the heading to being something a little bit different. Let's say this one right here. That's a pretty big one. But we'll go ahead and play around with it. So back into our detail here on our sidebar, we'll go ahead and say class equals to that heading right there. I don't need the prefix anymore. So I'll go ahead and save that, refresh in here. There's our new item now. And I'll also go ahead and say if the instance dot description, then we'll go ahead and take a look at that, whatever that description would be. So in our headings, we have something right underneath it for a p tag. So let's just use that, and we'll paste that in here. And I'll go ahead and bring in my description with line breaks probably. And maybe use this as a div class itself. And we'll go ahead and do line breaks here. So let's go back into this item here. Refresh. This doesn't have a description, so we'll go ahead and say something here. And then I'll go ahead and do a few line breaks in here so we can see what that looks like. We save that, and there we go. So that's why line breaks are in there. It doesn't necessarily have the spacing, but it will at least break these things up, versus like if I didn't have that break in there, it would come and bring that up there too. And so realistically, what I'd probably do with this form is I'd probably change it to being HTMX, because right now it's like, does it really need to be here? Changing the status to being somewhere different as well, and maybe based off of HTMX as well. But overall, that is now our item. This is like what I would say is complete. And of course, the next phase would be to improve the uploading portion of it, maybe using a modal. Maybe when we select files, it automatically starts uploading, maybe a drag and drop. All of those things are certainly possible to make this thing just a little bit better itself. Okay, great. So now what we need to do is actually have users in here, and then maybe as one of the final steps is updating the navigation overall so we can get around to our various content items and all that. Now we need to allow users to access any given project in our content engine, and then of course all of the items in that project. So the idea here is we are actually going to use the Django admin to manage the users directly. Now, generally speaking, I would recommend against using the Django admin if you were going to deploy this on the internet, right? Because that means that you're going to be setting the passwords for the users and then sending it to them in some form or fashion. But the reason that we can do this and we can feel secure doing it is because we're using Twingate. Twingate is that layer, the authentication layer, the trust layer that we're adding on top of everything, right? So if we don't grant them access in Twingate, they won't even have access to the project in the first place, let alone access to log into the project with the Django admin. So it's like multiple layers of authentication that we're going through here. And of course, if I were to deploy this on the public internet, I would absolutely use something like Django AllAuth, and then I would need HTTPS and a number of other security features built in to make sure that this stuff is secure. But of course, that adds a lot of complexity to our project that we just don't need to touch because of the approach we're taking here and making it just a private project. The other aspect, I think, of this private project is it sort of feels private, right? If I have this sort of interaction with a project where I'm like, oh, I need special access and special permission, all of it makes it feel more private than if it's just public internet stuff. So I think from like a freelancer's perspective, I think that's a really good idea and something you'd be, oh, I can let you have our own little unique project access here in just a moment. So the idea now is we need to create a brand new model altogether. So this model itself is going to be based off of our project model. It's going to be similar to the owner, but it's going to be another model, that foreign key relationship to our project. So we can add in all of our various users in addition to, of course, the owner user themselves. So let's go ahead and start that process now. Now we're going to go ahead and add in users to our project. So it's very similar to the owner, but it's just going to be simply users. And the related name, we'll go ahead and say projects, as in user.projects.all type of thing. So remember, that's the reverse of it. And so it's not foreign key anymore. It's going to be a many-to-many field. We can go ahead and say blank equals to true, as in it can be completely empty. Otherwise, I'll leave it like that. Okay. So when we think of using a many-to-many field, a lot of times we might want to have a little bit more data about what's happening in any given many-to-many field. So to do this, we can add a middle model called a through model, and we can say something like project user, and this can be models.model. And what this allows me to do is set the project, set the user, and do something like timestamp, and then maybe updated, and then maybe like a Boolean, right? Or rather, Boolean instead of that being something like active, right? And so this gives me a lot more data that I could then use in here. And we do that by, let's pass this in down here with through equaling to that actual model itself. Okay, so it's going to go through this model. So when we update this model, everything else updates. And so I'll go ahead and grab these items right here and bring them in here. And then I'll also grab the active item here and bring this in as well. And then the user itself is going to be this foreign key, just like we've seen before. I don't need this related name in here since I only have one user. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and cascade this. So on delete being cascade, not setting null. So if this user is deleted, the project user itself is also deleted. And then the user or the actual project is going to be a foreign key. Once again, this is going to be project. So we use quotes here using quotes means it's going to be on the same page and look for the exact project itself. Okay, so this creates our project user here. So let's go ahead and save that and run our migrations. So Python manage.py, make migrations, and then Python manage.py migrate. Okay, great. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and make sure our project is in the admin. It looks like it is. And so let's go jump into the admin under projects. And let's make sure our server is running. Looks like maybe it wasn't. Okay, so we refresh in our project. Let's go ahead and grab one. And so what we should see in here is, well, our users aren't actually showing up. Okay, so the many-to-many field is not actually giving me all of those users inside of the admin itself. So to add this, and so we'll go into admin.py and we're going to modify our default admin. So project admin, this is going to be admin.modeladmin, and we'll just do class meta model equaling to project. This is actually optional when you register them together. So the next thing is adding in our project user, which there's a couple of ways on how we can think about this. We could absolutely add it just like our project admin, or we can add it to the project admin itself. So that's what we'll do. And it's going to be project user inline, and it's going to be admin, and we'll call it tabular inline. And the model is going to be equal to the project user. And I'll just go ahead and say extra being 0. I'll explain that in a second. Next up, we'll go ahead and do inlines equals to that particular inline. And then we also might have the list display being a little bit different, like let's say, for instance, the project name. Okay. And perhaps the handle and maybe even the owner. Great. So now going into our admin, let's go back in and take a look, assuming that we have a refresh in here. And so name, which is not callable. So let's go back in and project title. Silly. Okay. So there we go. And we refresh into our admin. And there we go. So now it's a little bit easier to look at all of the different projects and who owns them. And I can now go into one project. I can still change everything as I did before, but now I have this thing for project users, right? And so naturally, I don't necessarily need to have my CFE user in here, but something else I want to add is a raw ID fields for the user itself. And so the reason for that is now when I refresh in here, is I can go in here and I can actually just search for the user instead, right? Instead of having that drop down, which means if I have thousands of users, which hopefully you don't because this is such a private application, but maybe you will with thousands. It depends on how big of a company you end up working with. But the idea is you can actually grab any individual user in here, which is great. So the other part of these project users, since we have that ability now, is we can add in various permissions to that user on this model itself. Like that's beyond the scope of what we're doing here, but there's a thing called Django Guardian that is pretty cool, and you can do it per object permissions, which is something worth looking into, but it's outside the scope of what we're doing here. Instead, if we grant a project user access, they are going to have access to that entire project. So what this means is that we need to actually create a user. I'm going to make a new one in my admin. I'll just say a whatever user and a whatever password. And then I'll go ahead and open up an incognito window. And I want to log in to this user. Now, the reason I put this admin login in here mostly is because I want to allow a user to log in right in here. And this is what we'll use to do our authentication for now. And know that at some point we'll probably change that. So that means is when we actually create this user, we also want to add in this staff status. But notice that they have built-in permissions for the admin. We don't have to give them any permissions. So I'll go ahead and hit save and continue. And then I'll go back into this admin login screen. And I'll go ahead and try and log in here. And of course, I don't have permission to view or edit anything. But what I do have permission to do is now I have the ability to access any given project or activate any given project. So there's still one more thing that I want to do when it comes to the logins themselves. So within Django, we have the ability to do the Django admin or the staff required login here. This is just like the login required, but now it's just a staff member required, which is just a simple way that we can just change. Instead of login required, we can come in here and set this as login required. And that means that all of these pages are now staff member required. So we can save that and we can bring that same thing into our items views here, or realistically anywhere we have this import, right? So we can do a quick search for that import, and it's only in 2 places in this time, but you could add more. But with this login required, what it does is, let's say, for instance, I get rid of that page and I come in here and once again, open up another incognito window and I try to go to say projects, for example. I have to log in to that user through the Django admin. And then now it goes into projects, which in this case, this user doesn't have any projects, but they could in theory have some projects. So of course I still need to update a few things, as in actually activating which projects we might want to have. So the next thing is I also want to add in one more aspect to this into the project users themselves. And that might be how I actually do the query set for any given project, right? So that's something we need to fix, is when a project does get activated, what we've been doing when we've been looking for our projects is we go based off of this, the owner being the request.user. But instead, I want to actually just make sure that they are in access users of some kind. So I will need my own custom query set to be built, and that will be fairly straightforward, but it will take a number of steps to get there. And then once we're at that point, we're going to be pretty much done. So let's go ahead and create that custom query set. Now, I will say anything beyond this, like if you were to want to create a view to manage the projects, and then inside of this view, maybe this is where you can have your users and activate them and do all of that. You could totally do that. And you should have all the skills now based off of everything we've gone through to be able to manage that process. It's not really much different than what we've done. The only thing that we haven't really done was narrow down these results so that if you do have access to that project, you will see those projects and you'll be able to actually look at the items in those projects. You'll be able to delete them. You'll be able to do all sorts of things related to them. So let's go ahead and build out that query set now. All right, so now we need to create a custom query set so that we can check whether or not a user has access. And the easiest one's going to start is going to be just this object list view. So to do this, we're going to jump into models.py. We're going to do a few imports here. So the first one being from django.db.models. We're going to import Q here. And so what this will allow us to do is a little bit more of a complex query. So the first thing is I'll go ahead and create my project query set. And it's going to be models.querySet. And we want to define has access. And it's going to take in self and user being none. And then we'll just say if user is none, then we'll return self.none as in an empty query set. Next, what we'll return is self.filter. And the first filter we want to do is whether or not the owner is the owner. So owner equals to user. Now, when we want a complex one, as in multiple queries, we also want to have the Q lookup here. We use this pipe, and then I can actually add in a few extra queries in here. Now, the query I want to do is actually related to the project user. So what I could do is I could use this many-to-many field. So something like users in, and then something like a user.id. So in theory, this actually works, but I actually want to go based off of the project user, because what that will allow me to do is to use things like active in there. And so that's what we use. So instead of that query, which I will go ahead and get rid of, I'm going to go ahead and say the project user __ user equals to that particular user that's being passed. And so the reason I can use this project user like this on a project query set has to do with the fact there's a foreign key there. If there wasn't that foreign key, it wouldn't work like this. And so what I could also do on that foreign key is I can actually add in another part of this query set. And that, of course, is going to be our active clause. So active being true. And so that's a really simple way to check whether or not this person has access. Now, one of the things you might consider doing is the owner always being one of these users, but we're going to leave it as just simply the owner. And so to implement this query set, we need to create a custom manager, so project manager, and it's going to be models.manager, and we're going to define get query set here, and it's going to return this query set, and it's going to be self.model and using self._db. Now, this is going to go allow this query set to work on the default query set. I also want to go ahead and create my own default custom manager object, which we'll see in a second, and I'll call this has access to, and I'll leave it as that for a moment so we can see why I named these things this way. And then we'll return self.get QuerySet, and then the actual has access, the original, and user is user. Okay, so with these named differently, I want to go ahead and add in my objects equaling to this project manager, just like that. Okay, so now back into our view, the first one, the project list view, we'll go ahead and say it has access to. So this is how you can use the custom manager method. That's going to be this right here. If you wanted to have you could also do something like all.has access. This is the custom QuerySet method. So you have to use a default manager method and then adding the QuerySet method, which in this case, I actually want them to be the same name. But if you weren't aware of that, it's something you should be. So that's why we have that. So it's the same. The model manager and the QuerySet are the same. The QuerySet can be reused on other QuerySets is the point. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and take a look if this even works by first off adding our user. So go into our admin here, just grab whatever project you have, add in a new user that we're going to log into in the incognito window. I'll leave it as active. We'll save that, and then I'll go ahead and copy this, and we're going to go ahead and go into projects, and I'll give that username, log in, and I get has access unexpected keyword argument of owner. Yes, so this should just be user, just like that. Great, so let's refresh in here now. And what do you know? There's my content engine. Now, before I go any further, let's go ahead and just deactivate this user, save and continue, and refresh in here again. We don't have access anymore. So it's really just that easy to add access to this user. And so we can save that and save it all across the board. Great. So we could take this same concept further, right? So we could also say, in addition to active, we could say something like edit and allow editing to happen. And so you would just create a new query set for the editing purposes. And so what I mean by that is in here, this next one, we've got our instance coming through, which is still using the request user. We need to modify this a little bit based off of the now query set. And this is actually fairly straightforward as well. So first off, we'll do from Django.http. We're going to import HTTP 404. And what I want to do is, instead of this, I'm going to go ahead and grab this object list in here. And has access is almost there, but what we actually want to do is .filter and using that handle, right? So we want to make sure that it is the correct handle, the correct project that we're looking at, and then we grab the has access available in there. So this is where the QuerySet method is working. This is where the manager method is working. And then we'll go ahead and say if not the object exists, then we'll go ahead and raise an HTTP 404, just like what the original get object or 404 would do. And then I can get rid of this and just do .first. Now you can also check on the counts and stuff like that, but the handle itself should be unique across everywhere. And so with this in mind, I can actually create a new convenience method, and we can do get project or 404, right? And it's going to be based off of the same request. And then we can return, well, basically the same stuff. And this time we'll just return that object list. And the handle needs to come through there as well. So we'll go ahead and add in the handle being the handle, or rather none. Okay, so with this in mind, I'll now put the instance in here and pass in the request and handle being handle. So, you know, very, very similar to that get object or 404 that we were using. But now it's just get project or 404, and it goes based off of this has access method, QuerySet method that we have. So we can now bring this wherever we want, right? And again, those permissions, I didn't actually update the permissions at all, but you could if you wanted to. I'm giving global permissions if they have permission to that project, basically. And so we do that wherever we need that instance. And this is also going to happen in the activate project here. And so it's very similar to this, but this one is not actually or 404, but rather just the project itself. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to add in skip 404 being false. And then we'll go ahead and say, and not skip 404, if not object list, exists. And skip 404, we'll just go ahead and return none. This is just really to handle the activator portion. So go ahead and grab this same thing once again, and going down into the activate, we now can do our project object, and we can also do skip 404 being true now. And so the project object is going to be either none or the actual object itself. And now I can go ahead and get rid of that. And so in theory, that will actually update us and give us the ability to activate our project. Of course, that's in theory. We still need to test it out. And so realistically, that should be all we need to do for this user to activate various things. The create view itself, again, the project owner is going to be the one who uses it. And then I'll let you handle the management of additional users if need be, whether it's in the admin or not. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out again. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the content engine. I should be able to see it, and we'll go ahead and say new update, exclamation mark, hit save. And then we should be able to go back into that same project in our other admin. And we should be able to go ahead and take a look at it. Notice that I'm in the cluster local. This is not the most recent version itself. So we go into the projects and we look at that content engine website. There's the new update in there, like this user just did. So sort of collaboration there now going. Next up, of course, would be to activate the project. So we go ahead and activate in here. There's my fave icon, and I'll go ahead and do fave icon from Justin or something like that. We save it, and we'll go ahead and view it. And now I'll go ahead and choose my files, upload all of them, start that upload. And of course, this will take a minute or two to actually fully upload these images. And now in my admin user on my local machine, I'll go ahead and activate that content engine website project. Looks like that's not it anymore. I think I deleted one. Let's go ahead and take a look here, and we'll activate this project. And now I've got fave icon from Justin. I can go ahead and view it. And what do you know? There's all of that content. And it's happening through multiple different sources. So pretty great if you ask me. Hey, thanks so much for watching, and thanks to Twingate for helping bring this project to life. It's a fantastic tool. I'm really excited to use it in a lot more of my projects. As we've seen, it's a really easy way to secure our sharing of our application and those private resources that we might not want to be shared otherwise. The other thing about this project is it was meant to be as practical as possible so you can use it as a launching point to be able to build out your own content engine that might have a lot more features than what we've covered. But the thing about this is we don't actually have to expose it to the internet at all to really get a lot of use out of it for all of our potential customers or any freelance project that we're working on, or if we're working with an editor and we just want to give them a single place to upload our specific content. There's a lot of different things that we can think about for this content engine. I'm really excited to see what the next iterations might look like for this one. So thanks for watching, and I think you have a really good challenge ahead of yourself, and that is, how do you make all of this outside of the Django admin and just in the front end using HTMX, and maybe even adding in React for that upload process like we talked about. So thanks again for watching. My name's Justin Mitchell. Look forward to seeing you next time.